Welcome back to the channel, guys. My name is Ali, and here I'm so excited today to present you guys the Spotify redesign. And I know it's been a long time. It's been 3 months. You guys have waited, everybody, and I haven't done anything so far in these 3 months. I haven't uploaded any video, but this thing which we're gonna be building today, guys, it's gonna be worth it. Trust me. Um, so this thing is a Spotify redesign. It's not just a typical Spotify build. It has all the songs, and it has complete authentication, user authentication. And the very good thing about this is the songs are dynamic from the Spotify API, and you can actually play the songs. So if I click here, the song will be playing here, and this just requires premium access. Like if you have a premium Spotify account, I mean, you guys can hear the song, I suppose, and you can use the player. And if you guys have a premium account, this is a Spotify web API player which you can use, and will allow you to play songs like this. And even if you guys don't have a premium account, don't worry about it. I still got you guys covered. I created a custom player as well for you guys, which I'll be showing you guys, and we'll be building this together. Things that I'm using for this build is Next.js. Of course, as you guys know, I always use Next.js for my builds because I love Next.js. And recently they upgraded to a newer version of Next.js, which is very, very great, and it's very fast, guys. And I'm going to be using Tailwind CSS as well. And by the way, these things are dynamic, so you see it changes every time I click here. And if I click here, you see it changes as well. And then if these are your recently played playlists, it gets your recently played songs. So if I refresh right now and the songs you played right now, and this is deployed, by the way, guys, so you guys can see .vercel.app. So it's not locally, I've deployed this to Vercel, and you guys can see the songs update here uh, as I play these songs. So I can click here again, and it's gonna play this song now.
This is how you get people to go
And I
Ricker on
can
a
click
buggy.
here. And by the way, the songs I'm playing right now are non-copyrighted songs, so I can play them because I can't play these songs, of course. But yeah, and this is the build, guys. Let me show you guys. And by the way, another thing I forgot to tell you guys. I'm so excited. I almost forget. It has complete search functionality. So I can search for songs as well, guys. And this is really cool, guys. This is worth it, trust me. And I can search for, we can search for pretty much any song Spotify, right? I mean, if you guys use Spotify, you know, you can pretty much find any song in Spotify. And you can legit find this song and play these songs. Of course, I can't play this one on the stream, but yeah, you guys can pretty much search for songs and it's gonna change. And when you don't have any song, it's gonna pull out the new releases ones. And as soon as you start searching, it's gonna change it to tracks, and it's gonna show you 4 top tracks here, and then it's gonna show you the other tracks down here. So that's how I build this. And when you don't search for anything, it just shows you the albums, the new releases albums, and here's your recently played playlist. And then it has authentication. So if I log out, it's going to log me on. This is a beautiful loader we built, and it's going to take you to a custom sign-in page with Next.js. If you have watched any previous of my videos, I've been actually using the default Next.js login page, but this time we're going to be using a custom Next.js. We're going to be building a custom Next.js page, so it's customized. And when I click here, and since I was already logged in, it just logged me in quickly, you know. But now if I go to Spotify, the actual Spotify, and I show you guys, and I actually log out from here, and now if I click here on the sign in thingy, it will take me to the Spotify. It will redirect me to the Spotify login page, and you guys can see here. And I have to use the exact same account I have the premium one on. So I'm using that account right now. I'm gonna click on login, and it's gonna log me in right now into that same account. And this is the premium player, and then you can play song. And so much things are going on, guys. We have refresh token, we have access token, we're doing so much stuff because it was not an easy build, guys. Trust me, it was a really challenging build, and I don't want to talk more about it and just get started with it. Let's just get started with this build, guys. So first thing I'm gonna do, as always, so I've upgraded to Windows from Mac. Before I used to use Mac, so of course Windows now. If you guys watched my Disney build previously, I'm gonna open the command prompt, and what I'm gonna do, guys, is now I'm gonna go to Tailwind CSS. And by the way, for CSS, I'm using Tailwind CSS, so everything is. And trust me, guys, Tailwind CSS, you're gonna, if you never used Tailwind CSS before, you're gonna fall in love with Tailwind CSS because it's really good. It's really really good. Trust me, it's production level, and really big companies are trying to use these things. Right? And we're also using Recoil, by the way. We are also using RecoilJS for our state management. So RecoilJS as well in this build. So it's a pretty huge build, and it's really fantastic as we are using a Recoil state management library. We are not using Redux because Redux is a bit fairly complicated, and Recoil is really simple, guys. Trust me, Recoil is much more simpler than Redux, and Redux is not required for this build because this build is not that that huge. It's just that Recoil simplifies the process easily. So first thing, you guys, I want you guys to do is go to this link, david.css.com /docs/ installation, and then click on this Next.js. You have like pretty much installation guides, integration guides for everything, Vue, Next.js, Create React App. But we are going to be using Next.js. And Next.js, if you guys have no idea what Next.js is, guys, Next.js is just React. It's just built on top of React. It's just a production level framework. If I go to Next.js's homepage, what Next.js is, it's a React framework for production basically. It's built on top of React. It is just an extension, you can say, think of. And it has all these great features, image optimization, and it's really easy to use, guys. Trust me, the way I'm going to explain you guys is going to be really simple and from a beginner's perspective, so don't worry about it. And it has fast refresh, and recently they upgraded to a newer Next.js 12, October 26, as you guys can see. So we're going to be using the latest Next.js, and they have a Rust compiler on the back, which is pretty fast, and it's going to use the latest React library as well. So yeah, so what I want you guys to do is copy this link here, the topmost link. What this link is going to do, we're going to go to the terminal for Mac and CMD for Windows. I'm going to paste the link here, and you can rename my project to whatever you want to name your project. I'm just gonna name it Spotify redesign YT. And also a note, guys. The design I'm using here is the redesign I have done for Spotify. I actually used this design from Dribble, and I just want to give credit to the person before starting this, and the guy named, and I actually asked him as well to use his design for my video, so I emailed him as well, and this is basically the design. This is the page, and this is the design I'm using. I've actually changed, so my girlfriend helped me change all the icons and everything here, pretty much the interface of it. As you can see, the backgrounds and stuff, some little tweaks, here and there for the icons and stuff. But yeah, mainly the inspiration, I got it from this design. So yeah, huge shout out to this guy, Nicholas Ergamla. Yeah. But anyways, and let's start it. Let's continue with this. I'm sorry for that. So yeah, so I'm gonna name this Spotify redesign YT, and what this is gonna do, guys, and then you guys can press enter. This is gonna create an example. Before, if you watched any of my previous builds, before, what we used to do is we used to install this manually, all these configuration, because with Tailwind you just have a little bit of configuration, but it's worth it, guys. But now we don't have to do that configuration because it already creates an example with Next.js. So it's gonna create a default with a working directory for us with the Tailwind CSS on the back. So it's really cool, guys. And it's just gonna take a while, and then it's gonna complete, and then we can basically cd into the folder, and we can immediately start coding. So as you can see, it's completed now. Now what we can do, we can run these commands to start the development server and all these things. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cd into the folder here, and remember, cd into the same folder you named it, cd into this folder. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this inside of my code editor. Now what you guys can do, what I'm doing here is code dot means I'm going to open this inside of Visual Studio Code, because this is the code editor I'm going to be using, of course. But for you, code dot might not work. Okay, and if you want this code dot thing to work for your Visual Studio Code, you can just click Command Shift P for Mac, and it's something called shell command. I don't know. Yeah, it's something like shell command thingy for Mac. It's not there in Windows, but it's in Mac, and you can press enter on that, and then you can use this code dot thingy, and it's gonna work for you. So yeah, and if it doesn't work, just open it inside of your Visual Studio Code. That's all. Now, this is the thing I was talking about, guys. Now, what it does, it creates an example for us with the Tailwind configuration, so we don't have to install these things manually. If you go to the package.json, we're using the latest version of Next.js, React, and everything, Tailwind CSS as well, the latest version of Tailwind CSS, and everything's pretty much updated here, so we don't have to worry about anything. And this is basically the app.js kind of thing. If you've used Create React App, you know that we have a starting point for our apps, and that's basically the app.js kind of thing. In our case, in here Next.js, it's basically the index.js, and Next.js is pretty useful, guys. And the main reasons I'm gonna tell you why. So Next.js, you don't first thing you don't have to use React Router DOM. If you've used React before, you know something about React Router DOM, which you have to use for to go to different pages to navigate between different pages. But inside of Next.js, guys, you don't have to. It solves this problem. What you have to do is this thing is our this page. It's our localhost 3000 basically. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open my integrated terminal inside of VS Code by pressing Command J. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run the command yarn run dev. If you're using npm, I use yarn usually. If you're using npm, just run npm run dev. I'm using yarn, so I'm gonna run this command, and it's telling me that port 3000 is already in use because I have another code editor on. So I'm just gonna close this, and now I'm gonna run this command again, and it's gonna start my server on localhost 3000. And these two things are very important, guys. Make sure you guys are seeing these things because these things are extremely important. And what these things are basically is these things are basically inside of Tailwind configuration. It's something called GIT mode and the other thing. I'm gonna explain you guys these things later. It's not important for now, but just make sure you guys see these two commands here. So yeah. And now what I can do, guys, is I can go to my code editor here, and what I can do is I can open my localhost, my Google Chrome, and can open my localhost 3000, and you should see this screen. Okay, if you have done all these steps successfully. Now I'm seeing this screen, so I've done everything correctly, and it's running now my server. Now, what I wanted to show you guys is Next.js, guys. If you have never used before, why it's so useful is because this page is localhost 3000. This represents the index.js. Now, imagine if I want to create like a login page or maybe a browse page or about page or anything else. What I can do, guys, is I can right click here. I can click on a new file. I can just type about.js. And remember, whenever you're creating pages, the convention is lowercase always. And I'm going to use a snippet, and this what I'm doing underscore RFC. It's a React basically snippet. If you don't know about this, you can just go here, and you can basically just install this extension. Install this extension ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippets. It gives you these beautiful snippets which you can use. So for example, RFCE underscore RFCE. Okay, and we don't have to use RFCE now because we don't have to use import React from that. So that's why I'm doing underscore RFCE. But that's what I mean. But the main thing I wanted to show you guys is you can name this. This is the function name, so you can name it bigger. But the file name should always be smaller. Start from a smaller letter first. So I'm gonna save this, and I'm just gonna type about here. Okay, and now look at this, guys. This is really cool if you've never used Next.js before. So I'm gonna navigate to about. Okay, I'm just gonna say slash about. Look at this, guys. This shows me the about page here. This is a this is really cool. A really good feature of Next.js. This is called dynamic routing, guys. This is built-in route. This is a built-in router, so you don't have to use something called React Router for React. This is built-in router inside of it. This is really good feature of Next.js, you know. And as soon as you go to the index page, again, this represents the index page as I told you guys, and we don't want all these things and on the index page. So I'm just gonna remove these things, And I also have my other screen on right now. So of course I already done this before. So I'm going to be looking at the other screen and coding with you guys and explaining everything from scratch. So now this is the head component. And this is again another, Next.js has these beautiful components for us, optimized components you can call. They're image components, head components, and other components, which are really, really good. And what they basically tell us is all these things. So the hat component represents the top thingy here on the here, like whatever this is, and this is actually called the title, sorry. And if I change this, for example, to something called, for us it's going to be Spotify dashboard, for example, and I save this. So as you can see, immediately changes here, right? So this is really cool, and everything's gone here. You don't see anything because I removed everything right now. And this is Tailwind, guys. So what this was is the Tailwind example, basically. This was the Tailwind example file. So yeah, this is Tailwind styling, and Tailwind is, if you have never used Tailwind, what Tailwind is basically is just utility classes for you, which are really, really cool. So if you go here, and I can show you guys, like for example, let's say background color, right? We have to write CSS for that. So if I, in Tailwind, what it is basically is that all these utility classes it gives you, and it's nothing like Bootstrap, guys. It's nothing similar to Bootstrap at all, guys, because Bootstrap gives, and what Tailwind, and the difference in Tailwind and Bootstrap is Tailwind removes every style, like it removes every style at all, like it doesn't give any default styling. With Bootstrap you get default styling, with Tailwind you get no default styling, so you can customize everything from scratch, and you don't have to do. And people who say that you have to use so many class names and it makes your workspace dirty and all, I'm going to show you guys those tricks as well. So Tailwind, it's not that you have to use that, and with Tailwind it's really great, like you don't have to actually let me know if you guys can actually see the code thing. I think it's bigger for you guys, but yeah. So you don't have to use so many classes, and there's a trick for that as well, which I'm going to tell you guys. So don't worry about it. And I think hopefully you guys understood and got the idea of what you're going to be building. We're going to be converting this thing to this thing exactly. So yeah, a very long road ahead of us. So let's get started with this without wasting any more time. So yeah, this is what Next.js is, and I'm going to explain a lot of new cool features as well. And this is the API thing. This is the last thing, and then we start. And this is the built-in API inside of Next.js. So what it does is basically, if I go, so anything inside the pages directory basically is a page. Remember that. And this is like inside of API, this is all the backend code. And so anything inside of the API directory is all the backend code. Anything inside outside of the API directory, like the about, indexes, this is all the client side, all the front end pages you're gonna see. And whereas anything inside the API directory, authentication we're gonna do inside of API because it's all the backend code. So remember that. So if I navigate to /API /hello, you guys are gonna see there will be a JSON, there is a server running, and it's gonna send you this name John Doe. And if I go to hello.js, you guys can see. So this has built-in Express server. So many great features about Next.js, and you can read more about it into their blog and stuff like that. So yeah, into the documentation, which is pretty good. So yeah, let's get started with our build though. So first thing what we're gonna do, guys, is I always wanna break things off. So this is our starting point, the home page, right? I'm just going to navigate to local 3000. That's our home page. That's where we're going to be starting this. So on our home page, what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to be having something called a component, a dashboard component. And the dashboard component, guys, is gonna contain three further components. And what these, I'm gonna break it down for you guys. So this is the whole dashboard, guys. Everything, the whole page. This whole page is actually a dashboard. That's why I named this Spotify dashboard. Now this is gonna contain three more components, three further components. First component is gonna be the sidebar, guys. The mid component is gonna be called the body, and then there will be a right component. This is the right, you can call it the right bar or whatever, but I just didn't have a better name, so I just called it right. And this is the body, and this is the sidebar. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be creating a new folder, and I have a folder structure as well for you guys here in this build. So I'm going to be creating a new folder called components, and inside of this folder, the first component we created is dashboard. So I'm going to create a new file. and I'm going to create dashboard.js. And then again, underscore RFCE. Now, underscore RFCE. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to, for now, I'm just going to write dashboard for now. And I'm just going to save it. Okay. And remember, this is the deployed one, and this is the one we're using right now. And now what I'm going to do is, of course, I have this component ready. Now I need to import this as well, right? Because I'm using it inside of my index page. So I'm going to do is how do I import these things like this really quickly is I press command space at the end of the component, and it gives me suggestions. VS Code is really good, guys. It gives you suggestions, and even if it doesn't, just import this line, and yeah, and I'm gonna save it. As soon as I save it, I go back, I see dashboard. So that's the first thing. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go get inside of my dashboard. Just let me open it on my other screen, guys, so I can easily show you guys. I'm gonna open my dashboard component here. I'm gonna go here, and there will be a lot of stuff going here. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep semantics really clean because I always love semantics because for SEO purposes it's really good. So it's a really production level build, guys. Trust me, it's a production level build which I'm doing, and I'm gonna change div to main. There's not much difference. What semantics are basically, there's not much difference between div, section, and main. It's just the naming, it's just the naming which is different. So it's good for SEO and stuff, because this is our main kind of section. Dashboard is our main section. Now inside of main section, we're gonna have one section here, one in the middle, one on the right. So that's all. So I'm gonna change this div to main. Next thing, I'm gonna have three components inside of this. First will be called sidebar, which is the left side I told you guys. This is the sidebar. And then I'm gonna be having the body. So I'm gonna create all these components right now, and then we're gonna start working on the sidebar. We're gonna start from the sidebar, then move on consecutively, and then we're gonna do authentication as well. And then I'm gonna be having a right component as well. I'm going to be having three main components inside of my dashboard. It's really clean: sidebar, body, and the right side. Now we have to create these components. Let me just really quickly create them. Sidebar.js underscore RFCE sidebar. Let's just say sidebar for now. Save it and quickly create body .js RFCE. And if there's anything which you guys don't understand, just make sure to comment down below. And the community, we are like a community, so everyone's willing to help. And if I'll read your message, I'll help you guys too. And of course, we're gonna help each other, solve whatever the problem is. But I'm gonna try my best to explain it, really, really from a beginner's perspective, because I always do it that in my videos. So yeah, so I have my body here, and as soon as I press command space on my body, and then press command space here, and I say right. So I have these three components, and let's go back to the code here. Now I'm saying sidebar is not defined because we didn't actually import sidebar. So I'm gonna import it right now, and I'm gonna save it, and here we go. So we have the sidebar, the body, and the right side. Now what I'm gonna do now is we're gonna also have the player on the bottom. Now player is gonna be a fixed thingy, because you see when I actually scroll down, right, and when I actually, let's play a song for now, maybe with the songs link. When I actually scroll down, guys, you see the player actually is fixed on the bottom, right? So we're gonna have a player as well, but we'll leave the player for now because I'm gonna create a player later. But this is kind of the player, and this is on the bottom here, and it's fixed actually. So let's work actually on the sidebar now. Let's create the beautiful sidebar with these beautiful icons here. And I'm just gonna navigate to my sidebar. And just give me a second, guys. So I'm just gonna open the sidebar on my other screen really quickly, and let's get started with this. So first thing I want to do is I want to change this div again for better semantics to section. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna use the first. I'm gonna explain you guys the first component of Next.js. I'm gonna use the first component of Next.js, which is an image component. Now, what an image component is, don't worry about it. First thing you have to do is you have to always import these components from Next.js. So you have to say import image from something called next/image. So it's called next/image basically. And what an image component is, guys, let me show you. And don't worry about this error. We always get this error. I'm gonna explain you guys why. So if you guys go to Next.js site, and if you guys just search for, go to the docs and search image. So they have this image component, which is really good. And in the newer version of Next.js, it's even improved further. Like they always keep improving stuff and faster page load, and it has lazy loading by default and other bunch of stuff. But let me explain you guys what it is. So it's an optimized image component, has lazy loading and other stuff, and it basically has your image in something called WebP format, which is a really optimized format. So when the bundle size basically reduces for when you basically move it to production, your build. So it reduces the bundle size of all your images, and it's really good. Trust me, guys, it's really good, and it uses an API on the back as well. So what I'm going to be doing is, first thing I'm going to be doing is getting the source, and for the source, I'm just going to go to my Spotify, and I recommend you guys do the same. Just instead of typing the whole link, for the source, because I'm going to type a link here, right? So I'm going to go here. I'm sorry, I forgot. It's the sidebar we're building. Sorry. So I'm gonna go to the sidebar. I'm gonna copy this link here, and I'm just gonna put the source here. That's all. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set a width for this image. And always you have to, whenever you're using image components, you always have to set the width and height inside of Next.js. If you don't want to set the width and height, you have to then basically contain the image component within a span tag and provide this span tag the class name of relative. That's how you do it. But whenever you're just using the image component, remember you always have to, because when I go here, you see image is missing the required source property. When I add the source property, but I remove the width and height, actually, and I save this, look, it's gonna change to now it's gonna change to something like this. Now what this is, guys, is basically in Next.js we have to configure host names basically for our image components. And this might sound like, why are we even doing this? You guys might be thinking like, why are we even using the image component? We can just simply use the image and not give a shit about this. But trust me, guys, it's worth it because it reduces your bundle size for production. You'll have so many images maybe, and reduces all your bundle sizing and stuff, and it's really good. So trust me, guys, once you learn this, it's really easy to do. So all you have to do, guys, for this, just go to this thing, just go to this link here, and what this will show you is you have to add the hostname of the URL to the images.domains config inside of something called next.config.js. Now, what is next.config.js? It's a file you have to create in your root root directory, and you create a new file. And you say next.config.js. Now you just pretty much copy this export thingy, and you just now domain is actually given to you here. What they're saying is the domain, the hostname rb.gy. So you just copy this, and instead of this, you just paste this in here. And that's all. So pretty much any domain names you're using for your sources, and it only happens for sources. If you're using images locally inside of this, it won't happen. But this happens usually when you're using something called rb.gy or like some source name basically. So you always have to set this, and this is an array, so you can do multiple stuff here. And now if I save this, now because I changed my configuration file, I need to restart my server. Remember, always. And what I have to do is it says found a change in next config.js. So I need to restart my server to see the changes in effect. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna stop my server, okay, by pressing Command C, and then I'm gonna press I'm gonna run this command again, yarn run dev, basically, and now it's gonna start my server again. So whenever you basically change a config file, you always have to do this. Now you see the error changed again. Now it's saying you must use width and height properties or layout is equal to. So I'm gonna go to sidebar. And I'm just gonna, so I had this kind of thing, width and height of the prefix. I'm gonna save it, and beautiful. Now it's saved and no error so far, and we should get the image here. Here we go. Here's the image. Now if I copy the image address and I show you guys, basically this is the domain. Look at this, guys. It changes the domain. It has an API kind of thing, and it uses an API and stuff, and it changes this URL and stuff. It's pretty cool, and it's WebP format, guys. So it's really optimized. So yeah, that's all you have to do for an image. It might sound too much for the first time, but it's really easy, guys. Once you get the hang of it, it's really easy. One more thing I want you guys to do is object fit contain. So when you do object fit, You get all these bunch of different options here. And again, Next.js gives you this. And what object fit, if you don't know object fit contains, it basically maintains the aspect ratio of your image, so the image doesn't stretch or anything. So it's really important. So we have the image. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a div, and inside of this div, guys, so we have this logo here, the Spotify logo, which we have, and I'm using the logo. Now these beautiful icons, we're gonna use these icons basically. And so I'm using actually two libraries for the icons. One of it's hero icons, and the other one is React icons. And the reason I'm using two libraries, guys, is because some of the icons weren't really present inside of hero icons. Otherwise, I only try to use hero icons because I love hero icons, but there weren't so many icons in that, and so I tried to use React icons, which is pretty good. So I'm going to be showing you guys that as well in this build. Now, inside of this div, guys, I'm going to be having a bunch of these icons, okay, and I'm creating a separate div for them so I can have spacing and stuff. So first, let's actually put a class name here. And in Tailwind, how you basically work is you just have utility classes, right? So I'm going to be using utility classes. And I have these recommendations, and all these recommendations are Tailwind recommendations. And how am I getting these is there's something called an extension called Tailwind CSS Intelligence. So if you don't know about this and you want to get these suggestions as well, like me, when I press command space, I'm getting all the Tailwind suggestions. You can pretty much install this extension and you can restart your VS Code. And then when you press command space, you get all these beautiful suggestions there. So if I try to press fix, and if I use fix, and then if I hover over this, guys, look at this. It also gives you the class name. So what it's doing, it's saying it's gonna be position fixed. So it's gonna be position fixed our sidebar. Okay, that's the first thing. And it's gonna be top zero. And again, what top zero is, it's gonna be from top zero. Whenever you say position fixed or absolute, you always have to determine from where it's gonna be, right? So for top zero, and I'm gonna give a z index of 40 because I want my sidebar to when I go smaller screen. And by the way, guys, it's responsive as well. The whole build is responsive. It's responsive on phone, and it's responsive on desktop and everywhere. As you guys can see, if I basically make the screen size smaller, and it's actually scrollable here, so you guys can see it's scrolling. And if I make it more smaller, it becomes 2. And then if I go back like this, it's like this, and you can scroll through this, and you can basically scroll through like this. And because of the index of 40, it stays on top of everything, so you guys can see. So that's really cool. So we're gonna say z index of 40, and I'm gonna say display of flex. So what flex means is display of flex. And once you get used to Tailwind, guys, it's really fast because you don't have to waste time in writing CSS, but you need to be just good with CSS. That's all. Flex direction of column, because we have one of its image and another div, so it's gonna be on top of each other. So we say flex direction of column. I'm gonna give padding of 4, and I'm also gonna give icon center because I want them to be horizontally in the center. And I'm gonna say BG black, background of black, and I'm gonna set a fixed width of 90 pixels for the sidebar. And I'm gonna set a height of screen. Now, what a height of screen is basically, it's called a height of 100 view height because I want my sidebar to be 100 view height. And you might not see because there are no icons there, but it's 100 view height. Trust me, guys. And of course, the player is z index of 50, so it's bigger than the sidebar. So that's why it's on top of the sidebar as well, and sidebar isn't overlapping this kind of thing. So yeah. So we have height of screen, and then you also want to give space. Right now, this is like the most amazing reason I love Tailwind, because you can give all these, you have all these properties, and you have so much cool stuff inside of Tailwind, and you're gonna be blown away if you're using it for the first time. It's really cool. And what this space by 8 means, guys, it puts a spacing in the vertical direction between the children. Between the children, remember. So we're gonna be having some icons here and an image here. And as soon as I go here, you can see it has a fixed width. It has a fixed width, and it also has the height of screen. So I can't go below that. So it has a height of screen and BG black and a fixed width of 90 pixels basically. And by the way, I'm sorry if you guys are using Tailwind for the first time. What I did here, guys, I forgot to explain this. This is something called GIT. Tailwind uses something called GIT, and this is a custom value here for the width. So for width, you can see I have a bunch of different values. And you can see 32 pixels, 36, 48, 56, so many different values. But if I want to use a custom value, as you guys can see, if I want to use some custom value which is not there inside of Tailwind, what you can do is you can put square brackets. And if I go to Tailwind config, it uses something called JIT behind the back, which is really, really good. And it allows you to use custom values inside of your Tailwind, inside of your project, basically, with Tailwind CSS. And you can give custom values. So you can say 90 rems as well. It's not just pixel. If you use rems, it's going to be 90 rems. As you can see, it puts 90 rems, which is 1440 pixels. Of course, we don't want that. But I'm just showing you guys can pretty much use any values here. So I'm gonna say 90 pixels here. So that's a really cool trick for you guys. So now I'm gonna work on the icons here. I'm gonna be having icons, and if I just press hello here, hello world or something here, and because we can't see because it's text black right now, and if I change this to text of white, what text of white is basically it's the font color of white basically, and you can see RGB. It uses RGBA values, and if I save it right now, you can see hello world. Now what this is, I want to explain you guys this thing. If I reduce this to 4, it's gonna be the distance between the children will be 4, and of course I want it to be 8, so the distance between children. This is really cool, so you don't have to say margin bottom on the children and stuff, and it simplifies the whole process. But we're not gonna be having text here. We're gonna be having icons. Now, for the icons, I'm going to be using two libraries, hero icons. So quickly, I'm going to navigate to hero icons page, and I'm also going to go to React icons because I'm going to be using React icons. So if you type React icons is, I've used hero icons in my previous builds, but React icons is my first time using for a build. And React icons is pretty good, guys. What React icons is basically it combines different libraries. Like it also has hero icons inside of it. It combines different libraries and stuff. And I could have honestly just used React icons. I didn't actually need to use hero icons because it has hero icons as well. But I tried to show you guys both of the libraries. Like you can use both the libraries if you want to, and it's not a big deal to use them both. But pretty much you can just use React icons, and it has every library, has material design, bootstrap, and everything else. So yeah, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using these two libraries. So because I have to use these libraries, so I have to install them inside of my project as well. So what I like to do, guys, is I like to open my terminal and I open another terminal. So I don't like to stop my server. I open another terminal and I install everything here. So since I'm using Yarn, I'm going to be doing Yarn add, and you can pretty much go to the documentation here and you'll see how to install this. So if you go here, you get these commands. So if you're using npm, just copy this. I'm using yarn, so I'm going to say yarn add hero icons / react, and I'm going to be using react icons as well. So I'm going to install it together, both of them. I'm going to go to react icons here, and you can see you don't have to use dash save anymore, and you can just pretty much put a space and whatever you want to install. And just press enter together. So it's going to install both hero icons and react icons together for me, which is really good. And it's really easy to use these icons because each icon is a component itself. It's an SVG component, guys. So it's really good. It's an SVG icon and it's a component itself. So it's really easy. And install for me, Yarn is extremely fast. So it's done installing. And I'm just going to go ahead and remove this text file because we're not going to be needing that. And here inside of my div, the first icon we need is the home icon, as you guys can see. So I'm actually going to copy these bunch of icons because I don't want to waste time in writing all these icons down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go to my sidebar here, and I'm actually going to copy all these icons, and I'm just going to paste it here. And all of these icons are components basically. And I'm gonna explain you guys all these things. Don't worry about this. I'm just gonna save it for now. And of course, I would need the imports for all these icons. I'm just gonna get the imports as well. And some of the icons I'm using are from hero icons. As you can see, there are 4 icons I'm using from hero icons and 2 icons I'm using from React icon. And you can pretty much simplify this if you just want to use one library, React icon. But I wanted to show you both. But I mean, you could pretty much use React icons and you'll get everything. So it's you guys' choice. So I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna go back here, and Now, guys, remember in the starting of the video, I told you guys that in the starting of the video, I think I told you guys that basically people get scared of Tailwind because sometimes they think it has too many class names and stuff. And if you guys see, you just got to know how to do this in a very clean sort of way and make sort of components, clean component stuff. And if you're smart, you can do this. So what I have done is I've created a class name here, as you can see, class name. So I do not have to repeat myself every time, guys. So how do you actually do this in Tailwind? It's really easy, guys. So what you have to do, guys, is you just create a folder, and this is the conventional way I'm showing you guys. So this is explained in Tailwind, like they have explained it themselves. So you create a folder called styles, and inside of styles, you can create a new file called globals.css. Basically, you create a file called globals.css inside of your styles. Now, what you do inside of this file, guys, and let me just go to my other screen so I can show you guys what I've done inside of this global CSS. So what you guys have to do inside of this file is you guys need to get three things. First thing, Tailwind base, and then you guys need to get two more and put semicolon here in the end. Second one you guys want to get is going to be components, and the third one is going to be utilities. And then basically what this is, guys, what this is basically, it gets the Tailwind base utility classes, the Tailwind component utility. It gets all the Tailwind classes and it combines it for you. And if you go into your app.js, guys, app.js is basically the point where your whole application sits, basically, right? And you can see on the top here, it's saying something called import Tailwind CSS slash Tailwind CSS. Now, what you have to do here, guys, is inside of your app.js, if I go to my other screen, what you have to do is you just have to remove this and you just have to import the styles which I just added right now. Okay, the styles from here. And this is really, really good, guys. Trust me. So just do exactly what I'm doing and you guys are gonna get the hang of it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import all my Tailwind CSS. I'm gonna remove that line. The reason I removed that is now I have done it in a different way. So there are two ways you can basically import your Tailwind utility classes. This is one way, and then there's another way which was already done for us. Now I'm doing it this way. So what I'm gonna do here inside of my app.js, I'm gonna get my styles, and then I'm gonna say slash globals.css basically. I'm gonna save this basically. That's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna save this, and here I've saved this, and I can go back now and I can close these files which I don't need. So I can go back to my globals now. And how I navigate really quickly to these files is I just press Command P, and if you press Command P and you can basically type the file name and you can navigate really quickly to this. So I'll go back to my globals, and what I'm gonna do here, guys, and let me just quickly go back to the global CSS on my other screen, and I'll just explain you guys. So now what I can do here, guys, something really cool. So I can do something like layer, and I can use, and when I do these things, you guys can see I get suggestions as well. Now if I do layer and I put space, you see I get three suggestions: base, components, and utilities, because I'm getting these three things from Tailwind. Now I'm gonna have components here. This means it's gonna be on the component level, and base is basically the HTML, the body, and all that kind of stuff. What I'm gonna do here, guys, is I'm gonna type sidebar icon over class name which I created. And if you guys notice, this is my class name for every icon here I created. So I'm gonna type sidebar icon here, and I have to use something called, if I want to use Tailwind inside of my CSS file here, right? Inside of my CSS file here, I have to use something called add apply. I can't just write Tailwind like this. I can't just say text wide. It's not going to work like that, you know? So I have to use something called add apply. And this is what Tailwind does this. And it's, all of this is inside of the documentation, inside of the Tailwind documentation. I'm just explaining you myself, you know, in an easier sort of way. So I'm going to say add apply, and I'm going to do 8.6. What 8.6 is basically, it gives you a height of 24 pixels as I hover over it. You can see 8.6, and I'm going to say text, and I want a custom color here. Now, again, remember I told you guys, whenever you want something called custom, you use something called square brackets, and then you basically type the value of it. If you want to use pixels, you can use square brackets for that. And now I want a custom color here. So what I'm going to say, text, and Tailwind has this beautiful palette of colors. So if I do, if I want to use something of blue, I can go here and you see it has these default values. This is inside of Tailwind. But I want to use custom, so I'm going to put square brackets. I'm going to type the value, the custom value right now. And what the custom value is basically 8080 and 80. And I'm going to save it. Okay. And I'm also going to do one more thing here. One more thing. I'm going to say cursor pointer, because I want my cursor to be pointed. I'm just gonna save it. Now let's go back here and let's actually look at it. Look at them. Immediately they are actually changed, except the first home icon, right? All the icons, the color is changed, and you can see the icons, the beautiful icons here. We get because we installed the libraries and stuff, and you can see we do not have to repeat ourselves. You can legit use class names, and if even if you don't want to do this, you can pretty much create just a component called sidebar icon. And I don't want to create, I never create components for something such simple like this, just 3 lines of utility class. So I don't create a component. Instead I choose to create a class. But even if you have a bigger sort of class, you can pretty much just create a component, guys. That's how simple it is. And you can separate everything. um, so you don't have to use so many plugins. And in this build, even though I did not utilize this really well, because of course it's only for teaching you guys, but if you're going for really production, you can really clean it up much more. But yeah, this is how you exactly do it. And if I change the class name here, you can pretty much change the class name here, and of course the class name needs to be the same. The reason why our home icon didn't change is because we applied text right here. So it actually overrides the class name's text color, and we changed the opacity to a custom value again of 0.85 basically. So it's a custom value, remember, because I'm using square brackets. And now also for our compass icon, what we did is we made the font size a bit bigger. So if I don't do text to Excel, you can see it's a bit smaller. And this is an issue in React icons. Basically, some icons are smaller and some icons are bigger. So what you have to do is you have to tweak it a little bit. So what I did is text to Excel, so it increases the font size to 24 pixels basically. And also for the microphone icon, I did some margin left from the left. If I don't do this, you can see the positioning is not exactly in the center. So I just did margin left of 1. And what this is basically margin left of 4 pixels. So it's exactly in the center. And that's all, guys. That's all we had to do here. And now if I go back to my sidebar.js, my component file, and let me just go back to my sidebar. And if I go back to that file, now all these icons, even though they look good, I mean the icons look good, but there's no spacing between them, and it's not how we want them to be. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say display them flex. So as soon as I do that, they're gonna be, of course, in the row direction. So I need to change in a column direction. So I'm gonna say flex column. Okay, and as soon as I do that, again, you're in the column direction. Now I also want to say, remember I told you guys it's something called space Y and space X. Space X is horizontal spacing between the children. Space Y is vertical spacing between the children. So I'm gonna say space Y of 8 basically. Space Y, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna save this. And space Y of 8 basically, it's a very good sort of thing. You can also use gap, by the way. Gap, and if you use gap, you can see it tells you in pixels. And space Y, it's something called, it calculates the spacing. But I like to use space Y, and I use both. But yeah, as soon as I do that, you see immediately it provides spacing between the children. And between the children means it's not gonna put spacing after this, of course, because there's no child after this. These between children means between all these childs, which is really good. And that's all, guys. I think we are actually done with our sidebar, and our sidebar is actually done. And now we need to work on the body, and then we need to work on the right section. And the body is kind of a fairly complicated one, because we're gonna have search, and we're gonna have dynamic search as well. So we're gonna search for songs and stuff, and you can basically pretty much search for songs and shit, and it's gonna be a really cool one, guys. Trust me. So sidebar is actually done. So I'm going to go back to my dashboard, and now let's actually go to create the body component. Let's work on the body one. So I'm just gonna open my body component, and now guys, what I'm gonna do again is, remember, I like to use good semantics, so I'm gonna change div to section, because we have, how I figured it out is basically we have one main tag, and then we have three sections inside our main tag: sidebar, a body, and a right section. So three sections. But you can keep it div as well if you don't like it to use like sections or main tags. But I just like it because it's much more cleaner that way. So section again. And now inside of a section, I'm going to have another component. Now this component is going to be called search. Now this is actually the search bar component on the top here. This is the whole search bar component. Again, I'm making it as a component because I want to divide my work, you know. And what I'm going to do, since it's a component, I'm just going to go here and create a search component. And I'm going to do underscore RFCE again for a beautiful React snippet. And I'm just going to type search for now and save it. And here I'm going to import my search component again, auto import it, and go back here. And the reason why we are not seeing the search here is because we haven't imported the body. I think we haven't. So yeah, we have actually imported the body, but we cannot actually see the search thingy right now, which you should be seeing it. If I go to my body and if I go to my search, I think it's because of the color, I guess. We are not seeing, but it's fine. We'll change it. So we're gonna have a search component. So let's actually work on the search component right now. Let me open the search component because that's the component we need to work on right now. I'm gonna go to search, and this is gonna be a div, of course. It's not a section because it's a component here. Remember, section is a part of a larger component basically, and these are not sections. Even though you can call them sections, but these are just divs for me, just different divs for me. Search is a div. Now inside of search, what I'm gonna do is, the first thing I'm gonna have is I'm gonna be having this thing inside of search, this circle, and we have animation here. If you guys notice, I don't know, it's a pulse animation which we have here, which is looking really cool. And yeah, so we're gonna create this animation, and it's really easy inside of Tailwind. We're not gonna create a custom animation from scratch. Don't worry about it. And it's really easy because we are using Tailwind here. So I'm gonna create a div, and it's gonna be actually a self-closing div because we don't have any other div inside of it. Okay, and this div is gonna have a bunch of different class names. So first thing is it's gonna have a height of 4 and a width of 4. And again, if you wanna look at these values, just hover over them at 16 pixels, and it's gonna have a rounded full. Now, what rounded full is, basically it has border radius of 99 pixels, which is the similar thing of 50% in when you do CSS, which is the circle basically. So rounded full, overflow hidden, and then we're gonna have border of 2. Now border of 2 is the border width basically, and then we need a custom color for the border. Again, whenever we need a custom color, we do square brackets and we say 333. This is the custom color, and whenever you do a custom color, it always gives you the color palette as well, which is really beautiful. And I'm gonna have a padding of 1.5. Now padding 1.5 is 6 pixels padding, and I'm gonna have sorry, I'm actually doing the wrong styling here. It's not for the circle here. Sorry, my bad. It's not for it's for the above div. I'm actually gonna remove this styling here, and I'm gonna put this styling for the first one here. My bad. It's for the main container kind of thing. But for the circle here, I'm gonna do rounded full as well. But height of 4, width of 4, and a border of 2 as well. And I'm also gonna say flex shrink 0. I'm gonna explain you guys what flex shrink of 0 is, but just in a bit. And I'm gonna do something called animate files basically. And let me remove the style actually, or maybe just keep it here. It's okay. It's for the div, so you guys will understand. Now I'm gonna go back here, and you guys can see immediately because we have a border here and we have a border color. It is rounded full. So this is basically the container. So if I don't do rounded full, you guys will see it's not gonna be rounded anymore. But rounded full is just it's gonna be rounded like this basically. So yeah, rounded full, and it has a padding and it has a bunch of different stuff. Now, why can't we actually see the circle inside of it, right? That's what you guys might be wondering about, wondering right now. So the reason why we can't see is we don't have the bunch of styles missing here. So we need to add those. First is going to be the max width. Okay, and the max width, I want to give it a max width for the search of 1150 pixels. And again, this is the custom value, so I put square brackets because this is not inside of Tailwind. This is not given inside of Tailwind, even though Tailwind has these default values like small, medium, large, XL, 2XL, and different values here. But this wasn't given inside of Tailwind, so I just put square brackets and again use like this. So max width of 1150 pixels, and then what I'm gonna do here is I'm also gonna give a background, a custom background again, and the background is gonna be the value of 1A here, and I'm just gonna save it. And as soon as I save it, look at this, guys. It already looks much better. I mean, than before. Then I'm gonna have rounded for all point and powder 2 and a bunch of different stuff here. So we have a padding of 1.5. Now P1.5 means it's padding all round from all the sides, but I want to target PX. PX is left and right padding, and I want to increase it to PX of 5. And the padding right, then I want to increase it a bit more. So I'm gonna say PX of 5, left and right, 20 pixels. But padding right, I'm overriding again, and I'm just saying 32 pixels. Now, I'm also going to say display flex and item center and save it now. And here we go. Let's save it. Now again, we do not actually see the circle kind of thing, and I think it's basically hidden behind it, and that's the reason why we don't actually see it. But don't worry about it. We just need to put some spacing from the left, and then we'll be able to see it because we don't see the left one, and it's actually hidden. And the reason it's actually hidden is because our sidebar is actually fixed, guys. So whenever you use something fixed here, you know, in the CSS in here, we have fixed sidebar here, so it's actually going behind it. So we have to fix that, you know. And the way we're gonna actually fix that is we're gonna fix that inside of our body, I guess, inside of our section here. So we can actually do it right now. New class name here, and just give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna open my body component, I'm just gonna tweak it and tell you guys what to do here inside of here. So for my whole section here, what I'm talking about is my whole section, this whole section basically. What I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna first of all say BG black. So I want the black color overall, and I want to provide margin left of 24. So this was the thing which was missing because our sidebar is fixed. Now, as soon as I actually save that, look at that. Immediately you get this. And here's the animation working as well. And what this animation is, guys, is basically Animate Pulse. So Tailwind has these beautiful animation things already made for us. And if you hover over these things, you can see it's already done for us. It has keyframes and everything. And imagine if you have to do this custom yourself, right? If you want to make it custom, you can do that as well in Tailwind by just changing the configuration file, which is very easy and it's there in the documentation. But yeah, I mean, it's really cool. And I think I have actually tweaked the animation. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna check it later. But I think I've tweaked the animation and I've increased the delay. I think so because it's not like that here. It's a bit slower here, then it's a bit faster here. So I think I've tweaked the animation. So yeah, I've used the configuration file. Yeah. So you can do this. So basically it has these different animation. If I do spin and I save it, it's gonna spin around, and then if I have like a bounce kind of thing, I think it's gonna bounce. You can see it's beautiful animations it even has for us, but of course I'm gonna use Animate Pulse for this one. So yeah, that's my Animate Pulse. And as for the section here, and let's get back to the section and let's complete the spelling. It's not yet complete. So we have margin left of 24, and I'm gonna give some padding from top and bottom. So it's vertical padding, remember, PY, and space again. I'm gonna put space of Y of 8. So spacing between the children. And now this is a really cool part about Tailwind, guys. Another beautiful part I love about Tailwind is that making websites responsive, maybe making web applications responsive, it's actually really easy. And not even just web applications. You can also use Tailwind with your React Native apps, and you can also use Tailwind in that. And I'm gonna do one of those builds very soon about the React Native kind of thing. But yeah, it's really cool. And what Tailwind basically gives us something called breakpoints. And what these breakpoints are, guys, if you go to the documentation here, and if you go ahead, it actually gives you these breakpoint values, guys. So these are default breakpoint values. Starts from SM and then goes to MD, LG, XL, and 2XL. And you can customize this according to your need, but of course I haven't done that because I have just used the default ones. And it is so easy. And how you basically do this, everything in Tailwind is basically mobile responsive first. So it starts from the smaller screen and then it goes to the bigger screens, and it's mobile responsive first. Always remember that. So whatever styles I'm writing right now, it is for mobile right now. And if I want to tweak it for desktop, what I have these breakpoints starting from small and then goes upwards. So what I'm gonna do here, guys, is I'm gonna type MD, and I'm gonna type on my medium screen. I want my max width actually to be 6XL. So I want a max width restriction on my medium screen of 6XL, and I also want something called flex grow. Okay, and what FlexJoy is basically, so remember inside of our dashboard, we have three components. So one of it is sidebar, which is the left one, right is the right section, and then the body is the middle section. Now I want my body to take as much space as possible because this is the bigger section I have, right? The body is the bigger section, most bigger section, and this right is gonna have a fixed width, and then the sidebar is also gonna have a fixed width, which has a fixed width. But the middle section I want to take as much space because that's the most bigger section. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say flex row. Flex row is the same as flex one and gives as much space, takes as much space as possible. And again on my medium screen, one more thing I wanna do is I wanna say margin right of 2.5. Now if I hover over this, you guys can see it provides media and min widths. Remember I told you guys it's mobile responsive, so it uses min widths instead of max widths. And what this is basically, guys, is basically what this is when I hover over this, it actually gives you all these things, and so you don't have to write this inside. Now imagine if you're writing this CSS yourself, right? So it will take so much more time, and using Tailwind just basically simplifies the whole process. And it's the same with margin right here as well. So I'm just gonna save this, and I'm just gonna move ahead now. I think my section is done. Now let's go back to our search component and let's keep working on that. And as soon as I save that, you guys can see the background is black and there's some spacing. And of course, we don't want this white kind of thing, so we need to tweak it inside of our global CSS, basically. And don't worry about it. I'm gonna tell you guys how to do that. But let's actually first work on the search technique, and then I'm gonna tell you. So basically, if we have BG black in our whole body, it's gonna be the black. All of this is gonna be black. But yeah, for now, on the search component. Now for the search component, we have all these things. Now I'm gonna be installing something called, so in my project actually, if you go to package.json, I have something called I'm gonna show you guys. I have something called inside of my I'm sorry. So I'm just gonna go and show you guys inside of the Tailwind config actually. It's inside of the Tailwind config, not inside of package.json. So I have three plugins here. So these three plugins I'm going to be installing right now. And what these plugins are actually super useful plugins. One of them is for Tailwind CSS Forms. And if you guys don't know what these plugins are, these are basically, again, plugins are sort of extensions, which basically gives you upgrades again for your app. Extensions are sort of upgrades for your app. So if I go and type this out, and if I go to this GitHub link, and you can pretty much read about this, what you can pretty much read about these things, what these things are, and you can view the live demo as well. But what these is basically it simplifies using so there are some styling restrictions when you're using inputs and stuff inside of Tailwind, and it basically simplifies all these things, and it gives you more basically functionality wise. So it's great. So it's basically just install this, that's all. So I'm just gonna open my terminal. I'm just gonna go here and I'm just gonna press copy this, but I'm not gonna run this because I want to install all of these things together. So I'm gonna go back to my this thing, and I want to install something called Tailwind scroll bar height. Because remember, I want to hide the scroll bars. Remember those ugly scroll bars we get, like these ugly scroll bars. I honestly hate these scroll bars, so I'm gonna hide these scroll bars as well. So again, I'm just gonna type this Tailwind scroll bar height. Go to the first npm link here, and these are super useful plugins, guys. So just add these plugins. I'm just gonna paste this here, and the third one I'm gonna be adding is gonna be the and we're also going to change the font, by the way, guys. I'm using a really cool serif font, which I'm going to be showing you guys. So we're going to also install Tailwind Scorebar. Now, don't get confused between scroll bar height and scroll. Scroll bar height only gives you the height functionality to hide the scroll bar. It just gives you the height function. I'm gonna show you guys as well what it does. And Tailwind scroll bar, on the other hand, it just gives you it's the opposite of height, of course, and gives you basically functionality to have beautiful scroll bars and to basically customize the scroll bars. We're also going to customize the scroll bar. We're going to change the scroll bar. And just like in Spotify, if you go into the actual Spotify, if I go into actual Spotify here, and I don't know if I actually go to the premium kind of thing. I think my premium is expired. Maybe I think that's the reason I'm not actually. Let me see this actually. I don't think I can play songs anymore. Let me just see if I can. Maybe my premium is expired. Yeah, I think my premium is just expired right now, so I can't actually play songs anymore. But yeah, it's gonna work for you guys. Trust me, it's gonna work for you guys. It's not. I think my premium is expired. That's why it's not working for me now right now. I guess. But it's gonna work for you guys. Trust me on that. So yeah, it's not working for me, the player, because the player only works for users who actually have the premium Spotify. So I think my premium is just expired. So but yeah, anyways, we're gonna have custom scroll bar as well. So what you guys can do is just get this thingy here and just paste this in here. Sorry, not the scroll, not this one. It's actually payment scroll bar. I'm sorry, we already did this. So let's just type payment scroll bar, and this is the link you want to go to. The first link here. It's called payment scroll bar, and this is actually the scroll bar plugin. So you can again just go here and you can actually install this as a dev dependency. So let's just maybe install these two first, and then install this as a dev dependency. It's always, or you can install it as this one as well. I mean, it's good to install it as a dev dependency because it's not going to go into the production kind of thing, but it's okay. Then just install the scroll bar as a dev dependency. But yeah, so I'm going to install these three plugins, and now because I'm installing these plugins, what I also have to do is I also have to get these three require thingies from here, and I have to go to my config, and I've installed these successfully. Now I'm going to switch back to my running server. I'm going to close my terminal. And now what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to open my configuration. And here we have something called plugins. I'm going to just paste these three things inside of here. And for each plugin, you have to say require, and you have to write the plugin name here. And that's all you have to do. And after you do this and after you install them as dependencies, you have these plugins, and you can pretty much use these things inside of your build. So now what I'm going to do, guys, is I have these things here, and now I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to create an input field, and the input field is going to be a type of search, and the value is going to be search. Okay, and I'm going to explain you guys what I'm doing here just in a while, and there will be an on-chain field. Now actually, if you guys have no idea about React hooks, what React hooks are basically, they're like really powerful hooks, and it gives you um, it basically changes state, so it's for changing state and stuff. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be accepting hooks, React hooks, as props here. So don't worry about this, I'm going to explain. And then I'm going to have an on change field as well here. And inside of my on change, what I'm going to be doing inside of my on change here, guys, is I'm going to be having event And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be setting my search. And if you are, you guys might be wondering where I'm getting these two. I'm going to be accepting search and set search as props here. And what I'm going to be doing is here I'm going to be setting my search to e.target.value basically. And now I'll just go back to the body, and I'm going to create these two. I'm going to create a use state here, and I'm going to explain you guys what I'm doing. I'm going to create a use state, and of course, whenever you create like a use state, you always have to import it. So I imported it, and the way you create a use state is you create it inside of this, and you just say search. And this is the convention basically if you've never used this. And you say set search. Set search is a function, and search is basically the variable. And what you basically do is you say use state, and I've already imported use state from React. And here inside of this, you pass a default value. So for the default value, I'm just going to pass null. Okay. And I'm going to send these two things inside of my search component here. I'm going to send these two things search. And I'm also gonna send this to set search here. And you can, if you didn't know about this, you can also send the functions like that. So that's not a big deal. So you can send, and because I'm sending these as search and set search, I also have to accept these as props here. So it's something called props here, and then you do something called props dot search and props dot search. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna destructure it right away, so that I don't have to do props dot and props dot again and again. So I'm just gonna destructure it. If you guys don't know about destructuring, just search Google destructuring on Google, of course, and you guys are gonna know what it means. I'm gonna have search and set search, and now here what I'm doing is the value I'm providing as search, and on change, whenever the input field changes, I'm setting the search to whatever the user is actually searching. And you see, this is basically, if you guys have followed my other builds before, and this is actually a different type of input field. It's not like that by default. You see, it's having a different ring color and stuff. And this is happening because we installed the plugin. We installed the beautiful plugin, and it's not changing a lot of stuff, but it actually gives you again it's a plugin, so it gives you more functionality and stuff. But yeah, anyways, what I'm doing is I'm on the change of the input field, right? When I'm changing this, right, I'm setting my search to basically the event or target value. So what I'm searching here, I'm setting it my search to this basically. And I don't want to get more into this because I've explained it in my previous builds as well, and I have a lot to explain in this build, a lot of other stuff, and this is really a basic stuff. So I'm gonna really move faster in this one. But yeah, this is basically what the search, and let's keep building the search. Now I want to, of course, style the search one. So I'm gonna say style my search input. I'm gonna say background of a custom value of 1a. Sorry, it's gonna be hash 1a, and it's gonna be text of white, and it's gonna be border none. I don't want any border because you see there's a default border, and I don't want any border. And on larger again, responsiveness and payment is really easy. Now this time I'm targeting the medium is basically a tablet breakpoint. Larger is a bit bigger than that. So when it reaches the larger screen, what I want to do is I want to make the width of full. What width of full is width of 100% basically. And since we are already on the larger screen right now, it made a width of full right now. But as soon as I go smaller screens, it's not gonna be width of full anymore. So yeah, as you can see, it really changes the whole search bar. It's already looking a bit better. Now what I'm going to do on focus, I don't want my ring, so I'm going to say ring of 0. I'm just going to press enter. And what ring is basically, if you guys don't know what ring is, it's basically a bunch of different properties. Look at this, so many properties inside of Tailwind. And ring is basically that blue thingy. So if I don't do it, if I don't do focus ring 0, and you can see it gives us this horrible blue thingy, which I don't want. I mean, you know, and you can pretty much change this color as well, but I don't want it. So of course, when I focus, I want the ring to be 0. That doesn't show me anymore. So we have the focus ring to be 0. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm also gonna remove the outline thingy. I mean, I'm not actually getting the outline right now, but even for like just to be safe, and just to be on the safe side, I don't want any outline. The outline of none. And now I want to change. So I want to change like the color of the placeholder. Like this. Now I don't have a placeholder right now. So for example, I'm gonna add a placeholder here. The placeholder is gonna be search dot dot dot. And as soon and now you can see the placeholder has a color, right? So what if I want to change the placeholder's color? Now in CSS you do something like you target it like I don't know, you do something like this input field, and then you do something like this, and you target the placeholder like this inside of CSS when you work like that. On Tailwind, it's of course again it's very simple. Well, all you have to do is you have to do placeholder, and of course not place content, sorry, placeholder. And what you have to do is you have to just change the color. So I want a custom color again. So I'm gonna put square brackets, and again I'm gonna say FA, and I'm just gonna save it now. And as soon as I do that, look at that, placeholder's color is changed. And if you hover over it, this is what it basically does. So placeholder color thing. I also want my text to be extra small. Extra small is basically 12 pixels. And so as soon as I do that, the text field becomes smaller. Again, it's not the same font because I'm using a beautiful serif font. My girlfriend recommended me the serif font because she likes it, and I mean I kind of like it as well. But if you guys don't want to use the serif font, feel free to use any font you guys want to use. But I'm gonna show you guys how to use a custom Google font as well in this build. Uh, so yeah. So what I'm gonna do now is I have text extra small, and this is pretty much done for our info field. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a div here and essentially complete the search thingy. Then we can add the custom Google font, and then I can show you some other stuff as well. So I'm gonna have a div here. Now what this div represents is basically these three flags. Now again, if you guys don't want to do this, just maybe to the next section skip to the next section, and we'll just work on the other one. But I just did this because it was there in the design, and of course I wanted to keep the design as it is. So yeah, but these are not dynamic again these are not doing anything, but these are just there, these are just buttons. So I'm gonna have a div, and of course if you're using Tailwind for the first time, it's good practice for you guys. So to just learn this, I'm gonna have this div outer container. I'm gonna say item center. Now I'm gonna teach another cool trick to you guys inside it. There are plenty of cool tips and tricks in this video. Trust me, guys, which I'm gonna be teaching you. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a container div here, and then I'm gonna basically have another div inside of this, basically, and this div is basically gonna contain three buttons. So I'm gonna do button multiply by three. This is another cool trick inside of VS Code. You do button multiply, it creates three buttons for you like this. So I'm gonna have three buttons, and all these buttons, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type multiple cursors. And how I actually did this is when you go somewhere and you do press Alt, you can use multiple cursors. So when I click here and I press Alt here and Alt here, I can use multiple cursors. And now I'm gonna type class name, and I want the class name to be tagged here. Now again, I'm creating a custom class name, guys, here. So I don't want to repeat myself. Remember, you never want to repeat yourself. So I'm going to create this class name inside of my global CSS called tag, and I'm going to just apply it to all of these buttons. And the buttons are going to be minimal, of course. And the second button is going to be named house. And the third button is going to be named minimal again. I don't know why I named it the same. I don't think it was named Minimal House. But anyways, you guys can change the names or whatever. So I have three buttons, and this is the buttons container basically. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it flex. I'm gonna make space x of 2, space between the children again, a padding right of 5. Padding right of 5 is basically 20 pixels, padding right from the buttons, from the container basically. And you guys can see immediately it's black. Of course it's hard to see, but I'm going to change the colors, so don't worry about that. I'm going to change the colors. So but first what I want to do is I want to have, so you guys see something called this thing. Now inside of Tailwind, I'm going to show you a really cool trick on how you can basically do this really easily with Tailwind. It's really cool, guys. So I'm going to have these buttons. So first I'm going to actually design the buttons so we can actually see them. So I'm gonna say dot tag here, dot tag, and let me just go to my global CSS on my other screen. And I'm just gonna explain you guys how to actually do this. Just a second. So inside of my tag, what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna say add apply again, because we're using this. You always have to say add apply. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have padding top and bottom of 1.5, padding left and right of 3, and then we're gonna have text color, a custom color for the text, CE, CE, CE. And then I'm gonna have rounded XL, and then I'm gonna have text of extra small. And rounded XL is basically the border radius again. I want it to be 12 pixels. I don't want it to be fully rounded, so I'm just making it slightly rounded. And the text extra small. I also want the font to be bold, and I want the border to be 2. A border 2 is basically 2 pixels border width. And I want the custom color for the border. So I'm just gonna say the border color needs to be hashtag 484848, and let's just save it. And as soon as I actually save this, look at that, guys. It applied to all 3 of these buttons, and we don't even have to use this line inside of our search thing again and again. This is how beautiful it is. I mean, if you just know how to use these things, or else you can just create a component. That's another option of you guys. So yeah, you can see these beautiful buttons here. We have the beautiful buttons. Now what I'm gonna do now, the next thing I'm gonna be doing, and I'm gonna go back to search, and what I'm gonna do now, guys, is I'm just gonna show you guys this cool trick here. So because I'm gonna be having this filter icon, and again there's an animation on this icon on the filter one, and I'm writing filters here, of course. So this cool trick, I'm gonna show you guys how to do this. So I'm gonna first of all create a div here for my filter thingy, and I'm gonna get an icon here. It's gonna be MD outline short text icon. If I search for it, outline short text, and I think I don't have this, so I have to import this manually myself. Again, this is a React icon basically. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import it real quickly because I'm not getting suggestions. Sometimes VS Code has a weird issue of not giving you suggestions, like for auto import, and it sucks, and you can't do anything about it. So React icon slash empty, and I'm gonna import this icon. And after this icon, basically, I'm gonna have a span tag, and inside of my span tag, I'm just gonna type filters for now. And of course, I'm gonna style this span tag. But first, let's style this div here. So this div here, I'm gonna make it flex, item center, and I'm also gonna have space between the children of 1.5, 1.5, and you can have 1.5 if you're unsure about anything. Like if I press 1.8 right now, and if I hover over it, you see you're not getting the snippet here, right? But if I press 1.1.5, if I do it, if you're unsure about anything, you just hover over it. If it gives you the snippet here, it does exist inside there. But if it doesn't give you the snippet, remember it does not exist. So remember that. So I'm going to say space between children of 5. Now I'm going to give the text value again of hashtag CE, and I'm also going to say padding left, padding from the left of 4, and I'm going to save it. As soon as I do that, you can see the icon. Of course, the icon is a bit shorter right now. So what I can do is make it a bit bigger. I think this is 100% the screen size. Okay, that's good. So I can do icon. I'm just going to say text to Excel. So because these are not hero icons, we have to target the font size here rather than the height. The height is not going to work. Trust me, I have tried it. So we have to change the font size here because we are using React icons in React icons. But in hero icons, of course, you can just change the height. So as soon as I do text to Excel, the fonts, I increase the font size and it increases the icon height, icon size as well. And what I have to do is I want that animation as well. So I'm just gonna say animate first, and this is how easy it is to add animation. You can see as an animation here as well. Of course, the font is not the same, so it's not looking exactly the same. But yeah, and now we're gonna style the span tag as well. For the span tag, guys, what we're gonna do is very easy. We're just gonna say font of medium. Font of medium is basically font weight of 500, and we're gonna say text of small, and I'm just gonna save it. And here we go. Text of small and font of medium, which looks really, really good. And I have this. Now, the last thing I want to do for the search, to finish the search component, I want this dotted divider in between them. Now, you guys, like, I mean, if I can just pretty much create a span tag or a div and I can pretty much do it. But inside of Tailwind, look how easy it is to just do this. How easy it is. What I'm gonna do, guys, you're gonna get ready to blow away by this if you guys didn't know about it. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna type the white dotted, the white dotted, and then I'm gonna type the white x of 2, and I'm gonna put custom color for my divide. And don't worry, I'm gonna explain you guys, because if you guys, you guys think that what the hell is going on, you don't have to type again. And I'm gonna say margin left of one. And now what I'm gonna do, guys, I'm gonna save this, and here we go. We have the dotted line in between. What the white thing is now, let me explain you. Let me just maybe go to Tailwind, and it might be easier for me to explain. If I type the white here, what the white does, guys, is in the on the parent, because this div contains two childs, right? It has two childs. So the two childs it has is the first child. This is the first div, which is the left hand side, and then there's the right hand side, which is another child. So what the white does is it puts basically a horizontal or a vertical line between them. And because I said divide x of 2, the y x of 2 means it puts like of course of course a horizontal one. If I did the y of 2 instead of x, right, it would have put, of course, it would have put it vertically, of course. What if you guys know what I mean? So it's basically divide by means when it's flex column, basically that's when you do divide y, and when you do divide x, basically it means when it's flex row direction. So that's what it actually means, basically. And divide x2 means it's just basically the width of it. So if I do 8 right now instead of 2, you can see it's the width is bigger. And divide, since it's divide dotted, and if I don't do divide dotted, for example, and if I just do the y-axis of 8, you guys can legit see that if I do 2 right now, this is just a bit, this is a solid line right now, right? But I don't want a solid line, because in the design it was with the white dotted. So yeah. And again, if you guys want to look at the design, just go to the design on the dribble I showed you guys in the starting, and you guys can look at the design pretty much yourself. But that's what the white dotted it puts dotted, and this is just the width. And now again, I want to customize it the different colors, so that's what I did here. And margin left auto for the whole container, because I want this to be as far away as from as from this, as from this possible. So if I don't do this, you guys will see that on smaller screens it's not going to be, so it's correct right now, but on smaller screens, on mobile screens, it's going to be closer to this, which I don't want. So I'm saying ml auto, be as far away as possible from the input field. And our search is actually complete right now. Like, we have actually completed search. All we have to do, of course, is we have to make it dynamic, so we can basically search the songs here, and it basically shows us the different types of songs and stuff. But yeah, we are actually done with our search component, as with the styling and stuff. So I think we are done with all these things, and everything, it looks really good in my opinion. And all we have to do is we have to just change the font, and I'm going to show you guys how to add a custom Google form, which is really easy again inside of Tailwind. It's not at all hard, and I'm going to show you guys exactly how you do that. And don't these things are on the right hand side, by the way, so don't confuse this with the middle section. So this is our middle section again, this is the right section. So these two components actually are on the right section, and they're going to be inside of the right component. So yeah, now let me show you guys how you can add a custom Google font. Basically, I'm going to go to Google Fonts, and the font I'm using right now for my project is, if I want to look at this font, actually, I can go to my global CSS, and that is where I'm going to be adding the font. And it is so damn easy, is that you just add the import from your Google Fonts if you have used Google Fonts before, and that's how easy it is. And then you just go to the configuration file, basically, and you just change just one thing, the font family, and you just add it. That's all. So the font I'm using right now for my project is actually and the Pro font. it's under the pro font. So I'm just gonna basically search for this font. And it's actually a really cool serif font. I just wanted to use this, and yeah, I kind of like this too, you know. So yeah, what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna get all the styles. Let me just check if I'm having. So actually, I don't even have to do this. I mean, if you guys want to use a different font, you guys can pretty much select all the styles and just get the import from here. You know, select all the styles you want to use, and then for the font family, remember these two things are the important things we need to get. But because I've already used this import, I'll just copy this and I'll go back to my global CSS. And where you add this is after this basically. I mean, you can pretty much add this anywhere, but this is just a conventional way of doing it. You just add it there. And the next thing you save this file. The next thing you do is you go to your configuration, and all you have to do, it's really easy again. All you have to do is if I go to my Tailwind configuration right now, Tailwind config.js file, all you have to do is you have to actually add the font family and inside of your, so remember you add the font family outside of the extend. Do not confuse it inside of the extend. You add it outside of your extend thingy. So if I go to Tailwind and just quickly confirm it if it's inside of the extend or no. And yeah, you can see it's outside of your extend. So it's inside of your theme, but it's outside of your extend. So remember that. So I'm just gonna paste this, and yeah, I'm gonna have these two fonts inside of this here. Then I'm gonna have this font, and then I'm also gonna have so this is another font I'm gonna be having sans, but this is a default font. It's given to you by Tailwind CSS. Okay, this is like a default font which I got it from here. It's called sans, and this is another font I'm using, and these are the names of the font. So if I change the name here to something like something whatever, this is the name. Remember, this is the name you're going to be using inside of your Tailwind. This is the utility class basically you're going to be using when I'm going to be applying this font right now. So I'm going to show you guys right now. So I have this font. Remember the import thing. Make sure to import it here, and then go to the config, change it here. And now what I have to do here is I just have to go back to my global CSS, and all I have to do, guys, is, and I have a bunch of different stuff here for the animations and stuff. I was changing some different stuff here for the animations, and I also added another screen, another screen breakpoint of 2XL. Actually, not extended, but I actually changed the one. So 2XL is given to you by default. I actually change it to. So if I go to breakpoints, let me just quickly show you guys again, so you guys don't get confused what I'm doing here. So on 2XL, you see it gives you 1536 pixels, but I actually changed this to 1500 pixels. You know, so I actually tweak these things a bit. So let me add this while I'm here, you know, before I actually forget to add these things. Again, everything is inside of Tailwind. So if you want to understand how this works, just go through the documentation, and it's really, really easy. Trust me, guys. Now this is going to be inside of your extend because I'm extending my screens, you know, and I'm going to change my 2XL to 1500 pixels. Then I'm also going to have keyframes. Now keyframes are also going to be inside of my extend, so I'm going to just get these keyframe as well. Actually, it's all these keyframes. I'm going to get the animation thingy as well, and just after my screen, I'm going to have these keyframes. Now what these keyframes are, remember I told you guys for the animation, the pulse animation kind of thing, added a custom basically a custom value for the animation timing, because I wanted to increase the timing. And again, if you want to read about this, just go to Tailwind and just type animate pulse. You go to animation, and if you go to animate pulse, by default it gives you pulse of 2 seconds. What I did, guys, is I just changed it to 4 seconds. So I just changed the value of the animation because I wanted it a bit longer. Again, it's not necessary and you guys don't have to do this, but if you guys just want to understand how to do all these things, just go to the hair documentation. That's how I did pretty much. I just changed the values. If you go to the bottom, it always tells you how to basically change and how to customize according to your own need, and that's what I exactly did there. So that's the thing, and I have some variants here for my scroll bar. So I added another variant for my scroll bar, and what variants are, guys, again, Again, I'm gonna go here and explain. I always like to do things with the documents because that's how I figure out stuff, guys. Whenever I don't know about something, so that's how I basically figure out. So the variants section basically lets you control which variants are basically generated for each core utility plugin. What it means is basically it allows you to use allows you to use these attributes like focus, visible, disabled, and all these attributes. So what you can do is basically so for example for my scroll bar, I didn't have the rounded attribute. So what I did is I actually went into the variants. It actually got a variant. So I added this rounded variant here. And similarly, you can add different sort of variants, and then it gives me functionality to use a rounded scroll bar basically. And that is really, really cool. If you want to read more about variants and how to like change all these things, you can just pretty much configuring variants, and you can go here and you can see all these things. Dark, these are all variants basically: responsive, dark, group hover, checked, hover, disabled, and all of this stuff. And you can override and basically do other stuff with this. And basically, I added the scroll bar plugin. Remember, so that's what I'm tweaking. I'm changing the variant. I'm having adding a variant of rounded into it. Basically, that's what I'm doing. And don't worry, it's very easy. It's not really that complicated. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. So I've changed my Tailwind configuration a bit. Now what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna go back to global CSS. And remember, we didn't apply the font family yet. So even though we changed the font family, and if I refresh right now, it did not actually apply the new font family thing. Now what I have to do is I have to apply it to my body, right? So I'm just gonna copy this snippet of code here. And I'm gonna go to my global CSS, and after this here, I'm just gonna paste this. Now this time I'm targeting the base thing. And why I'm targeting base thing, remember I told you guys it's just a good way. I mean, I can also do this inside of components, but it's always good to separate these things because body belongs to the base layer, that's what the it belongs to, whereas these two things belongs to the components level, and this belongs to the base level. So it makes sense. Now again, remember you have to use the same name you provided in config, and since for me it was body here, so I'm just doing font body and hover over this. You can see the font family is actually changed here. It says Another Pro and Serif. Background is black and scroll bar height. Because remember, I don't like the scroll bar. So if I actually because I already saved it, so you can see the scroll bar is gone and the background is black too. If I remove it, you will see the scroll bar will come back. And then you cannot see the scroll bar right now because of course there's no overflow here, and the page is of course height of screen, so there shouldn't be any scroll bar. So I think that's the reason you're not actually seeing the scroll bar. uh, but yeah, if the page is bigger and all, there shouldn't be any scroll bar anyway. So yeah, you can see these are all these properties it basically does for us. And the background is black too, so this white thing is gone right now, and the font is changed, which is good. So yeah, guys, now we can basically work on the other stuff. Also, one more thing I am seeing right now, and I don't think it's good. I feel like it's a bit different here, my forms, and it's a bit different. It looks a bit different here, and it also actually looks a bit different for what I'm doing right here. So I think that's something I might need to. I might need to. I might need to. I might need to check again whether I applied the right styling or no. That's what. Or it's maybe because I added the plugins and I did not restart the server. So let's just restart the server to make sure that everything's exactly the same. So I'm just gonna Control C and restart the server again. Because remember, I added the three plugins right inside of my Tailwind configuration, and these were the three plugins: scroll bar height and form and Tailwind scroll bar. We have to make sure that everything's kind of working in a sort of similar manner. And I just need to refresh maybe, I don't know. I mean, still it doesn't look exactly the same to me because it looks a bit different, the colors and stuff. And I'm not sure why though. I feel like, did we actually install the correct font library? Because Maybe that was yeah, I think we did because I copied the font library from here, so that's actually correct as well. Uh, so that's actually correct too, but it doesn't exactly look the same to me. I mean, it's a bit different, the colors and stuff. And even though if I refresh here, I mean, it's a bit different again. And yeah, and again, my premium is not working, I guess, or it's actually working right now. I don't know what happened before, so it's working right now, as you can see. But yeah, I mean, maybe I just needed to refresh or something. Yeah, but yeah, it's working right now. You can see, I can basically songs are changing and it's working right now, and that's really good. I can play this song because it's copyright free. Yeah. So yeah, again, it's not exactly the same, but let's figure it out. What's the issue maybe here? And I feel like our plugin is not configured, is not installed correctly. I think that might be the issue. So what I'll do is I'll actually go to my input plugin and I'll actually see. I'll just go to my Tailwind configuration, guys, and I'll actually go to this Tailwind CSS Forms plugin kind of thing, because this can be the issue. Because if this is not installed correctly, then I think that can be an issue which is messing up some things here. So if I go here, we can see that we have this exactly how it actually tells us. So that is actually correct. And we can go to our package JSON as well, and we can check that we have Tailwind Bar as a dev dependency and these two plugins as dependencies as well, Bureau Icons and Tailwind CSS Forms and Tailwind Bar height, I mean. So that's actually configured correctly. So I don't exactly know. Maybe I missed some styling or something. I'm not really sure about it, but we will figure it out, guys. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out what we missed. Maybe we missed something inside of search. So let me just quickly really check that as well. If we missed some styling inside of our search thing, maybe that's why it's not exactly the same. We have text of white, we have border, we have everything exactly the same. Also for the tags, guys, let me just quickly look at the tags because I might feel like maybe the tags are not done correctly. Maybe that can be the issue as well. So let me just quickly recheck that my tags. We have padding Y and padding left and right. We also have text. We also have rounded XL and the BG is, oh, you see, guys, I forgot to apply the background here, as you guys can see. Forgot to apply the background after my text, so that's why the background is actually different. Yeah, as soon as I do that, you guys can see. I think one more thing which is missing here, guys, is I think text of extra small, rounded XL, border is there. I feel like there's some border space, sorry, there's some letter spacing, but I don't see any letter spacing here provided. So I just feel like that's kind of the only thing. I think it's the font weight maybe. I made it font bold here, so it is font bold here, so that's also correct. I mean, and it's font bold here as well, so the border is correct as well. Like I just feel like something is maybe messing up here because here the font is actually a bit lighter and the background changed, so that looks fine to me. Um, but maybe something. Let me just go to the search again, guys. I'm sorry about this, but we're gonna figure this out. Don't worry about it. I might have missed some styling here and there, and I mean I have the GitHub repo, so you guys can check it out. But I might have missed some of the styling here, flex and item center. So that's actually correct too on the parent container. But I might have messed up somewhere. I might have, I might have missed some little styling something. That's why it's happening like this. And yeah, I think that's the only reason it's kind of like this. Maybe here, I guess, guys. I think I might have missed something. Um, but here as well, it's the same. So I mean, everything else looks the same. We'll come back to this later. I mean, I don't want to waste any more time into this. I might have missed some little detail somewhere, but so far our search, like, it actually looks identical. So yeah, um, I mean, that's not a bad thing. So we're going strong right now. So let's just keep going, and let's work on these poster components. So these are actually going to be the poster components, guys. So I'm going to create. So I'm going to get out of my search right now, and I'm going to go inside of my body. And inside of my body, guys, just a second, I'm just gonna open my body component there. So we have a body component there, and now we're gonna work on this thing here. So I'm just gonna open my body right now, really quickly, and inside of my body, guys, now what we're gonna work on is we're gonna have a div here to contain all these posters, guys. So I'm just gonna create a div, and inside of this div, guys, we're gonna have our search results basically. So whatever we search for here, I want this to be dynamic, right? Whenever I'm searching something, I want this to be dynamic. So I want to have search results. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm again gonna create a piece of state called search results. And by the way, I wanna also give a shout out to I watched Better Spotify React. I don't know if you know Kyle, Web Dev Simplified. He's a really good developer and he does really good videos. And he did a video on a Better Spotify React. And I'm using a lot of his knowledge from that video. I learned a lot from that video, and I'm kind of using the same things, and I'm going to be using the same API, web API node, which he used in his video, which really simplifies the process, guys. And it's really easy to use that actually, and he explained really good. So if you guys don't even understand anything in this video, just go and check out his video as well if you want to learn more about it, which is really good. It helped me a lot actually. So I'm going to create a piece of state called set search results and set search results. So that is actually the convention. And what I'm going to be doing, guys, is I'm going to say use state. And this is going to be an array this time because it's going to be a bunch of different results, right? It's not just going to be one result. It's going to be a bunch of different results. So I'm going to create an array here. Now, inside of my body here, when I actually go down, what I want to have this. Let's just style this container div. Now, this is going to be the container div basically. What I mean is it's going to contain all these posters and stuff. So what I'm gonna do here is I want to make this as grid. Now I'm using grid here instead of flex. And the reason why I'm using grid is I want to explain both of these things, flex and grid. If you guys want to use flex, you can use flex as well. But I want to kind of mix and match everything to explain everything, so people who like using grid, they can also use grid as well. And I'm gonna say overflow y of scroll. And the reason why I'm gonna do that is when I actually go on smaller screen, guys, you can see when I go smaller screen sizes, I can actually scroll through this. So I want to have a scrollable thing. I don't want to just make it disappear. I want to keep it. And especially on phone, it's gonna look really good. And I haven't showed you guys, but on phone it actually looks really cool. And you guys can, since it's deployed, you guys can pretty much. There's one problem to this is that guys have to create this with me till the end because you guys have to use your own API keys in Spotify, and we're gonna create that as well for the authentication, and then only it's gonna work for you guys because that's how it kind of you will be able to log in through this basically. But basically, yeah, if I can just go here and actually show you guys on phone, this is how actually it looks. It looks like really good on phone, and here it is like the player kind of thing. And this is iPhone 6, 7, this is iPhone X basically, and this is 6, 7, 8 Plus. I mean, you guys can pretty much see it looks really cool on phone, and you guys can pretty much scroll through this. You guys can see, you can scroll through this, you can scroll through this, and you can log out. There's this functionality, and you can search through this and you can pretty much play different songs. Again, this is pretty much scrollable. And it's also actually responsive for tablets and stuff. So this is actually an iPad and it's also responsive. And again, we can't see the player right now because it's actually on the bottom and it's hiding because of this. But yeah, it's actually really responsive on iPad and yeah, it's pretty much phone responsive. So it's a really good build, guys. So yeah, overflow via scroll. So let's continue this. And again, whenever you have overflows, remember you're always gonna get horrible scroll bars. So I don't want to get those scroll bars. So I'm going to say scroll bar height, and I'm also going to say height of 96. Height of 96 is 384 pixels, and then I'm going to say padding top and bottom of 4, and then I'm going to say grid columns. Now here's the interesting thing: grid columns with two. Now again, remember I told you guys Tailwind is always mobile responsive first, right? So we're always starting from mobile first, and then we're going upwards. So grid columns too basically means that I want two columns, and what it does is basically it's really good. It actually applies this one FR fraction kind of thing, which is responsive. It's really, really responsive, and I want two columns on my phone size, and then as soon as I go on a larger screen size, which is basically LG, as I go on a larger screen size, I want my columns to be three. I want my grid columns to be three. Now, if I hover over this, you can see on 1024 pixels, the columns are going to be three, but by default, I want it to be two. So, and of course, there are no poster components right now, but as soon as we add those components, it's going to be responsive. So you guys are going to clearly understand that. Now, after larger, on the Excel screen size, I want my columns to be four now on that side. And Excel is basically 1280 pixels. So on 1280 pixels, I want my columns to be 4. But by default on phone, I want them to be 2. And you can make it 1 as well if you want to, but I just kept it 2 right now. And then I want gap X. This time I'm using gap instead of space. And there's a reason why I'm using gap, because when the flex direction changes from row to column, and of course since it's overflow scroll and overflow y scroll, and the columns are changing 2, 3, 4. The space y kind of bit messes up sometimes, and so you have to use gap instead of space here. And I'm also gonna give gap y of 8 basically. So I want horizontal gap of 4 between the posters, but I want vertical gap of 8, which is a bit more of 32 pixels. So if I go here again, show you guys, this is the horizontal gap, and of course this is the vertical gap. So vertical gap and horizontal gap. And of course it's that I haven't given any max width here, so of course it's taking more width, but on a bigger screen you can see it's respecting the width between this and this. So yeah, that's what I actually mean by this. So let me just switch back here and let's go here. So now I have gap y of 8 vertical gap, and I'm also going to give some padding, all around padding of 4. And now inside of my div here, I'm going to be having my search result. Now let's actually get our search results. Let's make this dynamic so we can search here, and when we search here, we're gonna get this beautiful thing here. When I actually try to search here, I'm gonna get this is my favorite song, of course. So I always kind of search this. But yeah, when you kind of search this, you can get these songs, and then you can basically change and you can play these songs and stuff. But yeah, so we're gonna create this beautiful thing now, and so you're gonna be able to search. And if you're not searching anything by default, we're gonna fetch the new releases from Spotify API. So by default, when we're not searching anything, it actually shows us the default releases, the new releases kind of thing. So now a lot of work needs to be done here. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is the first thing I have to do, guys, is we have to complete the authentication portion, and I'm going to be using Next authentication, and I've used it from my previous builds as well. If you don't know about what Next authentication is, and it's pretty fun, pretty really good. Next authentication, it's really powerful, and of course, since the name suggests, it's used with Next.js, and yeah, and I'm going to show you from scratch how to use that actually. So Next authentication is pretty great actually. So yeah, for next authentication, I'm gonna be using that. So we need to first complete the authentication, because the reason why we need to complete the authentication is because we need an access token, and we need an and we also need to refresh the access token with a new access token, so we stay logged in. Because what happens in Spotify, guys, is we stay logged in for a while, and then actually the access token expires, and it gives us errors. So we don't want to do that. So this portion, which I'm going to be doing, the next authentication, is actually really important, and you guys really need to focus on this one. So get really go slow through this portion and just focus on this really, because we need to refresh the access token so it does not give us any errors, and the access token refreshes, and the expires kind of expiry date refreshes every time, so it does not expire then, which is really really cool. I'm going to be showing you guys how exactly do that. So we need to complete this thing, the authentication portion to get the access token, and we need to go to the first thing I want you guys to do is actually go to the Spotify website, Spotify developer, sorry, not the Spotify player, Spotify, Spotify developer, Spotify developer. I don't know if you guys have done Clever Programmer Spotify clone before. It was good, but it wasn't kind of like this. I mean, it wasn't dynamic and stuff, but yeah, it was super good too. But anyways, go to this website, and I want you guys to do go to here exactly at this and open your dashboard. And if you aren't logged in, and I would suggest guys just use premium, and trust me, it's not that expensive. And if it is really, if you can't purchase premium or anything, I've still done created a custom player, and let me actually show you guys that custom player here. But the reason is I can't show you guys here because it's actually a deployed application and I'm not running locally. But I've actually created a custom player for the people who do not have premium, and it's really cool, guys. It looks exactly the same as in design. The design I showed you in the starting, it looks exactly the same, and it's really, really cool. So even if you can't buy and purchase premium, it is okay, and you will still get all these results, guys. Don't worry about it. The results are gonna be still there. You can still use the API. The only difference is you can't play songs. So when I'm actually clicking here, it's actually playing songs because I have premium. But without premium, you can't play these songs, and this functionality doesn't work. The playing songs functionality doesn't work without premium. So you need premium in order to play the songs. But everything else, guys, trust me, the playlist, the search, and everything will work even if you don't have the premium. And I have a custom player as well. But the only thing is it doesn't play songs. That's all. So go to the dashboard, and if you don't have premium, just need to try to use premium for this build because it's worth it, guys. Trust me, it's really, really good. And just log in with your account. So I'm gonna log in with my account. Now I've already created one app, so I'm gonna create another app here, and I'm gonna maybe name this one Spotify Redesign YT, and I'm just gonna agree, and you can pretty much add a description if you want to. I'm just gonna say same thing there maybe. For some reason, I can't add the description now. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so yeah, I'll create another application here. To create an application, go to the dashboard, log in with your account, create an app, and get to this page. Now, this page is really important. What I want you guys to do on this page is you guys are gonna have something called a client ID, and then you're gonna get something called a client secret. And guys, again, this authentication portion which you're going to be building is really important. So really focus on this, because if you get this wrong, you're going to get into a lot of errors which you're going to never like. It's going to be really hard. Of course, you can figure it out, but it's going to be really hard to figure it out because I've done myself, and I know about this. So focus on this part. So you're gonna have something called client ID and client secret. You don't want to show your client secret, and because these are called environment variables, and you don't want to show environment variables to anyone. Client ID is okay, but you don't want to show your client secret to anyone. So what I'm going to be doing, guys, I'm going to be so whenever you have these kind of secrets inside of your Next.js applications or React applications, you create something called a file. And again, this is in the documentation, so you can figure it out. Something called .env.local file inside of a root directory, basically. .env.local, and this file you create inside of a root directory, remember. Now what you do with this file is you have something called Spotify. Now let me go to Next.js authentication. Next authentication. It's called Next authentication. Okay. And Next authentication is really good, guys, and recently they upgraded to version 4, which is in beta actually right now. So if I click on get started, upgrade guide, this is what we're going to be using. We're going to be using a beta version of Next authentication, which is really clean, guys, and it's really powerful, and they did some changes. So don't worry about it. I'm going to explain everything from the beginning, and then, of course I've read through this beta documentation, and of course since it's a beta, so it's, they're going to be using this for the future versions. So of course they've upgraded some things and stuff, so I'm going to be explaining everything. But yeah, it's really powerful. So what you can do is you can press Command K and you can search for Spotify here. And if I go and click Spotify here, you guys can go through pretty much everything here. You guys can see they give examples for pretty much everything. So what you basically do is you have something a next authentication file, And remember, it's going to be going inside of your pages API directory. If I told you guys in the starting, because it's a backend code. Any backend code goes inside of the API directory. But what you have here is the two things I want you to focus on: Spotify client ID and Spotify client secret. These two things are really important. Now these are these things, guys: Spotify client ID and the client secret, which you're going to be getting here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to paste my client ID inside of here, and my clients, and I don't care about my client secret right now. It's okay because it's not like a production or a secret is built for me. But of course, you guys, if you're doing it for production, you guys doing your own list, do not show this client ID to anyone. That's why we include it as an environment variable. So I'm just gonna get the client secret, and of course, I'm gonna say Spotify, and you can name this anything. You can name this client ID, just client ID, remove the Spotify too. However you want to name it, I'm just going to name it conventionally because that's how it's named here in Next.js. And I have the client secret. Now, another thing I want you guys to add is something called the next auth URL variable, which is really important, guys. And what this variable is actually the localhost 3000. Now this variable is going to change once we deploy the app, and we're going to be using Vercel. Vercel is again a platform. It's a good platform basically. Vercel is the builders of Next.js basically. It is the platform where Next.js was built basically, and you can deploy Next.js apps to Vercel. Of course, you need something called the server because Next.js apps are not like React. They have a server running, so you need a server basically because it builds your apps and runs on it. It goes to a server and then it fetches from the server. So it's hosted on the server. So you need something called like Vercel to do that, and we have deployed it on Vercel. And the next auth URL basically, this is like a domain which you're gonna get from Vercel. And when we deploy the app, it's gonna be different, but locally it's gonna be localhost 3000 for us, and we're just gonna save it. And since we changed the environment file and we save this, we have to actually restart the server as well. But don't worry, right now we're not restarting right now. We restart after building our backend code here. Next thing, what I'm gonna do here is let's actually build the authentication, the backend code right now. So what I'm gonna do, guys, I'm gonna click on example code here, and here they explain like really well. So first thing we have to do, guys, is we need to install the first thing you have to do, guys, we need to install. So I'm going to go to upgrade there. We need to install the next authentication. So I'm just going to get this command using npm. Just use npm, and I'm going to open my terminal and open my other terminal and paste this here. I'm just going to press enter. So I'm installing next authentication beta version, and I'm going to be installing this, and we're going to go step by step and follow these steps really carefully because these are really important, guys. These steps are really, really important. uh, so basically, yeah. So what I'm gonna do, guys, now is I'm just gonna go here, and what I'm gonna be doing now, guys, is I'm gonna go to the example code thingy, and I'm gonna follow each of these steps step by step. The first thing we have to do is, guys, to basically start or getting started with next authentication, we need to add an API route. Now, how do we do this? To add Next.js to a project, create a file, and this is the file name. So I'm just going to copy this exact file name. So don't mess up this file name. We need this exact file name inside our pages slash API slash authentication directory. Now we don't have any authentication directory. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an authentication directory. But remember, inside of API, because it's backend code. Now inside of my authentication directory, I'm going to copy paste this file name, and I'm going to create this file. This is what we do. Now what we have to do here, guys, is we have to copy this file. We have to copy this, and this goes inside of our next authentication. I'm just gonna paste it. Now, since we are not using GitHub provider, we are gonna be using Spotify provider. So I'm just gonna say Spotify. All we have to do is we just have to keep the provider, but we just have to change GitHub to Spotify. That's all. And here, when we go provider slash, you can see we have all these different bunch of providers. This is so many providers. So the very cool thing I like about Next.js is it gives you so many different providers. Even if you click here, you can see there are so many different providers here: Spotify, Yandex, WordPress, Salesforce, Instagram, Facebook, GitHub, Google, a lot of different providers. All you have to do is you have to just change the naming, and that's all. That's how simple. It's really, really simple, guys. If you have never used Next Authentication before, it's really, really simple to use Next Authentication. It's really simple. Trust me, guys. So I'm changing it, and you can add more providers as well. It's not just that you can only use one, but you can actually add more and different types of providers. So if you want to use Google along with Facebook, along with Spotify, whatever, you can use that. But of course, for this application, I'm just going to use Spotify. Remember the environment variables, right? Because we can't actually show the keys here, so we can't just type the client ID and the client secret like this. So we use something called process.env dot our environment local environment variable, which is Spotify client ID for us. So I'm just gonna say Spotify client ID here, and for this one I'm gonna say client secret. And that's all, guys. And remember, I told you guys that we need to restart, but first let's complete all our backend code. Then we'll restart the server because we added an environment variable. Whenever we add environment variable, we always have to restart the server. But first, let's finish our backend code for the authentication. So this is the first thing. Now, what's the next thing you have to do is this is basically on the client side. This is how you actually retrieve your session. So with Next authentication, you have something called sessions. So you get something called something called sessions with Next authentication. And what sessions give you is basically they give you cookies and stuff, and they give you basically the user information. They'll give us the access token. In Spotify's case, it's going to provide us the access token, and it's going to provide us an expire time, and then that's going to update. We're going to update this from our backend code here, which is going to be really, really clean, guys. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna go first down here, and I'm gonna actually inside of my app.js to be able to use session first, you'll need to expose the session context, session provider at the top level of your application. This is really important, guys. You have to do this. So inside of our app.js, and exactly tells us where we have to do this. We'll go to app.js, and to be able to use the use session. Now use session is a hook, guys. It gives us these hooks, little hooks called get session, use session, use CSR token, and a different bunch of hooks, I don't know. And we can use these powerful hooks to get on the client side to basically get useful information, because of course we need to get users name, users email, and other bunch of stuff. But to use this, we need to expose the session context. So what I'm going to do here, inside of my app.js, I'm just gonna get my session provider on the top here from next React here, from next.React. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy this return statement. I'm gonna change this to this. And here, of course, where are we getting the session from is we have to change this here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get this component thing and this thing inside of this. I'm just gonna paste it. Component, page props, section, and page props. This is how we do it. So just copy the exact thing here, what they're saying. Just copy this whole thing and just paste it there. That's all. And now I'm just gonna save this. So now this is done. And see, they're saying when deploying your site, set the next auth URL environment variable to whatever URL of the website. So this is really important, and that's what we added environment variable, right? So, and when we're deploying to Vercel, Vercel is going to handle this. It's really easy to handle all these environment variables. We're going to upload these environment variables to Vercel, which is really, really secure. And we're going to add this add our domain name, which Vercel gives us to the next of your environment variable as well. And of course, not here again, it's going to be on Vercel. Here, it's going to stay the same. We're not going to change anything here. Here, it's going to stay, the next URL environment variable is going to stay the same. We're not going to change it. But this is for local development. And that's all we have to do here. Now, there's a bunch of stuff inside of, so if you have watched my previous build, I mean, this is pretty much all I have done, and you don't have to, you can add adapters and stuff. But this, since you're building Spotify, you need something called access token and refresh token, right? So it's a bit more complicated. It doesn't just end here. Now, what we have to do here, guys, is I've already done this before. I'm going to explain you guys exactly what I'm doing. And it might be a little complicated, but I'm going to try my best to explain you guys. So what I'm going to do is first we need a custom page, right? Again, if you don't know how to add a custom page or anything, you can again go to the next link. The documentation is pretty good. You can just search for custom page, and it will pretty much tell you everything you have to do. If you create a custom page or something, it's gonna tell custom login page. So here you go. When I click here, it says Next.js automatically creates simple unbranded authentication pages, which I have used in my Disney clone before. Now, if you want to use a branded custom page to add a custom login page, you can see you can use the pages option, which is really, really easy. Inside of your Next.js, all you have to do here is you have to go here, and when I press command space, it gives me all these suggestions. Now, when I type PA, you see I get pages suggestion, which means we can use this option, pages option, and what all you have to do basically is you have to open this, and we have these different bunch of pages you can use. You can use a custom sign out page, custom sign in page, custom error page, custom new user page, and a bunch of different pages. And they explained it really well as well what these pages are for. So for the sign in page, this is the convention we can use. Now again, this needs to be exactly the same. You can't just type whatever you want here. It needs to be exactly correspond to the sign in. So we need a custom sign in page. So for custom sign in page, just gonna type sign in, and then I'm gonna type the route here. Now this is the route actually. Now what this route is basically, if I go to my deployed application right now, if I log out, you guys will see it will redirect me back to /auth/sign in. It redirects me, right? So this is the route actually, okay? And you can actually change this. Like this is not something you can't change if you don't want to have it inside of Flash. But remember, this route what we are creating, it needs to be inside of a pages directory because everything in Next.js sits inside of the pages directory. So if I'm doing /auth/sign in, it means that I need to have a folder inside my pages directory called authentication, and then inside of the authentication I need to have a file called signin.js. That will be my sign-in page. So if you want to remove the auth, you can just have sign-in. You can remove the auth, that's up to you, but I'm just going to use the same one because that's how the convention tells us. So I like to follow the conventions and stuff. But yeah, that's how we're going to create a custom authentication sign-in page, a login page. So that's how we're gonna do. Because we said /auth/sign in, we need to create it exactly like that inside of the pages directory. So I'm gonna right click here, create a new folder. Now I already have an authentication, right? But that's inside of API. So do not confuse it with API. API is the backend code. We need to create a login page on the front end, right? It's not the backend. This authentication is the backend. Okay. So this, do not confuse it with this one. So I'm gonna right click on pages. I'm gonna create a new folder called authentication, and right click here and new file, and I'm just gonna name it signin.js. Again, you can change this to whatever you want. You can change it to login. If you don't want to keep the name sign in, you can change this. If you change this one to login here, you can name this login. But remember, it needs to be the same name to work. Now I can do underscore RFTE here, and again, the component name, the function name can be bigger, but the page name needs to be smaller. Because yeah, and then I can pretty much save this and that's all. Now we can come back to this. Now this is our custom page basically. Now we can come back to this page later, but first let's actually finish this because a lot of stuff needs to be done here. Now I'm gonna go back here. Now guys, now we need something called. So inside of our Spotify provider, guys, it doesn't just end with client ID and client secret. We need something of authorization. Now what authorization is for it's something for Spotify. We absolutely need it. Now, what authorization, guys? Sorry, what authorization is basically it's a basically redirect. It's a redirect link. So basically, when you click on the login button, as I showed you guys before, if I actually log out from the Spotify right now, and if I go back to the deployed application, and if I click on the login button, so this is the login button. If I click on it, and this is going to take me to this link here. Now, how does it actually take me to this page? And this link actually has a bunch of stuff. It has your user scopes and not right now, but when you don't have like scopes or anything, like I'm going to show you guys from scratch here how it's going to work. So you have like user scopes and a bunch of different stuff. So what you can like basically do is this link, right? This link is very, very important. So what is this? This is an authorization link. Okay, so just bear with me right now, and I'm gonna explain you guys exactly what it does. Okay, just copy this. I'm just gonna copy it. It takes you to this page on accounts.spotify.com, which is this page here, accounts.spotify.com/authorize. So it takes you to something called /authorize, and you have, so in Spotify you have something called scopes. Now, what scopes are basically, so when you're using the Spotify API, we have these different bunch of things called user read email scope, streaming scope, user read private scope. What these scopes basically mean are that we have different, so we are fetching different information. We are fetching users playlist, we're fetching users recently played, like in our application here. When I'm gonna go to my application here, for example, I'm just gonna log in and I'm gonna show you guys to the deployed version. When I go here, so you guys can see I have recently played. So we are fetching recently played, we're fetching new releases, and we're fetching search. So all these things require something called scopes inside of Spotify. Now scopes go inside of your authorization URL basically inside of Spotify. And if you guys don't understand what I'm talking about, what you guys can do is again go to Next Authentication and click on Spotify here. Again, just go to the Spotify and you can see here, the Spotify provider comes with a set of default options. You can click on this link, guys. When you click on this link, it takes you to this GitHub link, and you guys can pretty much go ahead and look at this, guys. This is the authorization URL, basically. And it doesn't just end here, it has scopes. So you can see there's something called scopes, and then there's the authorization URL. Now, what I basically did is I combined, instead of, and so what you can do is instead of having these scopes inside of the authorization URL, you can just pretty much add the scopes here. So if I go here, you can pretty much add the scopes. Now, in the newer version of Next Authentication, if you go here and if you go to, I'm gonna show you exactly how it works, guys. So I click here, guys. You guys can see in the newer version here, guys, what they basically changed some stuff. So what they actually changed is, if you guys go down here, they will tell what they actually changed. They changed some of the stuff. I think it's on the top here somewhere. It's somewhere here, guys. I'm not sure exactly where, but it's somewhere here, guys. So basically, they changed some of the stuff here. So before it used to be just scope, as in the GitHub here, and they did not apparently update the GitHub, but in the beta version they actually changed it. And yeah, here it is, guys. Sorry. So inside of the authorization, you can see replaces authorization URL, params, and scope. So before this used to be scope, just like in sorry, this close GitHub. Yeah, I just closed right now. I'm sorry. So before it used to be just scope, but now they actually changed this to authorization. So for that authorization, which is already this one, and you can see you can just pretty much do like, if I remove this, guys, and if you guys don't want to do like this, what you guys can do is you can put this, and then you can do. So you have three things here. Now inside of a params, there's something called scope. You can see here's the option. So always try to get suggestions, because suggestions is really good. When you don't get suggestions, always understand that something is going wrong. So I always, I always type command space and try to see if I'm getting any suggestions. I'm getting suggestion here of scope. You can see this is what this means that I'm doing this correctly. So instead of params, this is, I simplified this to for you guys to just one thing, and you guys can add the scopes with the Spotify's authorization URL here. It's just, these are just params, as you can see. What we did is we just added params and stuff, and this question mark just means params, and these are different params, and you just put commas. And remember, if you don't put comma and put equals to here or plus here, it's not gonna work. You have to put comma. This is exactly the URL you need to be putting, and you need all the scopes for our project. The project we are building here recently played new releases. I added all the scopes really carefully to remember to add all these scopes, because these are really important, all these scopes. So yeah, after we're done with adding all these scopes, what I'm going to be doing is the next thing, I'm just going to go to my this thing here. Now we need something called callbacks. Now what are actually callbacks? Now again, if we don't know anything, just go to the documentation, just click on it. Now callbacks are asynchronous functions you can use to control what happens when an actions performed. So for example, in callbacks, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be, for Spotify, we're going to be looking, we're going to be going through the initial sign-in process, which is basically going to give us the access token, expires, and the refresh token, as you guys can see, these three things. And then it's going to also return the previous token if the access token has not expired. So we need the previous token if it is not expired. But if it is expired, it will try to update it. Now, how is it going to update it? Refresh access token is actually a function which we actually made here. Now, we didn't make this function, sorry. I just got this function from Next Authentication as well. So Next Authentication pretty much does everything for us. We don't have to write these functions or anything. We just look at the documentation, search for it, and just get those things. And then we're gonna have a synchronous session, and that's what they're telling us. They're asynchronous functions, and you can see all these are asynchronous functions. It gives us JWT, JSON Web Tokens. If you don't know about JSON Web Tokens, you can search for it on Google. It's basically the authentication flow, and then you can see if you want to pass data such as access token or user ID to the browser when using JWT, JSON Web Token, you can use persist data in the token when JWT callback, and you can pretty much redo the whole documentation. It's really good. Like it's pretty much really good and it handles everything. So we need these callbacks anyways. And what I'm going to be doing, guys, is I'm going to be copying the whole callback section here because I don't want to waste any further time into this because it's pretty straightforward, honestly. And it's gonna make a lot of sense when I actually do this. So yeah. So I'm gonna be doing, guys, is now I'm just gonna be getting this after my providers here, guys. After my providers here, I'm gonna be getting the callbacks here. And I don't know why I didn't add the page option, but you need to add for a custom page. You need to add this pages slash or slash signing. And what I'm gonna be doing here, guys, is I'm gonna be copying this callbacks thing here, and as soon as I press command space, you can see I have something called callbacks. So again, I'm getting suggestions, so it's the right place to add in. And I'm just gonna add this whole bunch of callback code. And don't worry about this and don't freak out about this. This is really easy, and this is inside of Next.js. And if you want to understand more about this, this is really easy. These are all functions, asynchronous function. Next authentication gives us, and we are just checking, and we're gonna update the refresh token. And this is really important step because if you don't do this, your refresh token is not gonna be updated and it's not gonna work then. And since we have a function here, we need this function. Now, how did I actually get this? Get to know about this? Now, I searched for something called refresh token rotation, uh, refresh token rotation, next authentication. And this is the first link, as you can see. This is again given to us by Next.js. When I click here, you guys can see, you guys can pretty much see here that they give us a server side and they give us a client side code, right? So I got this server side code. This is the backend code, right? And you guys can see inside of next authentication.js, this is the whole bunch of code they actually give us. So this is the callback I'm using, which I already did right now. And again, what I need is I needed this refresh access token function. This is exactly what I'm using, guys. I just copied this, I just pasted it. The only things that changed is I'm not using the authorization, Google's authorization URL, of course, and I'm using a Spotify provider. And of course, and if you go into the Spotify provider here on the bottom, it's not Google provider, it's Spotify provider, and the authorization URL is something which I changed again and explain to you guys how I actually changed that. So and here inside of search params, I'm not actually doing this. So that's the only difference. Like I'm not doing these things. So but everything else exactly remains the same. You don't have to change anything else. You don't have to mess anything up. So what you can do is just pretty much get this function. So I'm just gonna go here and I'm just gonna get my function here on top before my export default next auth, and I can pretty much paste my function here. And inside of this function I actually didn't even change this, so you guys can see even this thing I made. I didn't even touch this thing, so this whole function I didn't touch anything. The only thing I changed is instead of Google APIs, of course I'm not going to go to Google APIs, I'm going to go to this link. And again, how did I actually get this URL? This is the refresh access token URL. I got it from GitHub here. So if I go here to the Spotify providers, this is the Spotify providers, and you guys can see access token URL. This is the link. I got it from here, and you can see grant type, authorization code, and stuff. So of course I need the refresh token, so I did the grant type to be refresh token, and I changed this URL to be spotify.com/API/token, which is what I want to do. And then I'm fetching this, and this is the post request. And this is really, really clean, guys. This is all backend code. And just save this. And now, hopefully, it's gonna work. I mean, because it's exactly the same. It's done in exactly the same way, of course, and that's how it did before. And we have the environment variables here, and all these things are really important, guys. So what I'm gonna do now, guys, everything is done right now. Again, this code is really easy, and if you guys don't understand this, just let me know. Let me know if you guys don't understand this. I'm gonna explain maybe in time, because I don't want to go into more in depth right now, because I think I pretty much explained really, so much right now. But anyways, what I'm gonna do now, guys, is I'm actually gonna save this, and we have the refresh access token, and you guys can read this as well. It takes a token and returns a new token with updated access token, and the access token expires. So these two are the fields we need: access token expires. If an error occurs, it returns the old token and an error property. But hopefully, it's not gonna happen for us. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna go to my terminal, and because we had added the environment variables and we did not restart the server, so I'm gonna stop my server right now, and I'm gonna restart my server. So I'm gonna run yarn run dev again. I'm gonna go back here, and hopefully, let's actually go. And we need to actually build the custom login page as well, right? So to test this authentication, if it's working or not, we need to actually go to the authentication page, the login page, and we need to build that. So that's the next thing, actually, guys. So on my other screen, I'm actually going to open that page, and let's actually build that page. So we already created the file, you know, and the file is inside of sign in here. Page is not inside of API again, it's here. So I'm going to close my terminal, and now we can test our authentication. So what I'm going to do, guys, is inside of sign in here, I'm going to create the page. Let's actually create our custom sign-in page. So what I'm going to do, the first thing, I'm going to get the head component from, and I explain you guys the head component, what it is inside of Next.js, hopefully. Uh, Inside of index.js, if I go, I can pretty much copy this and paste it here. And again, I want to get this head component from Next, basically. So again, Next.js gives us these beautiful optimized components that you can use. Again, this is the login page for me. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say login, and I'm just going to say Spotify here, and I'm just going to save it. Now, guys, I'm going to have an image component here. And again, this image component is the Spotify login image. I'm not going to type it out. It's again a component which I'm going to get from Next.js. So I'm quickly going to actually get this image component from my GitHub, and show you guys really quickly what I've done here. So I've again, remember, you configured the URL inside of next configuration, right? Show you guys again. So it's not gonna give us any errors now. And we have a height and a width property. I told you guys we always need to determine the height and width property, an object that contain, and a class name here, and a bunch of different stuff. So this is what we need, guys. And I just wanna check one thing out, guys. I just wanna check one more thing. I just wanna go to my pages, just a second, because I wanna make sure it's my latest. I just wanna make sure that it's my latest commit, actually, because I'm not sure if it's my latest commit right now. I'm viewing, and that might be a problem, because I need to make sure that it's my latest commit, guys. Because I'm viewing on the GitHub screen, on my GitHub screen right now, and I think I just changed some of the commits today. So I just want to make sure that if I'm on the latest commit right now. But yeah, I think I'm on the latest commit right now. So yeah, we have an image right now on the sign in page. I'm just gonna open this because I've already done this before. I'm just gonna open this really quickly, guys. Just a while, so I'm just gonna make sure that it's exactly the same, and I'm just gonna go to the sign-in page. And yeah, it's exactly the same. I just wanted to double check and make sure that I did not actually change anything on my login page. So I'm just gonna close it here and I'm gonna continue. So what I've actually done on my login page, guys, is that I have a Next.js image component. I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure that it's there. So yeah, what I'm gonna do here is I have a logo here, and of course, since it's a component, I need to import it as well before it gives me an error. I'm gonna go to next/image, and I'm just gonna save this and let us go, because to view this page right now, we are on the index page right now. Remember, this is the index page. Now to view this page, you have to go to what? We have to go to /authentication and /sign-in, right? And hopefully, yeah, as soon as I go on that page, you guys can see, we see this beautiful image, and it is responsive, and it's height and width, and it's having this animation. So remember that animation, animate first, so it's actually working. I added this animation on the logo. Now we have the logo, and we're gonna have just two things. And the next thing we're gonna be having is we're gonna be having the sign in button. Now, how are we actually gonna get the sign in button? Is we're gonna fetch something called the providers, and we're gonna get the providers on the server side now. Now this is really cool. This is now what this is basically inside of Next.js. This is the special feature of Next.js. Like these are the special features. The Next.js gives us something called server-side props and initial props and static props. Get static props, get initial props, and server-side. What server-side props are basically it basically builds the page on the server. Like it gets the providers for us on the server. In this case, we are fetching. It's an asynchronous function, so we are fetching the providers, getting provider, and get providers is a function inside of Next.js. If I press command space at the end, you see it gives a suggestion for auto import. So it auto imports get providers, and you can see it calls API/auth/provider, returns a list of currently configured authentication providers. So it gives you a list of current providers on the server beforehand, and that's why we are using something called get server side props here. And then it returns the providers to us because it's a list, right? As props. And now we can use this inside of our sign-in function, which is really, really powerful, and it's a really powerful feature inside of Next.js. And trust me, you're gonna fall in love with Next.js, once you know about this feature, because and you can pretty much do this for any API you're using, for any API, for any sort of any sort of things you're gonna get. It builds it on the server, gets it on the server, and then it prefetches for you. Of course, when you go to the page, it's already there. It does not load on the page. It gets it on the server beforehand. You go to the page, and then it gets you all the information you need, which is really, really powerful in my opinion. So yeah, this is get server side props. It's gonna give us the providers, and now it returns the providers as the props, of course, as props, and then you can use these props on the pager like this. This is how easy it is. And yeah, and remember, inside of app.js we also customized our app.js with the session provider, and that's the reason we did this, because provider, what it does is it actually gives us page props. And what page props are? These things, basically these are all page props. So it gives us page props, so we can use hooks like use session and stuff like that, which is really, really clean. Now that's the next thing I'm going to be showing you guys, how to use the use session hook. Now, before, if you saw my previous build, the Disney build, I used to get the use session hook in a different sort of way. But since I'm using a beta version of Next.js right now, they actually changed it a bit, and you guys can see again. I go to the end, and it gives me an auto import session, and I click on it, and it gives you use session hook. And use session is basically a React hook that gives you access to the login. Basically, as I told you guys, it gives you the access to the user's email, access token, and everything else. And I'm gonna explain you guys how it gives you access to all those things. So don't worry about it. So we're gonna get it like this. And the reason it's changed like this is because if you go to the migration guide here, the next authentication, go to the upgrade guide here, you will see that they actually changed some of the stuff here to get the session and stuff. So if you just search for use session right now, and if you go here, you guys will see, before it used to be like this. It used to be const session loading, and now it's changed. It's different. It's not like this anymore. And for up-to-date documentation, if you go here, this is the version 4 documentation, the beta version, and this is how you change it. Before it used to be like that, and now it gives us something called access to the status. And what status? It's actually pretty cool. And that's how we're gonna be building our beautiful loading as well. I don't know if you guys noticed about it, but when I actually log out, you guys see this beautiful loading and actually logs us in. And when I actually log in back, and actually gives us a beautiful loading page, and then it actually logs in. So that's how we're gonna be creating our beautiful loading as well. And even the logout, it's a very instant. Like it doesn't take time. As soon as I click logout, it actually logs me out and takes me to redirects me to this page. And when I refresh, it does not show me anything. It just shows me this page, and I can quickly sign in back again. So that's really really powerful. And everything, of course, Next.js. And yeah, so the loading thing will be done using something called status, which is really really cool. I'm going to be showing you guys how we can do that. So don't worry about it. So as for the providers, since we're getting the providers back, so back to the login page. What I'm going to be doing here, guys, is here I'm going to be getting something called. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be using object, and because I want to map through the providers, and it's an array of objects. So what I'm doing is basically I'm saying object dot values. And if you don't know what it does, again, you can just pretty much go through it. As soon as I put brackets, you can pretty much say object that contains the properties. This can be object that you created. It returns you an array of values of the properties of an object. So since it's an object, and I want to use it as an array, basically, it's an object, and I want to use it as an array. So I'm going to pass all my providers in here, and I'm going to map through my providers and get my single provider, get the single provider, and I'm going to do an implicit return. This is called an implicit return. So what it does is basically I can return a div here right now, and I don't have to write return. So when you put brackets here, you can do implicit return. You just put a component or div or whatever, and you don't have to type return. When you put curly braces like this, you have to type return. So if you didn't know about that. So, and since whenever you map through something, always remember you need something called key. So whenever you're mapping through something, you always need something called key. Now what the key is, key needs to be unique, of course, right? So we're gonna say provider dot name, actually. Again, these things what I'm doing here, again, it's from the documentation. I'm not just doing it myself. I'm getting this from the documentation, and I can show you guys as well. If I go to the sign in kind of page, the custom sign in, if I type custom uh, sign in, you guys can see it's gonna show me uh, how to create. I just went to custom sign in page before. I don't know why it's not showing me right now anymore, but I showed you guys before. It was a sign in page before, um, and it was a custom sign in page basically. So yeah, I mean, but anyways, I'll show you guys. So it's basically on the page. I'm getting from that documentation everything. I'm not doing anything myself. All there in the documentation. So I'm gonna render out the button here, and inside of the button, what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna say sign in with. Again, I'm gonna open my curly braces because I wanna use JavaScript inside of it. Inside of my JSX. I'm gonna say provider dot name again. And now here, what I'm gonna do for the button, right? I'm gonna put the class name for the button, for my button. And there's a bunch of different stuff I wanna do for this button. Now again, I'm just gonna get it really, really quickly, the class name for my button. And I'm gonna explain you guys, I don't wanna waste any more time into this. And it's pretty straightforward, so yeah. And since this button is just unique, it's just only one button. But remember, if you have more buttons like that, it's better to create it inside of global CSS as a class, as a class name, so you don't have to repeat yourself again. Remember that. But since it's just one button I'm using, so I've only done it like here. But if you want to do it inside of global CSS, just go and create a class name and just do it like that. So I'm just gonna save it. And what I'm doing for this button actually, and let's actually go to and like, as you can see, it's saying cannot convert undefined or null to object. It's giving us an error right now, and we're gonna figure that error right now. So don't worry about that. But what basically happens here is if I go down here and if I see I'm getting my providers, right, and I'm returning my providers as well, which is actually correct. So I'm not doing anything wrong here. and on click, basically we're going to have an on click on the button. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be having an on click function on the button as well. And what the on click function is going to do, because we need to sign in, right? So what I'm going to do is it's going to be an inline function, and I'm going to say sign in. Again, what sign in is, again, it's a function given to us by Next.js. And again, if I go to the end here, and if I press command space, it should probably give me the function auto import. For some reason, it's not getting there now. But I'm just gonna type provider.id here. And it's better to use provider.id here as well. I don't know why I said name here, but it's better to use provider.id whenever it's keys and stuff. So yeah. So the sign in function is running, and we're gonna say sign in provider.id, and we're gonna sign in with the provider's name here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna restart my server because it's lagging for some reason. We're gonna cancel this and maybe restart my server. Maybe then it works. I don't know. And on the top here, guys, what I'm going to be doing is something really cool. I'm going to be getting my router object from Next.js. Now, Next.js gives you this very powerful hook called use router, which is again built in inside of Next.js, so you can get it. And it's a hook, of course, and which basically makes you to navigate between different pages. Like if you want to go from one page to another, and it simplifies the whole process of actually doing that. So for some reason, my code editor stopped working. Let me just restart it, maybe. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna close it and open it again. Uh, Open it again. Yeah. I don't exactly know what's going on, but yeah. So I'm gonna just open Command J and run my server again. Sometimes it does these weird things and for no reason, and I don't know. I'm just gonna yarn run dev again and run the server again. And it's giving me a compiling error, and now it's compiled successfully. Let's just go back, and you can see it gives us this button, but now it's saying S is not defined. I'm just gonna save it again. And here we go. You're getting the button, and look at this, guys. It's exactly the same, right? It's really beautiful. And if I go back, log out here, and we're gonna build that loading indicator thingy as well. So don't worry about that. But you can see we get the button, and we're also getting signed in with Spotify now. This is something because we just have Spotify now. Why did we do it like this, right? Now we did it like this is because in this scenario we just had one provider. But remember I told you guys inside of Next Authentication you can have multiple providers. So if I go next on this file, I told you can add more and more providers here. You can add more providers here, right? So because you can add more providers, so there might be more providers, right? There can be another provider with Google, provider with Facebook. So that's why it's an array of different providers. And in this scenario, there's just one provider called Spotify. So it's just showing us and with Spotify right now, which is really powerful, right? You can get multiple providers within this providers list, this providers array. And these are some bunch of styles I give: padding, top, bottom, rounded, so it's fully rounded, and some transitions, so beautiful transition, some hover effects here. So you can do hover effects in Tailwind. I scaled it a little bigger. So when I hover it goes bigger, and I also changed color, the background of it. It actually looks really cool. And now, of course, the styling is messed up. It's in the center here, but it's not in the center. And the reason why is because the styling of the outfit here. So we need to style the outfit here. And what we need to say is we need to say background black, and we need to say height of screen. So 100 view height of the height, and display flex and flex column, and we need to say item center, so it's horizontally in the center. And then we're gonna put some give some padding from top, and we're gonna put space y up here. Again, space y is spacing between the image and this div, and padding from top is, so I want it to be in the center like this. So there we go. Now it's looking perfectly the same, like perfectly the same, I guess. Yeah. So it's looking exactly the same. Now it's looking really beautiful. Now we need to check our authentication flow. But before actually doing that, I want to do something too. The first thing I want to do is I want to have a use effect here. And of course, what a use effect, if you don't know what a use effect is, again, these are all React hooks that I'm using. Use state hook, use effect hook. All these are hooks and stuff. And even if you hover over it, you can see accepts a function, contains different stuff. And it's really easy to use it. If you don't know about these things, of course, I'm not teaching React right now. But if you don't know about it, you can just pretty much read about it. It's really easy. But yeah, use effect has basically something called a dependency, which I'm going to explain to you guys just in a second. So inside of the use effect, what I'm going to be doing, guys, is I imported use effect from React. And I'm going to be saying if, so I imported, remember I'm using session here, right? And data object contains two things. It contains session, and then remember I told you it contains something called status, which you're not using right now. But we are going to be using status. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to say if there is a session, okay, if there is a session, because remember this is the login page, right? So what I'm going to do if there is a session, first of all, I'm going to get my router, const router, and I'm going to use the use router hub from Next.js. Now again, I go here, and I can just auto import it. Now instead of importing from Next distribution client, you can pretty much import it from Next/router, which is much better and it's much shorter. And it's the same thing actually. So there's not much difference between this and that. Like this and this, basically this line is exactly the same, but this is much shorter. So I always like this one. So use router again, it's a hook. And what you can do here is what I'm doing here. So I wanna route to my home page if there is a session, right? And what I mean by if there is a session, if of course there is a user and the session is successful, like if the user is actually logged in. So I'm gonna do router, and when I do dot, you can see there's all these options. You can get push, you can get replace, you get route, you get prefetch, and different bunch of stuff. But what we are interested in is something called push. Now, what push does, it performs a push with arguments. Of course, it changes the route. We need to pass the URL here. Now, what is the URL we need to push? Where is the URL we need to push? We need to push the home page if there's a session. Now, because we're using session which is outside of the use effect, right? It's outside of the use effect. We need to include this as a dependency. Now, this is a dependency array of the use effect. Whenever you use something which is outside of the use effect, like session, router, or anything like that, we can put it inside. But in this case, we're just gonna put session because whenever the session changes, this is use effect is gonna run again. Basically, this use effect is gonna run again. If the user is logged out, this use effect is gonna run again. If the session is logged in, session is true basically. I mean, of course, if there is a session, it's going to run again and it's going to check if there is a session, and if there is, it's going to push to the home page. I hope you guys understood. Like, it's really easy, the use effect, it's not that hard. So if you don't have something like a dependency, like if I don't have any dependency here, this means that every time user basically runs every time the component, so with the dependency, every time the component mounts, the user runs, but without the dependency, it runs every time uh, on the page refresh. Basically, it runs every time, but with the dependency, it runs on the component mount basically. And you can read more about it if you guys want to read about it. So yeah, and of course with the session, every time the session changes, it runs again. And now I also want to do one more thing here. Another thing I want to do here is I want to say if there's a session, I also want to return, because if there is a session, right? I don't want to show this. So if there is a session, what I want to do is I want to also show my loader. Loader is a component which we are going to be creating. It's going to be a custom component. So I'm just going to go to component, new file. I'm going to say loader. Remember that beautiful loader I told you guys about? That this is the loader we're going to be using. I'm going to say RFCE and loader. Just save this, and here I'm going to import this from component/loader. I'm going to save it. So if there is a session, I don't want to show my login page. If there is a session, I want to show the loader. And why am I actually doing this is until it actually does this use effect, right? When it runs this use effect, of course it's going to show the login page till then. But I don't want to do that. So till this use effect runs, I want to show my loader. And as soon as it redirects to this page, now the loader is gonna it's not gonna be shown anymore, right? Which prevents the page to show this kind of sign-in thing, which is really important, right? And that's all for the sign-in page, guys. So we are actually done. We're actually done with our sign-in page now. Now we can work on other stuff. So we are done with the sign-in page. Now I'm gonna work on so we can actually test. I'm sorry, we can work on the loader first, and let's actually after completing the loader, or actually for the loader we can just type in loader like this, loading like this maybe for now, and we can test our authentication if it's working or not, and then we can basically pretty much create the loader later on. For now, I'm just saying loading dot dot dot. And now what I can do is I want to go to my index.js and I want to change something here. So, and then we can basically test our authentication if it's working or not. Of course, I mean, hopefully it's going to be working because we have done exactly how it is. But here, this page is really important actually, index page now. So for the index page, what we're going to be doing is first thing I want to get the router here again. So const router, and remember it's the use router hook from Next.js. So I'm going to say use router. I'm going to say use router, and I'm going to get the router object, and then I'm going to get const. I'm going to say const, and I'm also going to get, so this is very interesting. And so what I'm going to do, guys, here, I'm going to get status, okay, and I'm also going to be getting, so I'm going to get status. I'm also going to be getting the data, and I'm also going to be getting the session from this data, and I'm going to be using this hook called use session hook, of course, and auto import it from Next.js/React. And what this hook gives is that as soon as I hover over the hook, you guys can see it gives us data and status, right? And what the data is actually the data is of course the session basically, right? It's the session object. It gives us like the user's email, access token, and different stuff. And the status is basically a loading state. So it's basically if it's loading or if it's authenticated or if it's unauthenticated. So we can do a bunch of different stuff here. Now what I'm gonna do here though is when I actually turn on curly braces, I mean put curly braces and actually go here and I do my command space, you know, and I can see there are two things. There's something called on unauthenticated and there's something called required. Now again, this thing, all these things I got from Next authentication documentation, but I'm gonna explain you guys really, really don't worry about it. So I get something on unauthenticated. Now what unauthenticated is really important, right? What I can do on unauthenticated, right? It's a function basically, right? It's a function, you know. So what I can do here on unauthenticated, if it's unauthenticated, I can use my router, right? And I want the index.js, I'm on the home page right now. So if the home page, if it's unauthentication, I can use my router. I can push to my /auth/sign-in, which is really powerful, right? Because we can push to this page right now. And now what we can do here, what we can do something really cool there, we can use this status object which you have it. And we can use the status object. What we can do here is we can say if status, if status is equal to the loading. Now you can see when I do equal, it gives us three states. It gives us authenticated, loading, and unauthenticated. Now we are interested in the loading, right? Because when it is actually loading, what we want to do is we want to return our beautiful loader component which we created. And this is really cool, guys. This is really simple and it's really powerful. Understand the power behind it. It's really powerful. So we are getting our on unauthenticated. It's basically what it's doing is defaults to sign in page, right? That's a default. But we have a custom sign in page right now. So what we are doing is we are pushing to /auth/sign in because we are on the home page right now. Remember, index.js is our home page, right? So we're checking it and we're pushing it. We don't actually need this session right now here, but it's fine. We can get it, you know. And then we are here. We are checking the status, and with the status actually loading, what we are doing is we are returning the loader. And again, all these things, guys, all these things basically they're inside of your they're inside of the next authentication, guys. So don't worry about it. Like everything is inside of the documentation, and even if I go right now, I'll try to search for it if it's there. So if I go inside of next authentication, I can just if I do the loader kind of thing, I think it will come. Maybe it's not right now. So I just got this inside of next authentication. If I search for unauthenticated something like that, maybe then it's gonna come. Authenticated, yeah. So it's not coming right now, but trust me, guys, I got it from Next Authentication, and I'm not lying about it. So it's somewhere there, but I forgot about it right now because I searched for a lot of things, and I forgot what used to search. And but it's trust me, guys, it's really there inside of Next Authentication, and all these things. I think it's there in the new session kind of thing. If I use session right now. If I go here, guys, I think it's somewhere here. If I go to the latest version, guys, I think you'll see. Yeah, here we go, guys. You can see this page. This is what I got. So this is your protected route, basically. This is how you do it, and you can see it tells you everything about it. And something really nice I did as well is on the logout, right? On my way to logout, I actually changed the redirect thingy to false as well, which was really clean, and it provides a smooth experience for the user. So I'm gonna tell you that trick as well, guys. So yeah, there's so many tricks and tips and tricks in this build. So yeah, I think it's this one here. So you guys can see, here, guys. It's somewhere here. It's somewhere here. So basically, in some cases, what we have to do is when we are signing in, we have to set the redirect to false, basically. And what it basically does, guys, is it provides a really good experience for the user. And it's somewhere here. I'm not sure where it is gone right now, but it's basically this thing, which when you're going to be signing out, you're going to be setting the redirect to be to false, and this gives a very good experience to the user, basically, when they actually, yeah, here it is, guys. You can see if you pass redirect to false, basically, to sign out, the page will not reload. The page doesn't actually reload, and the session gets deleted. And that's what's kind of happening here. So when I actually sign in, this is the deployed application, and let me show you guys. And I'm trying my best to explain everything from a beginner's perspective, so I explain you guys as much as possible. But I don't know if I'm really doing a good job at that. But yeah. So when I click on this sign out, what it's saying, what it does, it basically, the page doesn't reload, session gets deleted, and the use session hook is notified. So any indication about the user will be shown as logged out automatically, and it can give a very nice experience for the user. So what I'm doing here exactly like that. So when I click on log out, that's what it actually does. Shows me the beautiful loading, and then it logs me out really cleanly. Now here, guys, everything else is done. Now what we want to see if our authentication flow is actually working. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna just try it, and let's see, try our luck, if it works or not. But before doing that, actually, there's one more thing we didn't do, and that's actually the redirect URI here, which we didn't add. But let me show you guys what happens here. So first of all, of course, sign in is not defined because we did not actually get the sign in, as you guys can see here. So I'm just going to auto import my sign in function. I'm just going to save it right now. And yeah, so I'm going to try it again. And you can see, as soon as I told you guys right now, right, that we didn't do one thing, and that's the redirect URI, right? And saying invalid client redirect URI. Now what we need to do is you need to go into your application here. And it's very simple, guys. What you have to do, guys, as for your redirect URI, what you basically do here is you basically go inside of your next authentication. Again, I'm going to show you guys how you get it. So for the redirects URI, what you basically do is you can say redirect URIs here. It's something called redirect URI, and redirect URI, there's a format inside of Next.js, and it should always follow this format. You can see register your application at the developer portal, which we already did. The redirect URI should follow this format. So we copy this, and the format is origin API/API/auth/callback/provider. right? So what the format is basically is actually this thing, right? We can pretty much copy this. This is for Twitter example, but it's going to be the same for Google, Facebook, Spotify, for pretty much any provider. All you have to do, guys, is instead of Twitter here, you just have to replace it whatever provider you're using. That's all you have to do, guys. And you already did these steps, our client ID and client secret, so we don't have to do it. But we just go here, go to edit settings, inside of your redirect UI, just copy that, and instead of Twitter, what you do is just put Spotify here and just add this. And now what you basically do is, I don't know what happened here, so I'm just gonna refresh my page here and try to log in right now, because I think I logged out before and that's why it's happening. So if I go to edit settings again, it's not edit. I'm gonna try it again. Spotify, and remember to save it. After adding it, you have to save it as well from here. So I added this, and I'm just gonna save it, and it's saved right now. Now let's go back to the application again. Let's go back to log, and you guys can actually see it has something called slash authorize, and look at this, guys, client ID and scope. These are the important things, scopes, all the scopes you added, remember? So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna go to localhost 3000 game. Now look at this. If we did everything correctly, guys, I think we are already logged in right now. I don't know. No, we are not. Sorry. So my bad, guys. You need to go to auth/sign-in. You're not logged in. Sorry. This is our custom sign-in page, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click here, guys. So let's click here and let's try our luck. And boom, guys. Look at this, guys. It takes us to accounts or spot. It redirects to this link. There's a client ID and actually takes us to this page, and it asks for our permission that is it us or no, right? And it asks for all these scopes. So these are all the scopes, guys. The scopes we added: view our data, view our activity, take actions, and Spotify on our behalf, and so much other stuff here. So this is really, really clean, guys. Now what we have to do, guys, we have to just click on agree, and it actually redirected us to the home page. Now it worked, right? I mean, if it errored out, then it wouldn't have redirected us to the home page. So it worked so far, right? Now what we can do to prove that it actually worked is we can actually go to our dashboard, right? Or actually our index page, and we can just go here on the bottom, and you're getting the session, right? So what we can do, guys, is we can just console log our session, and let's just go here and check it out if it's giving us something. And if we did all the steps correctly, it should be giving us a session. It's giving us an object, and here we go, guys. Here we go. It's giving us everything. It's giving us an access token, an expires date, and it's giving us a user. And it's giving us a user's email, ID, the image, and the name of the user as well, which is really clean. In your case, it should be you. Of course, it should be your name, your ID, your image, whatever your Spotify image is. You should be getting your stuff. But it's actually working. It's actually giving us all the things, which is really, really good, right? So we did. It means that we did all the steps correctly, and that's really, really good. And why are we getting the access token? You might be asking me, well, when I did this before in my previous build, and if you used Next.js before, like, you might not have done this much stuff here. Like, you might have just finished here. You might not have done all these things. You might be asking, why is it giving us access token and all these things? It's giving us all those things because we are returning all those things. If you guys see here, we're returning something called session, and what the session contains, guys, is, look, session contains the token, session contains the access token, session also contains error. Now, what are these things? These are these things, guys, as you can see. It gives us the access token, it gives us the access token expires, and again, we're returning all these things. So we're returning the token, and token actually contains all these things. Access token, the access token expires, and the refresh token, and then we are also returning the user. So we are actually returning all these things, and it's actually we are actually getting back all these things. So that's how we are actually getting all these things back inside of our backend code. We have already configured like everything. So that's really, 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 really powerful, and it's giving us everything. So that's working, which is really nice. So we can get back to our search functionality. I'm sorry, we can get back to our body, and we can keep working on our search functionality. And since we have the access token right now, I can easily show you guys how to work on the Spotify API. We can work with the Spotify API right now since we have the access token. So what I'm gonna do now, guys, is I'm gonna, of course, go to my body, and what I'm gonna do, guys, what I'm gonna do now, guys, is again, let's actually first thing, let's actually get our session. So inside of our sign in, let's copy this, and here, let's actually get the use session hook, and let's actually auto import this. Remember, I always have to import this. And it's on the client side. So whenever it's on the client side, remember it's always use session. And whenever it's on the server side, whenever you're using inside of here, it's always get session, get providers, get session. Always remember that. Like when we did in the sign-in page, we said get providers. We didn't say use providers or anything. It's always get. It's always going to be get session whenever you're using on the server side here, like in the server side function. I mean, so that's the difference. Remember that. And now if we actually console log the session, guys, I mean, I've already done that before, so let me show you my console log. So I console log the session. You guys can see that actually gives us the access token. Now, what I can do, guys, here, what I can actually do here is I can just say, what does actually, what does, what actually gives us the access token? Actually, it is the session.access token. So what I can do is I can say access token is equal to session dot access token, which is gonna give me the access token, right? And if I console log my access token right now, you will see that I will have my access token, I guess. Go down, you see, I have that. Now, how can we actually shorten this to just equals to session? What we can do, if you guys didn't know about this trick, we can restructure this. Just put like this. Now, this means that we don't have to write session dot. We'll just give it the access token, and that's inside of the session. And you can see we are still getting back the session. Sorry, the access token. Yeah. So this is how we can do it. Now, what we're going to be doing, guys, we're going to be creating another piece of state, because remember, when I'm not actually, let me log in here as well, and let me show you guys what I mean by another piece of state. So you guys can see I did not search for anything, but I'm still getting some information here, some new releases, and how actually, let me actually see if my this is working. This is working too. So how actually am I getting these information? Because I did not actually search for them, right? When I search, it changes, but I'm still by default getting this information. So by default, I'm getting these new releases, right? So we need another piece of state for the new releases. So what I'm going to be doing, and that is only going to work when I'm not actually when I'm not actually when I'm not actually searching anything, like when my search results are empty. When my search results are empty, I want to display the new releases, right? And we're gonna get all these things from using the Spotify API. So I'm gonna use the use effect here, guys. Okay, and I'm gonna be using the use effect, and I'm gonna say, so the reason I'm gonna be using a use effect is I'm gonna explain you guys why. So, and I'm gonna use empty dependency here for now. And what I'm gonna be doing inside of the use effect, right? Because I want to check if it does not have the access token, I want to return. Okay, and now here's the thing. Now this is something I learned from Kyle's video, Web Dev Simplified is his channel. If you guys don't know about him, he explained in his Better React Spotify build, which he did, was really good. And I understood from his video. I'm using the same, almost the same techniques he used. So what we can basically do here inside of our body is we can so inside of my index.js, actually, sorry, inside of my dashboard, actually, I'm going to go to my dashboard, and I'm going to actually create an instance of my Spotify API, and I'm going to explain you what we're going to be exactly doing inside of our dashboard. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to say const Spotify API. Spotify API is equal to new Spotify web API. Okay, and of course we need to install the Spotify web API. So what is actually the Spotify web API? So Spotify web API is something. If you go here and just type Spotify web API, it's gonna take you to Spotify web API node. this is what we need, Spotify Web API node. And if you click on this first link, GitHub, you guys will get this some version 5 right now, and you guys can install this, and it gives you all these features basically. And this is the Spotify. It gives you the you can fetch the music metadata, profile, manipulation, browse, and then it gives you a player as well, and it gives you a bunch of different stuff. What you have to do is you just have to copy this, and since I'm using Yarn, of course, I'm gonna open my other terminal. I'm just gonna say Yarn add Spotify Web API node. I'm gonna add my Spotify Web API, and here we go. And then I'm gonna close my terminal, guys. And now let's see if it gives us auto import. And as soon as I install it, it gives me this auto import suggestion. I'm just gonna click on it and it turns green, as you can see. So it wasn't green, it was yellow, and it turns green as soon as I import this. So I have my Spotify web API, and this web API, of course, I hopefully I explain you guys what it does, and it has a pretty good documentation. So it tells you how to use this and stuff. And this is how you basically get all the stuff. Like you can get artists, you can get recently played, you can get different tracks by their IDs. You can see a lot of different stuff you can use this API for. So this is really really powerful. You can see how big this documentation is, you know. And what we're gonna do here is we got the API. Now what we can do here inside of this, as soon as we press Control space, you can see we get these suggestions. Now we are interested inside of the client ID because we need to provide the client ID for the API to work. So I'm gonna say process.env.spotify client ID because we have this client ID saved, right? We're gonna say process.env.client ID. Now we can use this Spotify API, and what I'm gonna be doing, guys, is I'm gonna be sending this API inside of my body here. I'm just gonna say Spotify API is equal to Spotify API. And then I can basically I'm sending it as a prop, so I can destructure this prop inside of my body now, guys. I can use her and I can say Spotify API, and I can use the Spotify API right now, which is really really powerful, right? So I'm just gonna close the sidebar, and now, guys, what I can basically do here is just give me a second. I'm just gonna drink some water. Uh, I'm sorry about it, but what we're gonna do here, guys, is we have the Spotify web API, right? So what we can do now, we are sending this as a prop, right? So we can destructure, we have already destructured this because it's a prop, right? So I've destructured it already as a Spotify API. Now what I'm going to be doing inside of my body, guys, is let me just go to my body, and yeah, inside of my body, what I'm going to do, guys, is if I did not have any access token, I'm going to return, right? Because access token is the first thing which is really important. We need the access token to do all these things. Now what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna use Spotify API, okay, and I'm gonna say Spotify API dot set, and it's not giving me this function because I'm sending this as a prop. But if I show you inside of my dashboard right now, here you will see that if I use Spotify API, if I put a dot, you can see we get all these bunch of functions. Now we are interested in set access token, because whenever we use this API, we need to set the access token first. And since we have the access token, right, so we're going to set it to that access token. But of course, we're going to do this inside of our body. But know that we have all these functions, and I've already searched for them. So, of course, what I'm going to do here is, not here, sorry. I'm going to do it inside of my use spec. Yeah. I'm going to say Spotify API dot that access token, and we're going to set the access token to the access token. What is this access token? We have it here. If we don't have any access token, we're just going to return. So we're never going to do that. And then since we're using access token, and that is something outside of our use effect, right? So remember, we always have to make sure to add it as a dependency, which is really really important because it needs to be there. So because every time the access token changes, if it is empty, we're gonna return. If it is there, then we're gonna run the use effect again. This is our first use effect. Now there will be another use effect here inside our body. Now this use effect is gonna be for searching, basically, and I'm gonna explain you guys everything. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna explain everything about this use effect as well. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy this use effect here. I'm just gonna paste it, but I'm just gonna remove this. Right now, inside of this use effect, guys, what I'm gonna be doing is first thing I have created already a search variable, right? And I provided it into the and I've actually sent it inside of my search component, and then I've said that inside of my input, I've provided this search as a value, and on change, I'm changing my value of search. And I hope you guys know that I've explained this a lot of times in my previous videos as well, in my previous builds as well. So it's very easy, the value and on change kind of thing. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna say if this there is no search, right? If there is no search. If there is no search, I'm just gonna return. I'm just gonna return set search results basically, and I'm gonna make the set search results. If there is no search, I'm gonna set search results to be empty, right? Because if we didn't search for anything, we shouldn't get any search results. Search results should be empty, right? It makes complete sense. Then what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say if there is no access token, and again, I learned this from Kyle's video. I'm telling you guys again because I want to give credit to him, and of course it's inspired from everyone around the community. But yeah, he's a really good developer, and yeah, he explained it really well. So yeah, if there's no access token, we return, and if there is no search, we make this search results to be empty, right? Now, if this is not the case, right? Of course, when we return, we get out of the use effect. The use effect doesn't go along anymore. If there's no search and we set the search results to be empty, and we go out of the use effect, it doesn't go below. But if this is not the case, if this is not true, and if this is not true, then it goes down, right? And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna say set search results. Now here's the interesting thing. Now we're gonna say but before this actually, I'm sorry, before this actually, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use the Spotify API. Sorry, we're gonna use the Spotify API, and we're gonna search for tracks, right? We're gonna search for tracks before, of course, setting the search results. We need to search before, right? Of course. How are we gonna and as soon as I put brackets here, you can see this is the search query, and we can search for a track, and it gives us all this information. How we can just put the tracks, whatever the search name. Now, how are we gonna search for the track? We have the search, right? That is the value, the search value. So we're gonna say search, right? And we can do limit as well, how many search tracks to search for. So that's the limit actually. And then we can provide offsets and a bunch of stuff. You can read more about it, but I'm just going to do search, and it returns a promise. Since it returns a promise, so I'm just going to do dot then, and instead of the dot then, and then when the promise is actually resolved, you get the response back. And then what we basically do, guys, is we just go here and we set our search results. And we set our search results, guys, to response dot body. And again, we're not getting any suggestions right now because we're sending this Spotify API to as a prop to our body, and we're not using it in our dashboard. We're using it in our dashboard. We get all these suggestions. So don't worry about it. I already searched through this. And if you guys want to get the suggestions, I would recommend you guys, advise you guys to do this inside of the dashboard first. Just understand it and get the suggestions, and then maybe do it inside of the body. Just copy paste it. But right now, it contains the response, and even if I console log the response, actually, if I set the search results to my response, and then basically what I can do is I can go here and I can say, uh, get me the search results, because I'm setting my search results to the response, and I'm just gonna console log my search results. I can show you guys this way as well, so you guys know what we are actually getting back, right? So right now it's empty, right? Because there are no search results. Now look, when I'm searching through this, what happens? It should actually give us some search results, which it is actually not giving us right now. So let me see what's happening right now. We should be getting some sort, and there's actually another dependency here, search, because again, remember, whenever you use something inside of user effect which is outside of the user effect, search and access token are both outside of the user effect. So we need to include it as a dependency, right? And it's going to run again based on that dependency actually, you know. So that's really really important to understand. But anyways, we're searching through the tracks. We're sending the search here, and we're also saying we're getting a promise back, then response back, and then we're setting our search results to that response. And let's see what the response is. But we're not actually getting any response right now. Oh, I think we got the response. Here we go. So you can see as the search for stay, for example, I get another response. So I get the body, headers, and a different bunch of stuff. So that's what I'm actually doing here, right? So if I go to response, right, what I'm getting is body, and then inside of my body, if I open my body, I get tracks, right? So I can do tracks, right? Response of body of tracks. I can open my tracks right now, and inside of my tracks, you see I have an items. Always focus on the arrays because array we need a bunch of different songs. Of course, when we're searching, it's gonna give us a list of songs, not just one song, right? So it needs to be an array. So that means it needs to be an items array. So that's an items. So we're gonna say tracks dot items, right? Now, because it's an array, we can map to it, right? We can map to every single track, right? We can map to every single track, and then we can basically go down here, and what we can do is we can return, and we can return what? Is we can return an ID, okay? And this is going to be the tag.id, of course, because it's an ID, and of course, what I'm doing here, sorry about, I need to put curly braces because I'm returning here. Uh, we can return an ID, and the ID is going to be track.id. And even if you don't, so I'm basically changing the names here. So if you don't want to change the names, and if you just wanna set your search results to just your items dot map, and just want to return a track, that's all, and you don't want to change the names, because remember what I'm doing here is this is one track, right? And this has something called ID. So I'm just kind of changing the name. I can change names here, you know. So I'm saying track.id, and I'm saying artist. So you can change names. What I mean by change names, you can put UID here if you want to do it. You can put ID, whatever you want to, whatever you want. You can basically change it, you know. And then for the artist, I'm just going to say track dot artist. Now for artist, there's an array again, and I want to get the artist dot name. So what this means is, again, if I go here, and don't worry about this, we're gonna figure this out. But we can see it's an array of artists. We're gonna get the first artist, and we're gonna get the artist's name. And then there's a second artist, and then we can basically get the second artist name. But I just want to get the first artist name for now. And then there's a title, and then we can say track. Again, I changed the title. I can keep it name, but I changed it again to track. But actually, it's track.name, right? So, and I changed its name to title, basically. That's what I'm doing. And also this way it's much better because you're not, maybe you don't want all the information, you know. Maybe you don't want the whole information. It gives you so much information, you know. So I'm just getting what I want from the API, and I'm just returning those things. I'm not returning the whole bunch of stuff, you know. But that's actually much better. Then we want to get the URL. Now URL is something really important because URL is the thing which will make us able to play songs and stuff, you know. So URI is really important. Remember, we need to get the URI. Then we need something called album URL, which is the image of the song. I'm going to say track dot album, and then I'm going to say dot images, and then I'm going to be saying track dot album dot images, and access the first one, and then give me the URL of that. Again, how did I do this? Again, you can go here and album URL here inside of the album, not inside of the album, sorry. You can pretty much check it out. um, Here I don't know, for some reason it's not showing me, but it's actually like that. You can just pretty much get like track.album, yeah, it's inside of album, sorry, and inside of album.images, and then you can get the first one, and yeah. I mean, there are three images. They're of different sizes. I think they're different sizes, and it's really good. Like you can look at the API. It's really good. The Spotify API. It's giving you different sizes and stuff for different screen sizes. But yeah, I'm just getting the first one for simplicity right now, and then I want to get one more thing, the last thing, which is gonna be the popularity. And again, the popularity is just track.popularity, and this I'm just gonna save it. And that's all, guys. That's all I'm gonna do, and I'm mm, just gonna save it right now, my search results, and that's all I'm gonna do, guys. So it's saying cannot be property of undefined, and this is the reason, because it is artist. It is not artist, you know. And as soon as I change that, I guess you can see it's working right now. So I can close this actually. And what I can do now, guys, because I have the search results right now, right? I have the search results, and we console log right now, and we saw that we are getting the search results back. And we're doing this really effectively, right? We're not going to get any errors because this is really clean code, you know? This is really clean code. So we're searching for it. Now we want to do the same for the ones when we are not searching, right? Because remember, when we're not searching, we're going to get the new releases. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to copy this. I'm gonna copy this bunch of code here. I'm gonna go down here, right? And I'm gonna paste it. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to new releases. And what I'm gonna do here, guys, is I'm just gonna say, instead of saying this, I'm not gonna say that because there's no search in new releases, right? But we need to keep access token. If there's no access token, we want to return. But in here now, we're not going to search tracks because we're not searching tracks anymore. What we are instead doing is we're going to get new releases. Again, it's not giving us suggestions because, of course, we're not in the component right now. We're just sending it as a prop, and we're not doing this. We're going to get the response back, and all we have to do is change this to set new releases, and all these things exactly are going to remain the same. Actually, not remain the same. Some things are going to change here. And again, you can console log this before doing this, like before doing all these things. You can just console log the response and console log the new releases and check what you're getting back. And I've already done this. I'm not going to do this again. But it's giving me instead of tracks, it's giving me albums. I'm just going to type albums here, and albums.items.map, and it's giving me a single track, and then it's giving me a track.id, and all these things are exactly the same. And yeah, all these things are exactly the same actually. Yeah, the popularity and everything else. So everything else is exactly the same. It's just this thing which is not. And the URI is again very important because URI is the thing which is the song URI. Basically, it's like a URL, you know, song URL. So which is what we are gonna use to be able to play the song. And for the album URL, guys, it's not it's just track.images, and it's track.images and .url like this. It's not, there's no albums here. So it's a bit different for the new releases one, but you can check it out. And I'm not getting any popularity back here. I'm just getting ID, artist, title, and just a bunch of this stuff. So yeah, that's all. And now I can actually console log the new releases too, but to check if we are getting something back, you know. And of course, we don't need to search for this because, of course, this is static and we can just basically get it. It's not changing. So new releases. I'm just going to console log this out, and let's see if I did everything right here. I'm not going to have search here, of course, just the access token this time. And hopefully everything is right now. And you can console log to see if you're getting back and we're getting back an array of 20 tracks, right? And look at this. These are all the tracks, right? These are all the tracks. You can see exactly all the tracks the new releases one. We're getting all these. And look at this, guys. This is much more cleaner than getting all the information we don't even probably need. So we're just getting back the information we want to use, right? Which is much more cleaner, in my opinion, to get instead of getting all the stuff, right? You can see this is much more clean, right? We're getting the information we need. So now, of course, we just don't want to keep console logging. What we want to do instead is we want to render it out on our dashboard here, right? So what I'm going to do, guys, now, since we're getting back everything, is I'm going to create a div here, right? After my, actually I've already done that, sorry. I already created a div. Now inside of this div, guys, I'm created this div, and for the poster, I explained you guys we have 4 grid columns and gets, when you go to a bigger screen, sorry, by default we have 2 columns, and we go bigger screen, 3 columns, and more bigger screen, we go 4 columns. So what I'm going to be doing here, guys, is I'm going to be getting my search results, and I'm going to be checking the length of my search results. Now, why am I actually doing that? Is the reason I'm doing this is because if the search results are empty, there are no search results. If search results.length is equal to 0, which means the search results is an empty array, which means we are not searching for any tracks. So I want to show the new releases by default, right? Because we don't want to show nothing, right? We don't want to show empty. We want to show at least something. But only if we search, then we change it. If I start searching, it changes. But if I don't search anything, I want to show new releases. And just like new releases, you can pretty much get anything else. If you don't want to get new releases, you want to get something else, you can just experiment with Spotify API, get something else, and just console log the response. Make sure to console log the response and get the tracks, in the same way as we did it for these things. So you can get anything you want to get it from the API. But here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna write new releases. Okay, if the length is 0, I want to render out new release. I'm gonna say, since it's an array, I'm gonna say slice. I'm not using map. I'm gonna use map, of course, but I'm slicing. And what slicing is basically, so basically, let's say you want to get like 4 items from the array at a certain position. Like you want to get the first 4 items. So here, what I basically did, guys, is I got the first 4 tracks on the top here and all the rest of the text here, right? And these are albums basically. These are new releases albums. So this is a whole album. If I play this, and if I go here, it changes the song. You guys can see, and you guys can see it changes a different song. Then I can name pause it. So, and I don't want to play it, of course. But yeah, I mean, you guys can pretty much see that it is an album. It's a full album, and you guys can see it changes and all. So basically, what I was saying is, if I go back here, so yeah, what slice is doing is actually cutting the array, and it cuts the array on a specified index, right? So I want to provide an index. So I want to cut it from 0 to 4. Now it doesn't count the fourth one. It counts from starting from 0 and then it goes to 3. And that's basically the 4 elements: 0, 1, 2, 3, right? That's 4 elements. It doesn't count the 4. And then what I want to do after cutting it like this, I want to map, right? I want to map after that. So I want to map then, and again, I want to get a single track, and then I want to basically return. Again, I'm doing an implicit return right now, and I'm going to return a component called poster, like right now, right here. Again, because I have, and this is a ternary operator. If you don't know what a ternary operator is, and the reason why we're getting an error here is because of the ternary operator, and whenever we use ternary operator, we want to specify the other condition as well, right? If this is just like an if-else condition, so if search results dot length is equal 0, we want to do this. Now this here, what I'm writing, it's going to be an else condition, okay? But it's just much more neater and cleaner as a ternary operator instead of doing an if-else. And we can't even do an if-else inside of GSX here. We can only do it here. We can't do it inside of here. So yeah. Well, what I want to do here, guys, if that's not the case, then I want to do search results dot slice. I'm sorry, I can't type for some reason. Slice, and then I'm gonna slice again the same one. I want to get the first four search results. If search results aren't empty, of course, and then I want to map to them. And again, do the same thing. Go to the track, get a single tag, do an implicit return, and this time again it's the poster, right? It's gonna be the same component, it's not gonna be a different one. And what I'm gonna be doing for the poster is gonna be a key because I'm up to it, remember? For the key, I'm gonna be sending track.id, and then there's gonna be the track. Basically, the track is gonna be is equal to the track, right? I'm going to send the track, and then I'm going to have a function called choose track, which I'm going to be creating on top of here, basically inside of my body. to choose track. That's a function, right? And I'm gonna explain you guys what choose track function is gonna do. So it's gonna basically change the tracks. It's gonna choose the track. So we are gonna be able to choose track, right? Because when I click here, right, when I click on any of these components here, and you play any non-copyrighted song, yeah. So when I click here, right, when I click here, like for example, you guys can see that these when I'm playing these songs, I can choose them, right? I can choose these right now. I can click here, I can choose this one, I can choose this one, I can choose any track, and even I can search for different tracks and stuff. So I can choose different tracks. So that would be that function which I'm gonna be sending. Don't worry about it right now. That will be a function. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy this poster component and it's gonna be the same poster component. Now that's what we're gonna do for the first four posters. Now, of course, we want to render some information here now, right? This generates, and again, this generates. If you want to include it, you can, but this is not dynamic again. I'm not doing anything. It's just was in the design, so I just included it. But yeah, of course, these are the things, and I can actually comment choose track for now. And we have to create a poster component. I'm just going to create a new file. I'm going to say poster.js and I'm going to say underscore rfcg poster and I'm just going to get my poster and then I'm just going to click. It doesn't give me any errors right now. As you can see, it's not any errors. Of course, we need to create the poster component. Let's actually go and create the poster component right now. So I'm just gonna quickly open the poster component, guys, and let's create this component right now. So of course it's gonna be a div, and what's gonna happen is that so what's gonna happen in this div, guys, is this poster div, right? It's gonna have a certain width, basically a custom width, basically, and the custom width is gonna be 260 pixels, 260 pixels, and a custom height. The height is gonna be 360 pixels. Again, these are custom values I'm using, so I'm using square brackets for inside of Tailwind, and then I'm gonna use rounded 50 pixels. So I'm doing 50 pixels, guys. I'm not doing full. Remember, I'm not doing full. I'm just using a custom value for border radius, which is 50 pixels. Rounded full is a circle, so I'm not doing a circle. I'm gonna also do overflow hidden. Then I'm going to say position of relative, and I'm also going to say text white and text validity. Whenever you basically say /80 is actually targets the opacity. So if I hover over this, guys, you guys can see what it does. It uses the RGBA value. So 255 is a value for a white color, and then say 0.8, which is the last value is always the opacity value, which is the alpha value, and it says 0.8, which means 80%. So that's the 80% opacity. So it's a slightish creamy white, you can say, or whatever that kind of white is. It's not exactly the full white. And you can basically do that in Tailwind by putting a slash here, which is really cool. So I'm doing text white /80. I want to do cursor pointer and I want to do hover. I want to have a scaling effect. So when I hover over it, I want to scale it by 105, 1.05 basically. And then I also want to hover and I want to make it text wide and I want to make it 100 now. So now I want to make the text to byte to be 100, and I also want to have a transition basically, and I want to have a transition, and I want to increase the duration. So by default, the transition duration, if you go, it's 150. So I want to make it 200, a little bigger. I also want to do ease out. I absolutely love ease out function because that's really nice. It looks really nice. And I want to do group, and I'm gonna explain what group does for you guys if you don't know what group is. And I'm gonna say MX auto, which is like margin left and right auto basically. It keeps it in the center basically. And then of course I'm gonna have an on click function as well, because of course when I on click it plays a song. Like when I on click on these things it plays a song here, right? So I'm gonna have that as well. So inside of the div now, inside of this div, I'm gonna have an image. Now here I'm not using the Next.js image component. I'm just using the normal image tag. The reason why I'm using that is because we are using an API right now. So we are actually communicating with an API. So we don't know what the host name is gonna be. Remember, whenever we use a Next.js image component, we always wanna know this host name kind of thing, like rb.gy, and we don't know we're communicating with an API, so we're not for sure certain about the host name and stuff. So I'm just gonna use simplicity. I'm just gonna use the normal image tag here, and I'm gonna say. So basically, now here's the thing. Now, inside of my poster component, of course, I was sending, remember, I was sending three things, right, inside of my body. So I was sending a key, no, sorry, not the key. The key is just to, if you're not, you never send the key, of course. Key was just to render it, so it doesn't render again and again. And it just renders what it didn't render before, you know. So like if you had so if you had like a very huge list, it does not render everything again. You know, it only renders what it needs to render. You know, and that's why we need the key, and it's really important. So we're not sending key, of course, but we're sending two things. We're sending a function called choose_track, and we're also sending something called track. So since you're sending track, we're going to destructure here track. And remember what the track contained? The track contained the album URL, right? Remember we had something called album URL. So I'm going to say track.album URL. As soon as I save that, look at this, guys. We have the URLs, and these are the exact same URLs, right? The new releases ones. We have these URLs right now here. Now we have the image. Now, of course, the image doesn't look how we want it to look. So I'm just going to say class name. I'm going to say height of full. I'm going to say width of full, right? I'm going to save it. As soon as I do that, now it doesn't look, it looks stretched right now, right? And we don't want that behavior in our images. We want a very smooth behavior. So I'm just going to say absolute first of all. Absolute position, okay? Absolute means position, absolute basically. And I'm going to say inset of 0. And I'm also going to say object of cover. Now, the difference between cover and contain is that cover basically kind of looks like this. If I do object cover, it actually covers the background over the whole div. You know, it covers it. Whereas when I do contain, it maintains the aspect ratio. So this is contain, and we don't want to have contain because we have rounded effects on the image. You know, we have rounded 50 pixels, so we want to do cover in this scenario. Whenever it's like kind of poster images or anything, always make sure to do covers instead of doing contain. So we're gonna do covers, and look at this, guys. By the way, we have a beautiful like transitions working as well. Look, this animation looks really nice, right? And the ease out effects is like really clean, in my opinion. So yeah, it looks really nice. And now let's really go like at a good pace right now because we're already, I think it's already been 3-4 hours right now. I don't know since we started. Yeah, I think it's been 4 hours right now. I don't know since we started. So we have to move at a faster pace, you know. But yeah, so we're going really strong right now. We're like this much stuff and this design stuff remaining. But yeah, so we have this, and now we also want to say rounded 50 pixels. Now the reason I'm doing this again is because I want to override if any image like doesn't follow that. So I still want to make sure that it follows it, you know. So I want to say around 50 just to be on the safe side. Now I also want to do opacity of 80 basically. Now what opacity 80 is gonna do is gonna of course make it much lighter. And now I also want to do group hover. Now remember I did something called group. Now what group hover is, it's another really good property about Tailwind which I love. You know, another really good thing about Tailwind which I absolutely love. So look at this, guys. It changes back to 100 opacity. So what group hover means, guys, is added group on this div, right? So it means that whenever you want a behavior on a child, right, on a child to change depending on the parent, right, like depending on hover of the parent, like this div is the parent of this image, right? So if I hover over the entire div but I only want to change the child, I don't want to change the entire div, right? I only want to change the child of that div. So then I can give this div the parent the class name of group, right? And you can give a class name of group, and then you can use something called group hover on the child, and you can change the opacity, which is really powerful and really like fast, using Tailwind. And you guys can see it's really good. Now the image component is done. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down here, and so we have a bunch of different stuff on the image, right? We have the play button, we have text here and stuff here. So now I'm gonna work on that. Now I'm gonna create a div here, and inside of this div, actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it absolute bottom of 10. I'm gonna make it position absolute bottom of 10. I'm gonna say inset x of 0. I'm gonna say margin left of 4. And I'm also going to say flex item center, and I'm going to say space x of 3.5. So again, if you want to see if this exists, just hover over it. You can see it just like this. So 3.5. So space x means horizontal spacing between the children. Again, flex, display flex, and item centers mean vertically align them in the center. Not horizontally, because it's row direction. Remember, whenever it's row direction, item center means align item center means vertically align them in the center. Inset x, if you guys don't know, it's basically left and right 0. Again, instead of saying left 0 and right 0, it's a shorter way of saying both of them 0. So I'm just using inset x. Bottom is again from bottom. I want 40 pixels spacing, and position absolute. Of course, you guys know about it. So then I'm gonna have another div inside of this. And this div, guys, is gonna have a class name, height of 10, a width of 10, and a width of 10, and a background. Again, it's gonna have a background of 1, 5. If you guys guess what I'm doing right now, that's really cool. So rounded full, I'm gonna make it a circle. I'm gonna say flex, item center. So actually, let me just show you guys right now how it looks. So of course, whenever you want to make a circle or something, some kind of circle, you always want to specify the height and width of it. And then if I do this, here's a circle. Now, of course, inside of the circle, right, I'm gonna have icons, right? But I'm gonna, if you guys notice, I'm changing my icon, right? If I click here, guys, look at this really carefully. If I click here, you guys can see it changes to an equal. So I can't play this song because, of course, it's not a it's a copyrighted song, so I can't actually, I can't actually play this one, you know. But yeah, like it's a copyright, so I can't actually play. But if you guys notice, like if I click on this, it actually changes to a different icon, right? If I click on this, it actually again changes to a
What the hell is this shit?
different icon, and that's the thing basically. So it actually changes to a pause icon. When I click on it, it actually changes to a pause icon. If I click on it, this changes to a pause icon. So how do I actually do that, right? So how I actually basically do that is that I have my track, right? And remember I told you guys I have something called track.uri, okay? And I have something called track.uri, and then I'm gonna be using Recoil state management library as well. I told you guys I'm gonna be using Recoil for state management, right? And I'm going to be explaining you guys that in a while. But for now, let's actually get the icons because I don't want to explain right now. I will explain you guys. Don't worry about it. That's how we're going to change it dynamically. So I'm going to say BS will BS will pause, and it's called BS will pause fill. It's a hero icon basically, and of course I'm not getting any of my sorry, it's not a hero icon, it's a React icon, but I'm not getting my auto import session. I'm just gonna import it manually right now real quickly, and I'm just gonna say from React icons and slash, I'm just gonna say BS. And there's two of these. There's one of this pause fill. This is the pause one, and then I'm sorry, and then there's actually a playfill one. And you can pretty much, if you want to use different icons, just go to React icons and just type play pause icon. You can get a different different icons, however you want to get. Now for the class name for this pause fill one, I'm just gonna say class name. Again, remember it's React icon, so we have to target the font size. So I'm just gonna make it a little bigger, and I'm also gonna say text of white because It's already white, so I don't have to say text or white right now because it's already white. But you guys can see it's on the top left. Now, how do I make this icon in the center? Now, to make this icon in the center, what I have to do here, guys, is I have to say flex item center and justify center. And what item center justify center is align it into center and justify content center. As soon as I do that, it gets into center immediately. Now, I also want to do one more thing on the div, and that one more thing is actually the group hover. Now, on the group hover, what I want to do, guys, is I want to change the background. I want to change the background to 1db954, 1db954, which is a greenish color kind of, but it's a different one. When I hover, you guys can see. And again, it's a group hover, guys, which means if I hover over the entire group, which is again the whole container. So when I hover over the entire container, even if it's here, the color of the only background, this background changes, This is really cool, the group hover kind of thing. And then I also want to do flex string of 0. Now, what flex? I think I forgot to explain you guys about this before. What flex string does. So when I actually go to a very smaller sort of screen, what flex string basically does is actually shrinks your icons. Like go like to, I think, I don't know if an icon. What it basically does, it actually shrinks your icons if you don't add this property, which is really, really important. So I can't show you guys right now, but yeah, I mean, it basically stretches your this whole container, which we don't want to happen, right? So what I'm gonna say is I'm also gonna say flex string to 0, and this will prevent the shrinking of the whole container. Flex string of 0, and that's pretty much it. And now you're gonna have another icon, of course, and that's gonna be the playfill instead of the pause. It's gonna be the playfill icon, and of course you're gonna render either one of them. But this one is gonna be text XL, and it's gonna have the margin left of 1 pixel. The reason I was having margin left with this one is if I actually comment this out, and if I don't have the margin left, is the position was a little bit offset. You see, it's a little bit offset. So I just did margin left of 1 pixel to make it completely in the center. That doesn't look that offset. So yeah. So let's just keep the play one for now, and we're gonna change it when you click on this. When you click on the player button, we're gonna change it dynamically afterwards. But now it's looking good so far. Now what I'm gonna do is let's actually add recoil, and let me show you guys how to use recoil. It's really simple, guys. If you have never used recoil state management library before, it's really, really simple, guys. It's really simple. Don't worry about it. And I'm gonna show you how to easily use recoil into your projects, and pretty much it's really simple. It is exactly same like how you use a user state basically. If you know how to use the use state hub, it's exactly the same, exactly the similar manner. But yeah, so we can actually go here and we can actually search for RecoilJS. You can go to this link recoiljs.org and go to get started, and you guys can basically install, copy this command and just open your terminal and just paste this in and just install Recoil. And again, I always like to follow the documentation, and it's really, really easy how you use Recoil. You pretty much basically in Recoil, you have something called atoms. Now, atoms are similar to slices. If you have used Redux before, it's similar to slices. So you have something called atoms. And what I'm going to be doing in my build here, guys, is we're going to be having inside of my build here, guys. If I go to my build here, I can go to, so I'm going to be creating a folder called atoms actually. So I can actually close this since Recoil is installed for me. So on my root level here, I'm going to go on my root level and I'm going to create a folder called atoms. Now inside of my, and it's very simple, guys. Just trust me, just trust me. Once you learn this, it's really simple how you use it. Inside of atoms, we're gonna create an atom called player atom. So it's exactly similar to slices. If you have used slices before, I don't know if you have used slices, but it's very similar to slices actually. So it's basically we're gonna create a slice you can think of called player slice, because it's gonna be representing. So we're gonna be using representing the player basically, right? We're gonna be using something called related to player. But before that, what I'm going to be doing, guys, is if I go into my app.js, and what we have to do is we have to wrap our component with the recoil root. And what recoil root is basically, again, if with Redux, it's like a Redux provider kind of thing. It's just like a provider. You wrap it around your whole entire application, so you get the application state, access for your whole application basically. So it's recoil root, and it's basically wraps around your whole application, and it's very simple. So that's how you do it. You just get the recoil root from recoil, and to navigate to app.js, get the recoil root from recoil, and what you do is just wrap your component around recoil here. What I'm going to do is wrap my component around recoil root, and that's all you have to do. Now this is gonna be and this recoil is inside of our application, and we have wrapped it, and this basically provides access to the state to our whole application. And if you don't know what a stage management tool is, basically, so I'll explain you guys what it does. Again, I want to move on a really faster pace, but I'll try my best to explain it. So what a state management does is basically, let's say you have a component and you want access to a state in a different component, and there's no way of communicating between those components. Like inside of dashboard, like let's say we have a component called dashboard, and we have another component, right? Now, the components are not related to each other. Like, I mean, they are related, but still, like, they're not like you can think of like you can't send the props. Like, you can't keep sending props like this. Like, now this creates a problem of prop drilling. Even if the components are related, it creates a problem called prop drilling. Like, you have a body, and then you have another component inside body. Like I have another component inside of my body called search and poster, and I keep sending on props and props, like the API thingy. Keep sending prop, and that's not a good practice because that it creates a problem of prop drilling. So to basically solve that problem, we use something called a state management library, Recoil or Redux, and even if the components are not related, and if you want access to the state, the way to solve that is using a state management library, which basically wraps around your whole application. Like if you're wraps around your whole application, this is your whole application, this thing, and it wraps around your whole application, and then it gives you access to the state. So whatever you include inside of the atom here, it has the whole application have access to that state kind of thing, using a hook basically. That's how simple it is. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna go here inside of my atoms, and I'm gonna be creating my player atom here. I'm just gonna copy this and explain you guys what this means. Player atom dot, and it's really simple. Again, if you want to read through this, like just go to the recoil thingy here and just go to this atom thing here, and you can see here this is how you create an atom, and you have a unique ID, and then you have a default value, and this is exactly the same as useState, guys. And I'm gonna explain you guys what it is. So what it basically means, right? So and let me actually translate this into a useState, so it might be better for you guys to understand. So let's say you have play and you have set play, and then you have a useState, and then you have a default value of false. And this is a boolean, right? So it means this is a boolean, right? It can be true or false. So this is exactly the same as this, exactly. But this, of course, provides this access to the whole application, right? You have access to the whole application. But this, of course, can be for one component, and then you can't do anything about it. But this is exactly the same as this. The default value is false here, and the key is place state. The key is important because then we need to import this using the hook, using the use recoil hook, and we need the key for that. So that's all. So we basically need that, and what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be having play state and playing track state. So having two use states you can think of if you want to think of it as easily. So we have two atoms, creates an atom, it represents a piece of state, that's all. And you have a play state and a playing track. Play state is a Boolean value, and then playing track is basically which track is currently playing right now, and play state is if it is playing or no, if play is true or false. So that's all. And playing track is of course which track. So that's why it has a empty value by default. And now we can actually save this. Of course, we have the player atom, and now we can basically go back to our body here. And what we can do, guys, now it's very simple now. What we can do inside of our poster, inside of our poster, what we can do is we can get these two states using, because we are using a statement, and this is how simple it is, guys. Like, imagine when you use Redux, guys, it's not that simple, right? But with Recoil, this is how simple it is, guys. This is how you actually use these keys, and you can, this is how really easy, with Recoil. It really simplifies the process. Now, even to get these things, now in Reaper we use something called selectors. Sorry, in Redux we use something called selectors. If you remember, I've used Redux in my build as well previously. We use something called selectors to pull this piece of state. But here it's very simple. What we basically do is we have a hook called use recoil state hook, and we can set this to anything. So I'm just gonna set this to set play, and the hook is called use recoil state. And then I can, whenever I do control space, command space, I can auto import selection, use recall state. And again, you want to read about this. It basically returns your tuple where the first element is the value of the recall state, and the second is the setter. That's exactly the same as a use state. The first is the value, and the second is the setter, which is a set thingy, set play. And here inside of this now, if it was a use state, we pass the default value, right? But here we need to pass the key. Remember, we created a key. The key is going to be play state for this because that was the key we named it. And of course, it's not giving me suggestion right now. So what I can do is I can do it manually by myself. Import play state from I can do dot slash items, and I can say player atom, like this. So this is the play state. Okay. Now again, we need the playing track as one as well. So here I'm just gonna say playing a track, and now this is set playing track, set playing track. And use recall state again. This is gonna be the key. The key is gonna be playing track state. Again, this gives me the auto import selection. So I can just copy it and it gets it from the player atom. So both of them are contained inside of my player atom. And I get these two things using the use recoil state hook. Now I have these things inside of my application. Now I can use these things, and what I can do is I can create a function called handle play. Because when, remember, I'm gonna have an on click here. The on click is gonna be is equal to the handle play, right? Because we need to handle the play. Now I'm gonna create an arrow function here called handle play, and I'm gonna create another function. I'm going to use another function. I'm going to say choose track, and whatever the track is with. Now, what is actually choose track? Now, choose track is something we're going to get it as a prop from our body. Now, let me just first remove this, and let me show you guys what I mean by that. Now, choose track is a function we're going to create inside of our body. Okay, choose track is a function we're going to create inside of our body, or actually not inside of our body, sorry. I think we're going to create it inside of our dashboard, and we're going to get it inside of our body as a prop, and then we're going to send it. Now it might be a bit, now again with choose track, again you can create this inside of recoil, but I wanted to show you both ways. But this might be now this is what I was talking about, like this creates a problem probably, like I'm sending this from dashboard to body, and then from body I'm again sending it to another component. This is not good in production, but for this build I just did it, and it's just once, so I'm not doing this again and again. But again, remember, if you are doing in production also, you don't want to keep doing this, because you don't want to keep sending your stuff to component and like that. Now choose track, of course, we are sending it here. Remember, we commented this out, choose track. This is the function, right? And we are receiving this as a prop inside of our body. And now where did we actually create this? I think we created this inside of our, so Let me just quickly go back to my to my dashboard, guys, and let me see. We created this inside of our. We should have created this inside of our body, our dashboard. Sorry. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna create this function here. And there's the reason why we created this function here, because we have to send this function some on the sidebar on the right hand side as well. That's why. So that's why we created it here. So I'm gonna say const choose track. Now what this function is basically const choose track, right? This function will accept the track basically. Okay, so whenever we use this function, we're gonna send the track, and it's gonna set the playing track. Remember, we have playing track inside of our state. Okay, and now of course I need to do this inside of this here. So we're gonna set the playing track to the track. And now what is the playing track thing? The playing track is something we created inside of our recoil. It's a piece of state, right? So what I can do is I can say const playing track playing track. Actually, let me just copy it instead of writing it all out. From our poster and just paste it here. And this is auto import our use recall state and auto import our playing track state as well. So that's what it's gonna do. And now just think how powerful it is, right? Because what we are doing is we are updating the state globally. We're doing it global on a global level, right? So we don't have to send this playing track again inside of our. Even though we could have done this as well, like we create a piece of state here, and then we send this along with the choose track function. We send this as well, and we keep sending stuff like that. But then again, it would not be a good thing. This what we are doing is we have access to this on a global level, right? So we can actually retrieve this in whatever component we want to. And we just set the playing track to the track. And this is what choose track is basically. And now what I'm going to do, of course, inside of my body, I'm going to send this function as well, along with the Spotify API. And of course, since I'm sending this, I need to destructure this inside of my body. And I am already destructuring this, and I'm then sending this inside of my poster, and then I'm getting access to this function inside of my poster, and then I'm using my handle play. Now, what I can do inside of my handle play is I can choose tracks, you know, and I can send in the track. Now, you might be thinking that, oh, what is actually the track, right? Now, track is actually this thing here, right? This thing here, which we're getting this thing, getting in the poster like right here. So I'm gonna choose the track and we're gonna send the tracker, and then what we're gonna do here on the bottom is we're just gonna say if track.uri is equal to track playing track.uri, you know, I want to set the play. And remember, we're using this at a global level now. We're setting it globally. So we're going to set the play to not play. Now, this is really powerful. Now, what have I actually done here? What I'm doing here, guys, is when I'm actually clicking here, right? When I'm actually clicking here, then I'm clicking on this div, right? And I'm clicking on this div. What I'm actually doing is I'm saying if my track's URI is actually so we have a playing track and the track. Now both are actually the tracks, the same track, right? What I'm saying is I'm saying if my track's URI is actually equal to whatever the playing track is right now, the same URI, I want to set my play and I want to change it to whatever the play value is. If it's true, I want to set it to false, and if it's false, I want to set it to true. And the reason why I'm actually doing that is because while I'm actually playing this, I want to change the stuff, right? I want to change these icons, and I want to pause it, and when I click it again, I want to play it again, right? So when I actually click here, for example, um, let's actually play some copyrighted one. So if I click here, guys, you can see if I click here, if I click here again, you can see if I click on the track again and again, it's actually triggering the play pause button, right? It's actually changing. Now it's pause and now it's play, now it's pause, now it's play. It's changing this dynamically when I click on it again and again. This is what I'm actually doing here, guys. This is exactly what I'm doing. And now exactly the similar way, I'm going to change the icon here as well, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say track. Again, I'm just going to get this track.uri is equal to playing track. If this is equal to my playing track.uri, what I want to do is and then. Now I'm using something called and then. And then operator is another operator. If you don't know about this, really, really good. And then play is true. I'm saying both of the conditions. So if play is true and track.uri is equal to the playing track.uri, then what I want to do basically is I want to render the pause icon, right? Which means the song is playing, right? Because the play is true and the song, the URIs are equal, which exactly means that the song is playing right now. So which means we need to show the pause icon. Otherwise, we want to show the play icon. I can actually do that. Now, if I click here, it should change into a pause and a play icon. And you guys can see it's working. I can click again and again, it's changing to play and pause. But of course, it's not. I have to click it twice actually, which is not right. This is not what should be happening here. But yeah, this is actually correct. But this shouldn't be. I shouldn't be able to click twice on it. It is working right now. Uh, but let me just double check. I don't know if it's exactly the way I did it. Let me just quickly double check again. But I think this is exactly how I did it. So I think it's correct, but I just need to refresh or maybe something like that. But let me just quickly double check if this is exactly how I did it. And you can see this is exactly how I did it today. This is exactly how I actually did it. So that is actually correct. So which means this is exactly how the now the reason I don't know why it's not coming, but I think it's maybe I just need the player or something, and that's why it needs to change. Or maybe the on click, maybe we didn't actually uh or we did actually add it on the div, right? On the container. So that's actually correct too. But you guys can see here it's actually working really fine, right? I mean you can click on it and I mean if I click on it here, you guys can see if I click on it here and then if I click on it here and if I click on it here,
What the hell is
click on it here again, you guys can see if I keep clicking here, it's playing really smoothly, right? So it's changing these tracks and then it's playing these tracks too, right? Which is correct. And it should be the exactly same behavior here. And you guys can see now it's working. So I don't know what was happening before, but it's working right now. So yeah, it's working right now as you guys can see. It's changing them. But of course we don't have the player right now, but it is working. So yeah, that's working. That's great. Now we can work on other stuff. So I think poster for us is done. Now we need to of course render the other stuff here like from here. But poster for us is done right now so far. And I think yeah, that's actually done. So now we can work on other stuff. So now, but there's one more thing actually we didn't do, and that's actually the artist name here, the artist name and the song title. That's the last thing we have to do here. So outside of this div, basically, what I want to do is I want to create another div, and this div is gonna have a class name of text of 15 pixels, 15 pixel, and inside of this there's gonna be an h4, and then there's gonna be an h6 basically for the title and the artist name. So of course for the title we're just gonna say track, we're just gonna say track dot title. And remember we changed it from name to title. There's gonna be title now instead of name, and there's gonna be track dot artist. And I'm just gonna save it. As soon as I save it, it's like this. Now we just need to style this. For the title, I'm just gonna say class name. And I'm gonna show you something really cool if you don't know about this. I'm gonna say font extra bold first of all. And then I'm going to say truncate. So what truncate does basically, guys, is it's something really cool. Kind of thing. What truncate does is if I set a width of 44, for example, and which is basically 176 pixels. What it does is, if anything which is bigger than that bit, it actually adds three dots. And as you can see, guys, it adds three dots in the end. And if I don't do truncate, of course, it's not gonna actually do that. And you guys can see it's really big and it's not looking good right now. But if I add truncate right now, it actually adds three dots in the end. And this is a really good feature inside of Tailwind which you can do and provides these properties basically. Now for the artist, we don't want to do anything else, so we're gonna keep it like that. But this is what we do basically for the typing. So I think that's looking really good. And I think one thing which I maybe missed, I think here, I don't know if I've actually added the exact Google fonts here, the family. Uh, I think yeah, I did, but or maybe there's another font I forgot to add. And I'm not sure why. I think my fonts are not exactly the same, and that's why there are differences. I think I just feel like there are some differences in the font, you know. But again, I'm not really sure about them. But I still think there are some differences in the font because I really feel like yeah, the font is actually not the same in the both. I think the font is actually a bit different. But anyways, we are done with this and we are done with our poster components. Let's keep going because we need to move at a faster pace now. And let me just go to the body back again, guys. And let's actually complete our body. So we have this thing, this section complete here. Now we're gonna go down. What we're gonna do now, guys, is we have this div complete. Sorry. So we're gonna go down, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna have another div here, guys. Because body is kind of the main section we have, the main section we have to cover, and then it's going to be really fast. Now this div, guys, this div is we're going to have it flex. Now what this div is basically, I'm talking about this div on the bottom here. So this is the middle section is the body thing, so I'm talking about these two things. Now these two things are going to be inside of one div, which is going to be flex, and it's going to have a gap ax of 8. I'm using gap instead of space, and I'm going to say position of absolute, and I'm going to say min width of position, which means min width of 100%. That's a hover over n. And position of absolute, and there's a reason why I'm saying position of absolute. And as soon as we reach a bigger screen, which is a tablet screen, I want to do position of relative, and I also want to have margin left of 6. Basically, the reason I want to do position absolute on phone screen is there's a very good reason for that. And then we're gonna have generate here, which is basically these things here, which you guys can see, genres. So what I'm going to do for genres, I'm going to create a div and I'm going to have a heading here first thing. So for the heading, I'm just going to say genres. And what I'm going to do for the outer div, first of all, it's going to be hidden by default on phone. Only it's going to be shown on Excel screen size. And Excel is basically 1080 pixels. And I don't want to show it before than that because it's not looking good. Because as you can see, as soon as I go there, the genre kind of doesn't look good. So I want to remove genre from there, and I only want to show new releases. And since it's not doing anything, it's just sitting like it's not dynamic or anything, so I just want to remove it. So I'm going to do on Excel, I want to show it, because it's mobile responsive and Tailwind and everything, and I want to give it a max width of 270 pixels, basically 270 pixels, and I want to save it. Now for the H2, I want to say class name, and for the class name, I want to say white, text of white. I want to say font of bold. I also want to say margin bottom of 3 and save it. As soon as I do that, we have generate here. And now after my H2, I want to have div. Now why I'm creating another div here is I want to contain all of my generators, all of these things. Now you can create this as a generate component, but I have done it using the class name instead of Tailwind. But if you want, you can create each of these as a separate component as well. But I have a container for all these components or all these generators. Now what I'm gonna do inside of this is I'm gonna create a bunch of different. So I'm just gonna quickly copy because there's no point in me wasting time and writing this out. So I'm just gonna go to my body inside of my components, and I'm just gonna go down here, guys, and I'm just gonna quickly get all my genres here, and I'm just gonna save it. Now I've given it the class name of generate, and you guys might have guessed what I'm gonna do next. But for the outer div, first of all, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say flex. I wanna give a gap x of 2, and I also wanna give a gap y of 2.5, a little bit more vertically, and I wanna say flex wrap. Now what flex wrap is gonna do, guys, is it's gonna make sure that when it's actually because we have a max width here, right? So what it's gonna do is it's gonna make sure when it reaches the max width, the other child actually goes on the bottom. And you guys are gonna understand this, what I mean by that. So I need to go to my globals first, and I need to actually change my genre. So I'm just gonna quickly do that as well, and just go to my globals and quickly apply these stylings. I'm just gonna explain you guys what I mean by that. Let me just quickly get it. So for the genre, I'm just going to quickly apply these stylings, and let's actually go back, and boom, it's actually changed. What I basically did is I applied a background, a text color, a border, and a border color, and then I made it a little bit rounded, not fully rounded. I just made it 12 pixels, padding top and bottom, left and right, and then did some text of 11 pixels, a custom value, and then I did font bold, and I said cursor default. Now what cursor default is basically, if I don't do cursor default here, you guys will see when I actually hover over this, it actually changes to a typing cursor, right? Just like on search. But I don't want that. I want to keep it like this, you know. So what I did is to make sure that it's like this, stays like this. I keep it cursor default. Now you can see it doesn't change to a typing cursor, and it is exactly like the cursor right now. You know, it doesn't change to this. So that is what I actually did. So now this is looking better, and now what I have to do is I have to create the button on the bottom, right? Right. I have to create a button on the bottom. Now what I can do is outside of this div, of course, I can have a button. Again for the button, I think I'm just gonna quickly maybe copy it because it's really this button like this button is actually really easy, and there's actually a class name I want to give to this button as well because I'm using this exact same button at some other place as well. So I'm just gonna give it a class name too, but it's this button. So what I can do is I can create this, but instead of doing this, what we can do is we can have a class name because I'm using the same exact button. I've actually forgot to do that before. So what I can do is I can just quickly say, and this button is exactly the same as this here. So what we can do is we can just say a btn class name, and you can just go to global css, and inside of here you can just say btn, and you can just do apply, and you can put all these styling here, and this is gonna apply to both the buttons without repeating ourselves. And what basically I did for the button, now if I go back and you guys can see, I will have this button here. And this button is really simple. If I go and I can explain you guys the styling. Again, I'm just changing the tag, the background, making the font a bit 13 pixels, the custom value, padding, left and right, top, bottom. Rounded again, I'm making it 16 pixels. I'm giving the width of full, font weight of bold, and I'm also changing the background opacity of the button to 80, and then when I hover over the button, I'm changing it back to 100. So you guys can see the background opacity is changing when I hover over it with a beautiful transition of ease out. So that's all. That's all for this button. And we have our genres. I think we have our genres completed. Now we can work on the new releases kind of thing in the middle. So now outside of this div basically, right? Outside of this whole div, out of the general div, we can work on that, and we can basically have tracks right now. I can work on tracks. And I was gonna comment things out because it's always good to comment it out, so you can. It's easier for readability, and even for you guys, it'll be easier when you guys wanna search about it. So I'm gonna create a div for the tracks, and for the tracks, I mean these things. And again, I'm gonna do h2 here, and since I think it's the same thing, so I'm just gonna quickly actually copy this thing and paste it here. Mistake, I copied this one again. So I'm just gonna paste it in here, and instead of so this is gonna be text white, font bold, and margin bottom is exactly the same. So I'm just gonna say, now here's the difference. So here's the cool thing now. What I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna do again search results of length, and I'm gonna check if my search results of length is 0. I'm gonna show new releases, right? Right? Because I want this to be dynamic, right? And if that's not the case, I want to show track or whatever you guys want to like, or whatever you guys want to show here. So this is gonna be down. And now it's showing new releases. Now, as soon as I actually search about something, and look at this, guys. I think I didn't show you guys this. Then when we search about it, you guys can see it changes information, which is really really cool. And search for it, search for Blinding Lights, my favorite song, and you guys can see it's beautiful. And it's changing the tracks. Now, as soon as I remove that, it changes back to new releases, which is really really awesome. So now outside of this h2, you're gonna have a div, okay, again as a container for all of our results. Now again, I'm not gonna waste any more time because I already explained you guys what slides does, and what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna get this div, guys. I'm just gonna get this div real quickly. I'm just gonna paste it in here and explain you guys what I actually did here. But it's pretty straightforward right now, and I can go back. Of course, now I'm gonna be using a different component. So this actually is a different component which you're gonna have to create. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new file called track, and this is called track.js. So I'm just gonna create a component, and I'm gonna come back here and import this component and save it. But everything else, guys, is gonna stay the same. And it's just basically that this is changing, and it's telling me that cannot read properties of undefined. So for some reason this is undefined right now, and if I refresh it, I think it should not show me that anymore. Yeah, so you guys can see it creates this empty container here, of course, because we don't have any we didn't style the track thing, that's why. So what I basically did here, guys, let me explain you this thing, what I did here. So basically I created a container, and this is this empty container styles. And what I did is, of course, because I'm having different tracks here, so I put some vertical spacing, I put a border of 2, and I put the border color, a border width of 2. Then I put border radius 16 pixels, and then there's padding, all round padding, and then there's a background color and overflow while scroll. Remember, I want to scroll through all these things, like the overflow while scroll, and then I have a height of 1000 pixels. So whenever you kind of do overflow while scroll, you always want to specify your height. So I did height of 1000 pixels, a medium screen size. However, I want to reduce the height on phone, so I want to have a bigger height on my phone, because on phone it kind of looks smaller, but on my medium screen size, I want to reduce the height. So I want to reduce the height to 384 pixels. Then here's the cool thing, guys, actually. So what I did here, guys, so remember I added inside of my Tailwind config these three plugins. Now, this was the plugin I was telling you guys about, that we can use this to customize our scroll bar, right? And this is what I did, guys. When we're gonna, right now you don't see the scroll bar, of course, because we don't have many tracks. But as soon as we're gonna have tracks, you're gonna see this beautiful scroll bar here. As you can see, this custom scroll bar we created, and there's this rounded effect as well. And the rounded effect is coming because if I go back to my Tailwind config, guys, remember I told you about this variant called scroll bar rounded. That's why the scroll bar is actually kind of rounded as well, which is really really cool, guys. And we're gonna be getting the scroll bar pin, the scroll bar, and then we're changing thumb. So this thing basically is called the thumb of the scroll bar, and we're changing the thumb color. And when we hover over it, we're changing the thumb color to 500. So the scroll bar thumb rate 500. So when I hover over this, you can see it kind of looks similar to Spotify, it changes the scroll bar color, which is like really detailed, and it's really these subtle changes, which makes the whole difference. And then we're providing a width for this whole container, for this whole big container of 830 pixels, 830 pixels, yeah. Now, of course, what I did here is because remember before I sliced from 0 to 4. Now I want to start from my fourth element, and I want to go to my length. So I want to, of course, I want to show all of my tracks, right? Because remember, I only wanted to show first four here, and then I want to show all of my tracks here, all of my remaining ones. So of course, I want to start from four, okay, and then I want to go to dot length, which means till the end. And again, for the search results, I did the same thing, and of course, I made sure that if the search results are empty, then I want to show the new releases only. Now we have to work on the track component. Let's just quickly open the track and actually let's finish the track component. So I'm just gonna actually open my track component right now, and let's actually work on the track component now. That's the most important one, right? Because we're gonna have these beautiful icons and these names and stuff like this. And when we actually click play here, you guys can see we can play songs here. And again, you guys can see if I play here and I can stop it from here as well. Like if I click here, it pauses, and if I click here, it pauses too. So both ways, it's actually gonna pause the song, which is really really nice. And we're gonna have these heart icon as well, by the way. So if you click on these heart icons, you can see it changes to green, which is really cool. And if you click again, it changes back to the normal thingy, which is really cool as well. So yeah, now I'm gonna work on the. Now let's actually work on the track one. So inside the track, the first thing we're gonna have a div for the left hand side. Remember, the track is this thing here. This is one track, and this is the left hand side, and then there's the right hand side. So for the left hand side, first let's actually give the styling to the container. For the container, what I'm going to do is I'm going to display flex, of course, item center, justify between. Justify between means I want them to be spaced away as far as possible from each other. But I want to give space x of 20 as well between them if they ever come close. And I want to have a cursor of default. Of course, again, the cursor of default, I hope you guys know I explained it before. Uh, it's just like this. It doesn't change to the texting one, you know. So a cursor, and look at this, guys. This isn't going to, and this shouldn't be happening actually, which means we didn't do this correctly maybe. So let's actually go back to body and let's actually see why is it not working. I think it's because maybe we set grid columns to by default, so it should be two columns by default, but it shouldn't be overlapping with each other like that. Yeah, that shouldn't be happening. So I think we missed something out maybe here, and that's the cause. That's why it's causing this thing. But that shouldn't be happening because it should be like this, and then it should be spaced away from each other. So I might have missed something out. If I go to back to my body, I'm just gonna check out what did I actually miss right now. So I have flex row, space y of 8, py of 4, a margin of 24. Everything else that seems fine here. I might have missed something here though. A height of adding y, a grid column of 2, grid columns of 3 on the larger screen, and Excel screen. I want the grid columns to be 4, gap x of 4, gap y of 8, and padding of 4. So I did not actually miss anything here, but I'm really not sure why it's actually intersecting with each other. Why it's overlapping each other? It shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be the case. Even though it's showing 2 by 2, and it shouldn't be like overlapping on top of each other. I think that's happening because maybe I did not actually give some styling somewhere. So let me just quickly guys check. Let me just check something out because I might have missed somewhere. Yeah, I think that's why. I did not actually give any styling on my main tag here. The reason why, guys, this is happening is because on my main tag, I want to give flex. I want to say min height of screen. I want to give flex, min height of screen. Remember, we have these three things: sidebar, body, and the right section. And I also want to say min width of max. What min width of max, guys? What min width? I think it's just a min width of max. What it actually does, and you can see, guys, it already fixes it for me. Min width of max. So I'm gonna explain you guys what min width of max does actually. And even when I do flags, actually it is fixed. So, but min width of max is really important. So it wasn't working because I didn't do flags actually. That was the case. But min width of max is really important because on phone screens, you're gonna feel the difference. You're gonna see the difference. Why I actually added min width of max, and there's a very good reason why I actually added this, because it doesn't shrink the content and it keeps the content to max. Like as the name suggests, the min width is always it always fills the max of the content. Like it doesn't shrink the content or anything. It always fills the maximum of the content. So that's what the min width is always. And you guys are gonna understand if you don't know about this, especially on the phone screen. So on a larger screen, I want the padding bottom to be more and background to be black. So I had to add these things inside of my main tag. Yeah. So now I have this. Now let's go back to body. Sorry, to the track, and let's keep working on the track. So we have cursor default here, and when you hover over the track, basically, we want to change the BG to white, and we also want to change the opacity to 0.1, which is 10%. So basically, when you hover over the track, that's what you want to happen. Want it to happen. And then I want to give a padding of 2, and I want to give a px of 4, and I also want to give rounded LG. Again, I don't want to make it fully rounded, but a little rounded. And I also want to do group because I'm going to be having group hover effects on the child here, and I'm going to give a transition, and I'm going to say ease out. Again. And now inside of this container here, I'm just gonna say flex and item center, and then inside of my div here, and as soon as I do that, guys, you can immediately see I have the scroll bar, right? Because I have a sort of height here now for the track, and I have a height for my tracks, right? So that's why I have this kind of scroll bar now, and you can see it looks really good right now, the scroll bar. Now what I'm gonna do, guys, is inside of this div here, right? And this is one track component. Remember, this is just one track component. What I'm gonna do is, of course, I'm gonna be getting my track through the prop, right? So I'm gonna be getting my track through the prop. And what I mean by that is basically, of course, inside of my body, when I'm having these tracks, I'm getting these two things, right? Similarly, how I got it inside of my poster. But that was a poster component, and this is a different component. That's the only difference. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be getting a track and a choose track and choose track function. So what I can do here, guys, is I can do track dot album URL URL like URL better, okay. Track dot album URL, and for the class name, guys, if I actually save this right now, you guys can see it's really huge right now. Of course, we don't want the image to be that huge. So for the class name, we can say rounded XL, guys, and we can say height of 12, and we can also say a width of 12, and then we can say object cover. Remember I told you guys difference between object cover and object contain. And the reason why I'm doing object cover here, and I want to say margin right of 3, so to provide some margin from on the right hand side. The reason why I'm doing cover and not contain here, because again, I'm having a border radius on the image. So it's always better to use cover when like kind of have a border radius on the image, because then it always respects the border radius, and no weird stuff happens. So I always use object cover when I'm giving it a border radius. So now what I'm gonna do, guys, is I have a margin editor. Now I've finished this image. Now after the image, there's gonna be a div now. Now inside of this div, there will be two things, guys. there'll be this title and of course the artist, right? The title of the song and the artist. Now, first thing we're gonna do is of course the title. So I'm just gonna say h4, and then I'm gonna also have a p tag inside of it. For the h4 guys, I'm just gonna say track.title, track.title, and for the p tag guys, I'm just gonna say track.artist, you know. And as soon as I save it, you guys can see we have these black things here. We have track.title and the track.artist. Now for the container div here, we don't want to do anything, but for the styling of the title, I'm just gonna say class name, and I'm gonna say text of white, then I'm gonna say text of small, and I'm also gonna say font of semi bold, and I'm going to say truncate. Again, I told you guys what truncate does, right? So it's going to shrink it and put three dots in the end, right? And of course, for truncate to work, we need to provide a width as well. So if it goes exceeds that width actually, then it truncates that text actually. So when I do that, it is going to truncate when it exceeds that width of 450 pixels. But of course, it's not looking good right now. So for the artist right now, what I'm going to do is I'm also gonna say text. But this time, guys, I'm gonna use RGB values. I'm not gonna be using, and you can also use RGB values as a custom value if you wanna use. And you can see immediately it changes my color. This is how cool Tailwind is. You can legit use any values here: grams, pixels, RGBs. Like for, I mean, of course, for heights and position. And for colors, you can use RGBs. You can also use like HSL values and stuff. So it is really good. Now I want a custom font size of 13 pixels. I also want the font to be semi bold, and I want the group hover because remember I added the group on the container. I want to make it white on the group hover. Then hover over the entire container. I want to make it white. Again, I think there's something there's something not working with the font. I'm actually maybe gonna just change the font again. I don't know. I'm maybe just gonna not use this font. I think this font is messing up a lot of stuff. So maybe I'm not actually gonna use this font right now. I'm just gonna use the default font for now. I don't know because it's messing a lot of stuff right now. The font, you know, and I don't think it's exactly the same font. So yeah, let's actually use the default font for now. But anyways, all these things are working. And we have these things, and actually when I hover over this, you guys can see it actually changes the color of that as well, so which is really cool. Actually changes that, and so that's really cool. Now what I can do, guys, now is I have the artist right now, and I've styled these things, so I can go here and still we have a lot of stuff remaining. And you can see when I hover over this, also you can see this beautiful effect which happens in the transition, and this beautiful scroll bar thingy that's working as well. Now when I click on play, uh, this should be playing, but I need to click it twice, which is not good. Because sometimes I have to click it twice and sometimes click it once. So I have to figure that out what's going on. But it's working so far here. And now, guys, what I need to do is I need to make the right side, right? The right side, which is actually this side here with the icons, which is really easy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna, outside of my p tag in here, I'm gonna create another div here, guys. So this is my left hand side, and now I'm gonna work on the right hand side. So on my right hand side, guys, I'm gonna have I'm gonna have on the container div basically. I'm gonna say on medium screen size, I want the margin left to be auto, but only on the medium screen size. I want items, flex item centers and item center, and I want to say space x of 2.5. And now inside of this, basically, I want a div basically. Now this div is gonna contain I am headphones, which is another React icons basically, and then it's gonna contain h4. and the h4 is gonna say it's gonna contain the popularity. So track.popularity, and of course we need to get these headphones because we need to import them. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna manually import them right now, and I'm just gonna say I am headphones from React icons slash I am quickly gonna get these icons. And what I'm gonna do now guys is I'm just gonna make this class name because it's actually really small, so I'm just gonna make it larger. I'm gonna say text of larger, and I'm just gonna save it. Of course it's showing us this thing again, and I think it's showing us this thing because we are not using what we should have done. Instead of doing like this, what we should have done is if we go here and instead of pulling it like this, we could have actually done like something like access token like this. But this is something called optional chaining, and what it basically means, it's only gonna give us the access token if it exists in the first place. So that way it's not gonna error out or anything, I guess. Which is a better way of doing it. So it's optional chaining actually. So it's only gonna give us the access token only if the session exists. So we're gonna check the session first. Let's go back to the track, and for the I am headphones, you're getting the headphones, but the color is black, of course. So we want to change the color. So on the container here, guys, I'm just gonna say class name, and I'm gonna say text of white. Again, it's not like that. So text of white like this, and I'm gonna say flex, and I'm gonna say space text of one. Now space text of one means the spacing between the text and the headphones. And I'm gonna say text of small, and I'm gonna say font of semi-bold, and I'm just gonna save it. As soon as I do that, it actually works. Now track.popularity is actually not working right now, and it should be as you guys can see, it actually doesn't work here, but it does work on the thingy, but it doesn't work on the album thingy, but it does work on the it does work when you search about it. It does work when you search about something, but it's not there when actually on the new releases thing. So uh, that's fine. You can maybe just change it somehow. And here is where I wanted the font to be just normal, but I don't want to have to do it because right now it's already the normal font. So this is a track with popularity, but we're not getting any popularity for this one. So if I search, you can see there is a popularity right now, which you can get. So we have the popularity, and now what we can do, guys, is we have font semi-bold, and outside of this div, guys, we have another div now, of course. Now this div, guys, is gonna be for this one, right? This icon, this beautiful play button, and we have to handle some functionality here, and then we are done with the body, and then we have to work on the right section with these icons and this profile thing. And I'm actually using headless UI as well in this build, guys. So yeah, I forgot to tell you, there's a lot of stuff going on in this build, guys. I know it's a huge build, and we've worked like so much for this one. So I'm using headless UI as well. I'm gonna be showing you guys this how to create this beautiful drop down thingy with the like really nice animation kind of thing, and you can add more stuff here as well if you want to. But yeah, then you have to create these recently played fetch the songs, and then you have to create we don't have to create the player, actually it's already there, so you just have to use the player and install it, and then you have to check the functionality, and then we are pretty much done with the build, you know so we're going strong. Let's keep going. So now we have to actually work on this the right hand side. So what I can do here is, for the right hand side, guys, I first of all, on the outermost container, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say flex item center rounded full, and then rounded full. So I want it to be a circle, and then I want to border width to be 2, and I want a custom border. and the custom border is gonna be 262626, guys, and I'm gonna be having a width, fixed width of 85 pixels, and then I'm gonna have a height of 10, and I'm gonna say relative, and I'm also gonna say cursor pointer, and then I'm gonna say group hover border white, and I'm gonna say 40. So when I hover again, group hover is gonna be on the entire group, right? On the entire group, and I want the border to change when I hover over the entire group, right? So you guys can see when I hover over the entire group, the border actually changes, and rounded full is actually, of course, the circle kind of thing, circle effect. And now inside of this div, guys, I want a bunch of icons. So first icon is gonna be this AI fill heart icon, and I actually want to honestly get these icons inside of my track. So I'm just gonna open my track and quickly get these icons. So it's this one, and I think I already got them used to. So oh, actually I haven't. So I'm just gonna get all these icons real quickly, and I'm gonna go back to design. Now I can use this icon. So basically inside of this div, guys, I'm gonna use this AI fill heart icon. Now, this is gonna be an interesting icon basically. So when I actually have this, this is the icon, but of course we're gonna change some stuff here. The first thing, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna open curly braces here because I wanna use a variable inside of it. And whenever you wanna use variable inside of Tailwind, this is how you do it. And then you put like backslash like this. And what I wanna do is first I wanna say text Excel, margin left of 3, and I want to provide a class of icon here. Now what this icon class is I'm going to go to global CSS, and I'm actually going to quickly get this icon class from my global CSS. Um, and this is basically the icon. It's a custom class which you created. So of course, and what this actually does is it has a duration. Now, of course, I didn't do height and width properties here and didn't change any position, because if I want to use this class anywhere else in this build, like for example the icon class, I just wanted the styling to be there, like I mean the transitions and animations to stay the same. Otherwise, I could just tweak it, the height and width and everything else, you know. I could use it for pretty much any icon I want to use. So I have the icon class here, which is pretty much, I mean, it's what it's doing is when I hover over it, it's going to scale the icon. It's going to provide a transition duration of 150 and ease of, which is really nice, right? And then what I want to do is I want to use a variable, and it's going to be an has liked variable. And what this variable, guys, what it's gonna do actually, that is actually gonna say, so has liked is a variable. So what this variable is gonna do is gonna be a piece of state, guys. It's gonna be a piece of state. That's really cool. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a piece of state called has liked. I'm gonna say set has liked, and of course it needs to be bigger. Set has liked, and I'm gonna use a use state and a boolean value of false by default, right? And I'm just gonna import use state from React, okay? And just look what I'm gonna do, guys. So I'm saying if has like this actually true, if has like this actually true, I want to change the color of my heart to 1ED760. Okay, so this is if it is actually true. But what if it's not true? So if it is not true, since it's a ternary operator, remember, if it is actually not true, I'm gonna change the color of my heart icon to 868686. So I'm gonna say text custom color 868686, and I'm just gonna save it. And if I go back to the design to the build right now, you guys can see immediately it changes. It's gray right now, but of course I haven't clicked on it. But now I need to handle the on click event on this icon, right? So what I have to do is on click event on this icon. So I'm just gonna say on click. What's gonna happen is an inline function, and I'm just gonna say set has like to whatever the opposite of has like is. Now what this means, guys, is if I click it on this icon right now, it changes to green. But I click again, it changes to black again. So I like, and if I don't want to like, I want to again undo that. I can basically undo that easily with a beautiful animation here. So I don't know if you guys like it, but yeah, this is like really cool. And this is how you can do this if you wanna basically change something really quickly, and you wanna, and if you wanna, even if you wanna store this inside of your state, you can do that using just a tracker, a counter. Basically, if you use a counter, you can basically store that how many times and how many songs you liked and stuff like that. So based on depending of that, so that's really cool. But yeah, so we are done with this. Now, what we want to do next is we want to work on the play button, this one here, which needs to be dynamic as well, right? So now to work on that, actually, what I'm gonna do is after my on click here, I'm gonna use track.uri. What I'm gonna say, if my track.uri is playing track.uri, I'm gonna do the same thing again, guys. What I'm gonna say, if my track.uri is equal to the plain track.uri, and then even my play is true, I wanna do something. Otherwise, I wanna do something else. Now, of course, how am I gonna actually get my playing track? I'm again gonna use my global state, right? And also my play variable, how I'm gonna get that? Again, using my global state. So what I'm gonna do is get inside of my poster, just copy these two states and just paste them here. And I can quickly just, oh, not this one. I can quickly just get these things from the player atom, these two, and that's all. So I have these now, and now you can see they turn blue. Now, of course, I need to get the track. So I have the track as well, since I'm sending the track as a prop, right? So I have the track that if it is equal, what I want to do here, guys, right? So if this is the case, what I want to do here is I want to have a div, and inside of this div, what I want to do is I want to have, of course, I want to have a BS fill pause fill icon, right? Of course, but it's playing. The track is playing. If the track is playing, I want to show the pause icon. I want to say text Excel as well here. Now, of course, it contains a div because it needs to be a div. And now for this div, guys, what I'm gonna do for this div is I'm gonna get the styling here really quickly from my track, because again, I don't want to waste any time into this. It's really simple, guys, and I'm just gonna quickly get my styling here for both of these actually. I'm just gonna copy this, and what I'm doing here, guys, so I'm just gonna get the other part as well. And if that's not the case, I mean, if the song is not playing, then of course you want to show the play icon, right? So if that's not the case, then you want to do this, yes, and just save it. And if I save this, now of course we want to have the handle play kind of thing, which is not defined right now. So what I'm going to do for this thing is I'm just going to comment it for now. Good. And let's go back, and you guys can see immediately that. So what I actually did on the divs here, guys, and just give it a fixed height and width, and I made it a circle. Then again, I give it a border and a border color, of course, and I made the icon in the center. So I said flex item center justify center, and that positioned absolute. And the reason why I position absolute, if I don't do this, guys, I mean not here, because of course that's not the play one. If I don't do this, you can see it's on the right. But how I wanted this icon to be is exactly on the right side, right? So I positioned it absolute, and then I did not actually do it right zero. The right zero, it kind of shows you the there's a little, I don't know if you guys can see, but there's a little slight difference here, which I did not like. So what I did is I said minus right 0.5, which means it's gonna make it minus 2 pixels from the right side. Okay, it's gonna mean it's gonna be minus 2 pixels from right side, which means it's gonna be more towards the uh, right side, And as soon as I do that, you guys can see. And then I added a hover effect, and of course with a scaling transition effect, which is really looking really nicely. And of course, since I click on it, I need to handle play as well, so it works. So what I have to do is this handle play thing, which I have, is just one function and it's going to be on both of these devs here. And now we have to, of course, create this function. So we can go up here. And similarly, how we did it in the poster, we're just going to quickly get this function and paste it in here. Again, it's the same function, so of course it's going to do the same thing. And if the track.uri is equal to the playing track.uri, we're just going to set the play to whatever the opposite of play is. Now again, because of that, what we can do if we click on it now, you guys can see it's actually working now. So if I click on it, if I click again, it's pausing and playing, and then if I click here and if I click here, it's actually working. It's working on all of these things, which is really nice. So now it's working on all these things. And even when I search about something, if I search for a song, you guys can see it's dynamically changing all the information. If I search for blinding lights, dynamically changing everything. And you guys can see you can pretty much search for anything and it's changing the information dynamically. But if you don't search for anything, then of course it just shows you the new releases. And if you search for anything, yeah. So yeah, you guys can see pretty much it's working right now. It's looking really good in my opinion. So yeah, I mean it's looking really good and it's working, and I like this with body section. So I think we are actually done with our body section right now. You know, the body section is done for us. Now we gotta work on the right side, which is the last side technically for us, and then we can pretty much work on the player, and then we can wrap the build up. So it has been a crazy build, I know guys, and I think we have reached like 5 hour mark right now or something, and it's really been a crazy build, I know. But yeah, it is gonna be damn worth it when it's gonna be on your portfolios and stuff. Because yeah, it's a huge build. It's a really huge build with a lot of stuff. Recoil, Next.js, Tailwind, headless UI is remaining right now, so get ready for that. This is gonna be an headless UI thingy. And it's really easy to integrate it with Tailwind, so don't worry about that. So now let's actually get back to our dashboard, and we have completed the body. Now we're gonna work on the right side. Now on the right side as well, we need to like send two things, and that's the Spotify API and the toStrike function. Because of course we're gonna be able to play songs from the right side too, right? Like this is the when I click here, I mean I'm playing songs here, so we need to be able to play. So we're sending these two things on the right hand side too. So what I'm gonna do guys now is I'm gonna work on the right hand side, and let's actually start working on that. So I'm going to open my right side, and of course as the usual I'm going to change this for good semantics. I'm going to change this to section, and now I can work on it. So now what I'm going to do guys, for the section, for this whole section, I'm going to give some padding, and I want to give the same amount of padding I give for the other sections, so to be consistent with that. Because I think if I go to the body thing, I think I give the same padding. As you can see, give like padding top and bottom of 4. So I give a padding of 4 here as well to be consistent with it. And a padding right of a little bit more, and then a space between the children of 8. Now, inside of this section, there's gonna be a div, of course, and this div, guys, is gonna have class name of flex, and there's gonna be space x of 2, and then there's going to be items of center and justify between. Okay, and what is this div actually? Basically guys, it's going to be this div for the icons on top here, these 3 icons. This div is the div I'm talking about. So this div guys, I'm going to write icons here, and here there will be another div for the icons, and inside of this div guys, there's going to be class name of flex, and then I'm going to do item center, and then I'm going to do space x of 4, and then I'm gonna do border of 2, and then I'm gonna do border color. I'm gonna change the border color to 262626, and then I'm also gonna make it rounded full, and I'm gonna say height of 12, and I'm gonna say py3, and I'm gonna say px of 4, and I'm just gonna save it. And as soon as I do that, you can see immediately. Of course, it's not looking how we want it to look, but of course, when you have stuff inside, it's gonna change it. Now we are gonna have two icons inside of it. Again, I'm just gonna quickly get those icons, all the icons. So let me get all the icons, guys, very quickly. So I'm gonna get these. I'm gonna be using these icons, and then I think, yeah, these are the only icons I'm gonna be using. So let's go back, and the first icon is gonna be the high um, outline shield check icon here. It's gonna be having a class name of text, a custom color of CECECE. I'm sorry, it's gonna be CCC. It's gonna be the custom color, and then text size is gonna be XL, and then there's gonna be another icon here, which is gonna be MD outline settings, and this is gonna be text CCC, and again, it's gonna be the same one. So I'm just gonna quickly save it, and you can see immediately you have these two icons, but we need another icon here, the bell icon. So I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna create a div. And actually don't need a div for this. I'm sorry. I can just do bi val, and the class name is gonna be, again, it's gonna be the same. Again, we can just pretty much create another. Now again here, what I've done is this is not practical what I've done. Like, of course, what you guys can do is, again, just go ahead and just maybe give it a class name of something like uh, right icon, right sidebar icon, or something like that, and just, instead of repeating like this. But of course, it's just it's just two of them, like two utility classes, so it doesn't matter. But for, again, production purposes, I wouldn't suggest to do that again. So yeah, we have the bell icon, and then we have this div. So after this div, now we want to work on the profile one. I'm gonna say profile. Now here's the interesting one. Now here's the part where we're gonna be using headless UI. But this is the profile thingy which we're gonna be creating, this thing. And it's getting our image from Spotify. So yeah, this is the thing which we're gonna be creating right now. So it's very easy. Just type headlessui.dev. Just go to this website, and what you guys want to do is, we are going to be using. So they have a bunch of different components, and these are completely unstyled, fully, like, UI components, and they're unstyled. So what it means is, basically you can literally customize them with Tailwind CSS. So they really go really well with Tailwind CSS. There's a bunch of these components. We are going to be using the drop down one. So I'm going to click here, and this is the demo of this is how it actually kind of looks. And you can even integrate this with Framer Motion, by the way. So it's really good, and has a lot of useful stuff. So what we're gonna do is, we just need to install headless UI/react. So I'm just gonna open my terminal, go to the other terminal, and just paste this and just install this. Now, of course, like, inside of the website, like, you can inside of the documentation, you get a lot of different options, but I've actually customized this to according to my own need. And you have, like, showing and hiding the menu, and then you have a bunch of different options, but I've actually customized this according to how I needed it, like exactly like here. So I'm going to show you guys exactly what I did here. So now I'm just going to create, so I've actually created a component for this called dropdown, because I want to separate these things into their own components. So I'm going to say dropdown.js. I'm going to say underscore rfce and create this component, and then I'm just going to go here and auto import it from here and just save it. So I have a dropdown component, and what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to go to that component right now, and I'm going to tell you guys what I actually did here. So I'm just gonna quickly grab it actually, and then I'm gonna explain you guys what I actually did inside of this component. Because of course I just got it from Headless UI. It's not like I did it all of these things myself. So because we are using Headless UI, but I'm gonna explain you guys what I copied here. And all these things you guys can see, it's all headless UI. So you can see headless UI uses Tailwind CSS, right? So of course, all these classes they're using are Tailwind CSS. Like if I go down here and you guys can see all the classes they use, they're all Tailwind CSS. I mean, you guys can see transition, duration, and then there's like a bunch of different classes, like BG Blue, text white, all of it's using Tailwind CSS on the back. So it integrates really, really well. And as soon as I save that, you can literally see that it's working right now. But let me explain you guys what I did here. So what I basically did here, guys, is first I have this, like, of course, from headless UI, a menu kind of thing, which is rendering as a div. It has its own default width and height. So I just tweaked some of the width and height stuff maybe. And then I have a button here. And then, of course, inside of the button, I have two things. So what I basically did inside of the button, instead of like the headless UI thingy, this is the button, right? So I have two things. So in this button, I have a chevron down icon, of course, from hero icons, and then I have an image. Now, what this image is basically the session.user.image. Now, how did I get the session? Of course, using the useSession hook, which I've used before, and I got the session. So when you do dot, you see there's a user, and when you get the user, you can see when you do dot, you get three things: email, name, and image. So I got the user's image, and of course, we don't have any alt tag here, and then or you can just do session.user.name for the alt tag. It's up to you guys. And then I did a class name of this, of course, and made it rounded. And I did minus right of one, which means I wanted this to be minus 4 pixels from the right side. So that's the only thing I did. I changed these two things here, an icon and an image. And then here for the transition, I just kept it as it is, as it was. And what I did here, when I click, of course, when you click, it opens this drop down, right? So inside of my drop down, what I did is I actually added this button. And on click of this button, what I did is actually the sign out function. Now, this is the very useful thing which I want to show you guys, which I was talking about earlier. And I think I showed you guys this thing. And even if you click and you go here, click on this link, you guys can see it will exactly take you to this link. And I was telling you guys this thing. If you pass redirect false to sign out, it will provide a really good experience for the user to, and it will immediately log out the user, and it will delete the session, and the page is not going to refresh. That's exactly what I was talking about. So I added this option redirect to false. And the sign off function again is I'm getting the sign off function from Next Authentication React. So I don't have to write any of these functions basically. And then I'm just writing logout here. This is just the text, of course. And then there's of course an icon as well here. And this icon which I'm using here is the logout icon here. Is this logout icon? So I have the logout icon, and I have the logout text inside of the button, and that's how I'm doing. So logout icon and the logout text. Yeah, that's all I'm doing here. So this is the drop down, and everything else is all of the styling I'm keeping. I didn't even change the transition or anything. Like you can experiment with these transitions and everything if you guys want to. But I did not experiment with any of those things, and I just kept it as it is. And of course, when I click here, let's just see what's gonna happen. So of course, when I click here, what's happening here? It's saying it cannot read properties of null. So let's see what's actually going on right here. So when I actually sign out, I am not getting redirected. So I'm not actually I'm not actually getting redirected to the authentication page. If I go to this here and on unauthenticated, I should be getting redirected to this page, but I'm not actually getting redirected to that page. So maybe what I can do is I can just if I just go to next authentication, if I refresh this thing, And there's one thing we can do. We can one thing I might have done wrong maybe. It's not a big thing, but we'll figure it out. So if I go to my right section here, and if I go to my drop down actually, if I try to do session user dot image like this, I wasn't doing like this in my code right now, but let's see if this fixes it for us. Because when I refresh this, it should actually redirect me to login page, but that's not happening. Yeah. So which means we might have done something wrongly inside of our backend code here. If we go here, if I remove actually the pages, then if I try, yeah. So that doesn't even affect anything. So we actually need this. Uh, but there must be something you might have done wrong, and that's why it's actually not how it's supposed to be. This is correct. So in our index.js, we are actually saying, because it's working for my deployed build, and we just have to find out what the issue is. That's all. So we can see that we can actually saying that when it's actually unauthenticated, which means when I'm actually signing out, I want to push to my slash auth slash sign in page, which is of course my login page, right? And when the status is loading, I also want to return the loader kind of thing when the status is loading. But it's actually not getting, it's actually not redirecting me to the login page, which is what we need to figure out right now. So it's not redirecting back us to the login page. So if I actually go here, you see, I have to type it manually and it redirects me, but it doesn't redirect me like from using the router thing. So there must be something going on on our index.js. So that's all we need to figure out. That we might have done something incorrectly inside of our index.js. We are getting the status, we are getting the data session, we're using the use session hub. Yeah. So what we are missing here is missing the required property, which is very important, which I've showed you guys before, and I'm not actually forgot to add that. So if we add this required to true, what this is gonna do basically, it is gonna require this unauthenticated session every time it actually basically it gets us the session. Every time it's going to require this every time. That's what this required means. So as you can see, immediately as soon as I add that, it redirects us. So if I try to go to login local 3000, it's going to redirect me back as soon as you, and I don't even see anything, so I should see loading on this page. But right now I'm of course not seeing anything because I don't have a loader created. But what this basically means, required to true, is basically means that it's gonna require the session every single time, on this page. Because of course this is not a use effect we are using, right? So what this means is we need to at least give it required to true. So which means if you use a use effect, it's gonna always try to check it, right? So required to true is just similar to like that. It means that it's gonna check the session always, on the home page, and it's going to be required to true. And then if it's unauthenticated, it's going to default to the sign-in page. So that was the issue, and we actually fixed it. So and now a default as the sign-in page. So now we can't actually look at the dashboard. We can't actually go to Spotify because, of course, we are not actually logged in right now. So we need to log in. If I click on sign in, and here we go. We're actually signed in now. And if I try to log out back, actually logs it. And just look at how smooth the logout is, right? I mean, it's really fast. I can sign in again and sign in. So that's really clean. Now let's continue working on the right section. So we have the drop down completed. Now, let me just go back to the right section because I just closed it right now, and let me open it again. So now we have to keep working on the right section. We're going really good, really strong. So outside of this div, basically, right? Outside of this div, we want to work on the recently played tracks. Recently played tracks. Of course, because we want to fetch the recently played tracks here, right? That's what we want to work on now. So I'm gonna have a div now, and this div is gonna have a class name here, and it's gonna say bg dod. It's gonna be zero, sorry. So it's gonna be zero d zero d zero d, and this is gonna be the color. And of course, I forgot to have the hash. Yeah. So we're gonna create the container first, and we're gonna provide a border of 2, and we're also gonna say a border. We're also gonna say a border of hash 2 6 2 6 2 6, and we're also gonna say rounded axle, and we're also gonna say space y of 4. I'm just gonna save it. Now, of course, there's no content inside of it, so it's kind of looking like this. But now we're gonna have a div inside of it, and this div is gonna have a class name of flex and item center, and then it's gonna say justify between. And inside of this div, there's going to be an h4. Of course, now this h4 is going to be this recently played thing here, and then we're going to have an icon, a view grid icon on the right hand side. So the h4 is going to say recently played, of course, recently played, and then there's going to be a view grid icon, which is going to be imported from hero icon, and I'm just going to say class name here, and for the class name, I'm gonna say text 60. Sorry, 68, 68, 68. And I can save it. Now, of course, it's really big right now, and we don't want it to be really big, so we can just change the height because it's a hero icon, remember? Not the React one, so you can just target the height and you can make it smaller. Now, of course, recently played, we need to change the styling for this. We can just do class name, and we can say text of white, and then we can say font of semi bold. We can also say text of small, so I want the text to be small, and we can see here is the reason we played. So of course we didn't actually include the padding here, so that's why it's like kind of very closer together, so I can have the padding, and as soon as I do p4, you guys can see immediately it takes an effect, already looking much better. Now outside of this div, I'm gonna have a div container div for all of my recently played components, of course. Now what I can do here, I can first of all, of course, style this. So I can say spacewire for, and by the way, to use this spacewire property, it doesn't your container doesn't need to be flex or anything. You can still use it with you can still use it like this. It doesn't need to be flex or anything, and you can still use your spacewire property, anything. So I'm just gonna use spacewire for, then I'm gonna say overflow y of scroll and overflow x of hidden, and then so basically what I'm doing here is overflow y scroll again. Let me explain you guys again. Overflow y scroll again is just this scrolling thing. And remember, I told you guys whenever we do overflow y scroll, we also need to set the height. And I don't want any overflow on the extend side, like I don't want any scrolling effect. So I'm saying overflow x hidden. And of course, we need to set the height because we have overflow y scroll. So for the height, we say 250 pixels, the custom height again. On the medium screen size, I want to increase the height to 400 pixels. So again, this is a mobile responsive. So on mobile, I want 250. As soon as you read tablet viewport, which is medium, I want it to be 400 pixels. And then I want the scroll bar to be high. I don't want to show the scroll bar. And then inside of this, basically what I want to do is I want to create a piece of state again. Now again, we need to fetch our recently created tracks, right? And we're gonna do it in the similar manner. And if you remember, if I go to if I go back to my dashboard, we're sending Spotify API and choose track function inside of our right component. So we can get it, Spotify API, and choose track function. Now what we can do, guys, is we can just use this inside our recently played, and I'll just quickly get this because I've already done this before, and it follows exactly the same pattern. It follows exactly the same pattern, so we don't have to like change anything, because it's exactly the same thing. And what we have to actually do here is it's actually, of course, it's inside of our right kind of thing. So I'm just gonna open my right thing here, right? And what I can do, guys, is I can get this use effect, and I can get all these things basically, and I'll explain you guys. But it's exactly the same. It's not at all different. Like just how we fetched the new releases and we fetched like the search kind of thingy, it's exactly works in the same manner. And this session hook also we need to also import it. So what I'm doing, guys, again for the access token here, instead of importing like this, what I can do is I can use optional chaining, and I can say dot access token like this. So what I'm actually doing here, guys, is I'm doing the exact same thing. Like I'm getting this Spotify API through the props, and then I'm saying this is again a function I've seen. Now again, you can just console log the response before doing any of these things. I've already done that before, and I told you guys how to do that. So what I did is created a piece of state called recently played, and then what I did is set my recently played to all these tracks, and then of course I get these things, ID, artist, and whatever I wanted to get. And then of course it's dependent on the access token, so whenever the access token changes, and first of all, if there is no access token, return it, and whenever it changes, it runs the use effect based on that. And I added the limit property here, and if I just actually remove this right now, and if I press command space, control space, and I put curly braces here, it's not showing me limit, but it actually gives you these params right now, and the params are actually, it gives you a limit param and a different bunch of params basically. So I want the limit to be 20, but if you don't want that, you can just pretty much remove it. But I just wanted to show you guys that you can send in params here as well, and how many songs you want it to be, and then I'm setting my recently played tracks. Now what I can do inside of here, guys, since I have my recent, I can first of all console log and check if I'm getting anything, and then basically, of course, let's just hope we're getting the recently played tracks, and let's just give it a try. If it doesn't work, then we will check it out. But I think we should be getting it because we are doing it in the right way. I'm gonna map through it because of course it's an array, right? And I'm gonna get two things. This time I'm gonna get two things. I'm gonna get a track and I'm gonna also get an index. And there's a very good reason for me getting an index. So whenever you map through something, you get two things. First, you can get the object, the item basically, and then when you put a comma, you see you get the index of it. So there's a very good reason I'm going to tell you guys for getting the index of the recently played. So now what I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to do an implicit return, and I'm going to create a component called recently played. Of course, I don't have this component, so I'm just going to create a new file called recently played.js. I'm going to say underscore rfce and just save this file, and I'm just going to auto import this file recently played. Now, of course, since it's we are mapping through this, we need to send it a key as usual, and the key is gonna be an index this time. Now, I'm gonna explain you guys. If you guys guessed it, then that's pretty good. If you guys guessed it, why it's an index, and if you guys didn't, don't worry about it. I'm gonna explain why. And then we're gonna send the track as a track, and then we're also gonna send the choose track here, which we're receiving through props. Like the toString function, which is receiving two props inside of recently played. Now the reason we're keeping the key as index and we're getting the index basically is because inside of our recently played, if you guys noticed, we have similar songs, right? So the ID of like if you look at these two songs, right, they both have the same IDs. And remember, what I told you guys, right? We cannot the IDs, the keys need to be unique. The keys can't be the same. So if two IDs are the same, they cannot be the keys for both of them, right? Because even though these two songs are the same, right? But since we are rendering these songs as components, as different components here, and even though these two songs are the same, either we can render them once, or if you want, and I did not actually work on that, of course, because it's already a really huge build. So either you can make a functionality something like if it's the same song, it's the same ID, just render it once, or what I did is I changed the index because if you keep the same ID, the key will not be unique. But the index of it will be always going to be different, right? Because this index is different, this index is different. Whatever recently played, the array you're going to get, the index for each and every song is going to be different. So the index is going to, since the index is different, right? It's going to be different for each and every song. So that will be unique. So that's the reason why I was, and trust me, I did it with the ID as well. So it didn't work, of course, because IDs were the same, and it was giving me a duplicate item error. It wasn't an error basically, but it's not a good thing to get. So it's always good to keep your keys unique. So then I got the index, and this is how I actually did it. So I have the recently played, and now we need to work on the recently played component. But before we actually work on that, what I want to do is outside of this, I want to create this button. Remember with the button class, so we can just say view all, and all we have to do right now is we already have a class name called button, so we just have to say btn and just save it, and boom, look at that, guys. This is how quick it is when you have class names, and it's already there. Now we can work on the recently played component. So let me just quickly go to the recently played component, and let's actually work on that. For the recently played component, again, we're gonna get these two things. Because of course we're gonna have handle play thing on here. We're gonna get these two things. And again, I can just quickly get my use recoil state and then quickly auto import these two things. So I do this, I can quickly auto import these two things. And inside of my recently played component now, you're gonna have handle play function as well. So I'm just gonna quickly, and for this function, since you have used this 3 times, what you guys can do, another good trick I'm gonna tell you guys is you guys can create a file, a separate folder called utils, create it as utils, and you guys can include this function inside of your utils, and then you guys don't have to like type this out again and again. I mean, for fairly large functions, you don't want to type it out again and again. I mean, just don't repeat yourself. Follow dry. Just don't repeat yourself. So just create a utils folder. But of course, since this build isn't that, of course, this isn't like a production level, but I mean, it's not a fully complete build of Spotify. So of course, I just did it like this. But you guys can just create a utils folder and put this function inside of that. Anyways, right now we can just do handle play, and for this outer container, we're gonna style it. We're just gonna say for the outer container, we're gonna say, so this is one component recently played, right? This is one thing. So let me show you guys what I'm talking about. So this is one component I'm talking about, and it's really really simple actually, and redirected me back as you guys can see. So what I'm gonna do for the outer components, I'm gonna say flex, and I'm just gonna say item center, and then I'm gonna say space axle free, and then I'm gonna have an image, and the image is of course gonna be track dot album URL, and then there's gonna be a class name, because if I save the image like this, it's gonna be huge. And track is not defined, of course, because we are getting the track as a prop in our recently played. So we need to send the track here. Of course, we are sending the track, but we didn't just destructure it right here. And we're also sending the choose track function, so we can say choose track as well. And if I save it right now, and if I if I refresh this, and of course, if I refresh this, it redirects me back. Of course, it's really huge images right now, so I can give it a class name, and we can just say rounded full because I want the images to be circled, and I want the width to be 52 pixels, and the height needs to be same, so it can be a circle right now. I can say width and height to be 52 pixels, and as you can see, it's really looking good right now. And what I can do next, guys, is I can create a div here. Inside of this div, I can create an h4, and this h4 is going to contain track.title, the track.title, and then there's going to be a p tag again, which is going to contain the track.artist tag, track.artist. So I'm just gonna save it, track.artist. Of course, we just have to style the div outer container here. Actually, not the outer container. Basically, we just have to style these two there. But I've already styled them, and it's I think it's actually the same. It's actually really fairly simple. So I'm just gonna get these two things and just copy paste it here. And we don't want to touch the div because they're both styled differently. They have different colors and stuff and different sizes, so there's no similarity in them. Whenever there's a similarity in text, we want to always target the div, but there is no similarity here, so we can just style them separately. And it's very simple. What we are doing is when we hover over, we're just putting an underline on both of them, as you guys can see. When we hover, we're putting an underline, and we're just changing some of the stuff. We're saying cursor pointer. We also have a truncate and max width property. So as you can see, these three dots are coming because of the truncate thing. And that's all for this. And for the artist, we're just changing the text color and similar stuff and just reducing the font size of it. It's fairly simple, and it's a scrollable container, which looks really nice in my opinion. And it's getting us the recently played songs which you played. Now it's time for the biggie, and it's time to work on the player, guys. And before actually doing that, I forgot to do one thing. Is I forgot to add an on click here, and it's still gonna be the same on click handle play, and that's all. I think we are done with this recently played. And of course, we can't see right now because there's no player right now, but we need the player. That's the last thing we have to work on. So let's start working, and you guys can see it's responsive as well. And if I show you guys on phone right now, it's gonna look really responsive. This is on phone, guys. Look at this, how responsive this is. This is actually on phone, and it looks really, really nice on phone as well. So let's work on the layer now. So for the player, what we're gonna be doing, guys, is remember I told you guys we're gonna be having a player, and it's gonna be fixed on the bottom because even though when we scroll here, the player doesn't move anywhere, right? It's actually fixed on the bottom. And I have premium on my account, the account which I'm using the keys for, the API keys for. So I have premium here, so I can actually use the premium player, and I'm gonna show you guys both the players actually. So I also have the player, the design for the player, and that looks really, really good. Trust me, guys. So I'm gonna have both of them. So what I'm gonna do, guys, right now is that I'm gonna navigate back to my dashboard, and the first thing we have to do here is we have to create a piece of state, and the piece of state you're gonna be creating is it's gonna be first we need to get we need to get the session, and we need to get the if I go back here, we need to get these two things first inside of our dashboard. So we need to get the session, and we need to get the access token. And then we have the plain track already. I'm just gonna put it a little down here. And then I'm gonna have one more thing here, and that's gonna be the show player. And there's a reason why I'm gonna create this piece of state. And since I'm having a value, I need to have a setter as well. Set show player, and it's gonna be a piece of state. So I'm gonna say state use state out, and by default it's a boolean. So I'm just gonna say false. Now what I have to do, guys, so why I'm doing this is really important actually, and I'm gonna explain you guys why I'm actually doing this. So I'm gonna have a use effect, guys, and I'm gonna say for this use effect, of course, with an empty dependency. It's gonna be with an empty dependency, and I'm just gonna say set show player, sorry, to true, and then there's a choose track function, and that's all. So that's all we're gonna be doing here, and what we're gonna be doing here, guys, is we're gonna be having a div here, and inside of the div we're gonna create a player component. So player is again is gonna be a very nice component, which is the last component we have to work on now. This is our last component, and after we're done with the player, we are done with our build almost. We're like done with everything. So this is the last component we have to create. So for the player, I'm just gonna create the player, and what I'm gonna be doing, guys, here is I'm just gonna be and I'm gonna be explaining you guys why I created this piece of state, show player, and use effect of show player. But don't worry about it right now. So now we have to work on the player, but this div here, what I want to do is I want to give some class names for this. First, I want to say it's going to be fixed, which means the position of fixed. Then I'm going to say bottom 0, which means from bottom, it's going to be 0. And it's relative to the whole application. Remember, because I'm not setting relative anywhere here. So it's relative to the whole body, the whole application. So right of 0, and I'm also gonna say you can again also do inset x 0 here, but I just showed you both ways, you know. And then z index of 50. Remember, we want the player to be on top of everything, even on top of the sidebar. So sidebar shouldn't overlap with the player. So player needs to be on top of everything. So I created a container for player, and I said fixed bottom 0, left 0, right 0, and z index of 50. Now for the player, we need to send a bunch of things. We need to first send an access token, and then we need to send a track URI, and then we're gonna send the playing the tag URI is gonna be the playing track, the current playing track dot URI basically. Because remember, this is how we're gonna be able to play songs when you click, right? So we need the URI. The URI is using the URI we're gonna be able to play songs. So we have a track URI, and of course playing track URI, we are getting the playing track from the global state here. So we know which track is currently playing. And this is why using something like Recoil is so useful, you know. You can get it anywhere, almost anywhere we want to. Now we're gonna go to the player and we're gonna create the player now. So let's work on our last component, the player component right now. Inside our player component, I'm again gonna get these two things, these two states. So I'm just gonna quickly get them, and I'm just gonna import use recall state. I'm just gonna import play state. Then I'm also gonna import playing track state from player atom. Now inside of the player, before when starting the player, we're gonna have a use effect here on top of here. So we're gonna have a use effect here, and the use effect is basically uh, going to say, again, this is how you write a use effect, and then for the use effect we're gonna check if there is a track URI that exists, you know. And how are we gonna get the track URI? Of course, we're sending two props. Remember, we're sending an access token and a track URI. So what I can do here, I can destructure these right away, access token and track URI. And then here, I'm going to be checking if the track URI exists. I want to set my play to true. Basically, I want to set my play to true. So if my track URI exists, I want to set the play to true. So play is going to become true then, you know, which means if the play is true, then of course this thing is gonna work. Now I don't know why it's actually logged me out for some reason. Maybe I logged out. I don't know. Oh, it's saying view session is not defined. That's why. Maybe we forgot to import from inside of dashboard. We forgot to import view session. Yeah, we did forgot. Oh, sorry. So we imported use session right now, and I think now it should be working. That didn't work. Oh, use state as well. So we actually forgot to import these things inside of our dashboard. Even use effect, we didn't import it. So we import the use effect, use state, and I think that's it. So we forgot to import some things inside our dashboard. That's why actually I think it maybe locked us out. Yeah, so that was the reason actually. So now it's working really clean and functionality and everything is working. So I'm gonna go back to the player and I'm gonna set my play to true if the track URI is true. If the track URI is there, I'm gonna set my play to true. Okay, and of course, track URI is something which is outside of the use effect, so I need to put it as a dependency. Remember, anything outside of use effect, you always need to put it as a dependency. Track URI is a dependency. And another thing I want to check here, if there is no access token, I want to return nothing, which is null. If there is no access token, then I'm getting the access token through the prop. So if there is no access token, I'm gonna return null basically. I'm not gonna return the player then. Now as for the player, it's gonna be the Spotify player, and we're gonna get this player from something called React Spotify Web Playback. So what is React Spotify Web Playback? If you go and search for it and click on this first link here, and if you guys go here, it's basically the Spotify player with it has the Spotify's web playback SDK and it supports the Spotify API, like the one which we are using right now. You know, and of course it's what it needs to the things it needs to work is that token, which is the access token, of course. And remember the URI, which I told you guys. So it's gonna need two things: the access token and the song a URI basically. And then it has all of these props you can send into the player. And this is the player, so that's why it kind of looks not so good because I haven't styled this right now and it doesn't look so good. So if I refresh this right now, I think, and if I play this, yeah. So I mean, as you guys can see, it's not styled like a very in a good way because it's not. I tried my best to change some of the styling, you know, but I couldn't change everything of it because it was difficult because it's already styled before, you know, and I couldn't change so much of the stuff. But I still changed a lot of different things. So yeah, but and I also created a different player for the users who don't have premium. So stay tuned for that. I'm gonna show you guys how that looks. That looks really good. But as for this, yeah, we're gonna be using this from React for, and you can see styling. There are not much options for styling stuff like that. It has all these props you can send, and you guys can basically look at all these bunch of props and whatever you guys want to see. Now, as for the player, what I'm gonna be doing, guys, is I'm gonna be for the player. I'm just gonna be saying Spotify. I'm gonna be installing something called this Spotify player. So to install this, of course, I need to install this using Yarn. So I'm just gonna open my terminal and I'm just gonna say Yarn add React Spotify web playback. Now I need to import Spotify player from React Spotify web playback, as you can see. So I'm gonna do this. And of course, I installed it. So I just wanna since I installed this, so I just wanna import it first of all, and then what I can do is you can go here inside of the div, and we do not actually need a div here, and there's a reason why we don't need a div, because you can just directly render the Spotify player. You do not actually require a div here. And what I can do is I can just do Spotify player here, and I can just do like this. Now I've already done this. There's a bunch of props, and you can see there's an error here for some reason, and we'll fix that as well. So if I go here and if I just get the player, and these are the styling for the free users. Basically, I've already mentioned in the GitHub repo as well. So it's really cool, guys. It does the only con is it doesn't play songs, of course. And to play songs, you need the premium version of Spotify because that's how it works in Spotify. So I'm just gonna quickly get this one, just the player kind of thing. Spotify player. I'm gonna go back and I'm just gonna copy this here. Now these are a bunch of props. Again, these you can, if you want to look at them, you can just go here and the styling. I just changed some styles here. I just changed the active colors and stuff, and the slider track color. Then of course, I sent the access token as a token, and the show save icon. And there's a callback. Now, what the callback is basically, what it does is it checks the state, and then there's a bunch of things you can actually get in the state. So if I actually do this, and if I put a dot here, you see you can get all these things. You can get the next track needs update. You can also get the progress. The progress will also tell you the time of the track, the time, the position, the player position, the next tracks, the track, the volume you can control. There's a bunch of stuff in the state. But what I did is I just set my play to whatever the playing is, and playing is of course a boolean value. So if the song is playing, it's gonna be true. So I set my set play to that thing, and then also sent my play thing. And these are the URIs, and this is really important. This is how you need to send the URIs. If you go to the URIs thing here, if you go to the URIs here, you'll understand it's a string basically. It's just a list of Spotify URIs, and this is how you're gonna. If there's a track URI available, then you basically send it as an array, and if it's not, then you send it as an empty array. And again, I learned this from Kai's video as well. This how to basically use this player. And then there's a magnify slider on hover, which means basically when you hover. So this is when you hover over this, it magnifies the slider. This is what it does. And then there's an autoplay of true, which of course is just the autoplay property. So now if I save this, if I go back to our build and if I refresh this error should probably not come again. Yeah, I think that is why I wanted to show you guys this thing. If I go back to my dashboard and this whole div, right? The reason I created the show player, and if I use my show player right now, you guys will see. And if I move this on top, and if I use it right now, and now if I refresh right now, it's still not working for some reason. So what we can do, guys, is we can maybe restart the server because of course it should work. This is the player what I'm using, so it should be working. But what we can do, guys, is we can check this. Just let me check if I've done this correct. So this is correct actually, and this is really important. There's a reason why we actually need this because we get a very weird buggy error, and then it somehow doesn't have any effective solution except just using the use effect. So that's the only fix for this. Um, and then there's these things now. So I'm not really sure what's happening here, so I can just maybe restart the server again. So let's just restart the server maybe and then try to see what's actually going on here. And now as soon as I do that, look at this, guys. Now if I don't do that, if you guys just to show you guys, if I don't do this, for example, right, and if I actually play any other song,
What
if I
the
click
hell
here,
is it?
look at this, guys, it's actually working, right? But this is working, but when I refresh this, there will be this buggy error. It's not happening right now. But there is a buggy error. I'm really sure about it because that error is actually there, you know. And you guys can see, look at this, guys. It's actually playing the song. This is the album, and these are the songs. Let me just play the song. I just love this song. This one, the OK one. I just love this song so much. Yeah, let's play the song. And you can see, you can even hear the music, right? So this is really brilliant. We have done it, guys. But the error I want to check, there was a weird buggy error. It was something called memoize, memoize.1 is not a function or something with that buggy error. But this is really cool, guys. It's actually working the player, and we can play all the songs. This is Weekend Clean song, and mobile response Now this is only gonna work for you if you have the premium account on Spotify, because I already have a premium account that's working for me. But let me show you guys. Let me just refresh once more and let me see if we get that weird buggy error. So if you're not getting this error so far, so let's just maybe remove it. You know. So then maybe we don't actually need to include that. Because before I actually used to get that error. And the only fix it was this use effect. So if you even if you get that error, just make sure to add this use effect and just make sure to do it like that, how it is in the GitHub repo. But we're not getting so far, so we can just omit it. Now, what I want to show you guys is if I actually log out from my Spotify account and if I log into my different account which does not have premium. So let me actually show you guys what I mean by that. So let me just go here, guys, and let me log out. And we need to create the loader, and we forgot to actually create the loader. So I'm gonna tell you guys how to do that as well. But it's really easy to create the loader. It's just design. So when I actually sign in with Spotify, it's gonna take me to accounts of Spotify, and this is my account where I do not have premium, and you guys will see what. And as soon as I do that, look at this, guy. It tells me Spotify web player, this functionality is restricted to premium users only. So if you are a free user, if you do not have a premium version of Spotify, this is what it's gonna show you. Now I also have a fix for this. So what I did, guys, is I did not left it here, right? So I knew it that not all of you guys are gonna have premium and stuff, and maybe some of you don't want to have premium. Some of you just want to use the free version. So for the guys who just want to use the free version, what I basically did, guys, is I created this whole kind of design, and you can create it as a different component if you want to. But I just didn't create it as a component. But I have this beautiful design. I created it myself, and it is exactly as in the triple design which I showed you guys earlier. It looks exactly the same. I mean, there's some differences. It doesn't look exactly the same. There are some differences, but it's much better than even that the design itself. So what you can do is you can go here, and if I basically remove this, and if I add that, guys, and if I actually remove if I actually remove this whole thing, guys, uh, for some reason I can't actually. So yeah, so I just need to remove icons and I need to remove control from here. And I don't know what's going on here. I think I might need to have a fragment here maybe. That's what's messing up here. Let me just check real quick. Oh, so this is why it's messing up. Okay, I understand now. Okay, so that's why it's actually messing up. My bad. So what I can do here, guys, is I can just let me show you guys real quickly what I'm doing here. So what's happening here is I added here this in here, and I can just quickly get the whole of this. And yeah, this so basically what it's actually doing is it's actually removing the bracket, and then it's just having this. I can just keep a div here, and then inside of the div I can actually add this maybe. Then it wouldn't do that, I guess. Yeah, as you guys can see. So if I do it, and of course I don't need the div, so I can pretty much remove this div, and I just want to remove this icon from here. And what I can do is, of course, you can remove the icons, and it's all there in the GitHub repo. And if I actually add this, and since I commented the other Spotify player, and I add this, and of course I think I need to have the icons. It's not gonna work without the icons, so I can get all these icons. So if I get all these icons, and now if I actually try to save this, and if I go back to my design, look at that, guys. So I got you guys. It's for the people who actually have the free one. The only con here is that and when I click here, it's also changing the information dynamically. And how I actually did this is exactly, it's very easy. And of course, I've told you guys how you do it because I'm getting the playing track, right? Because I know what the current track is right now. So what I can do, because I know what the current track is, I can just use that current track and then can get the title, artist, and it's in my global state, right? This plain track, I'm getting it from Recoil state. So I'm using that to get my artist, my title, my album URL, and I'm getting a bunch of different information. And these are all the icons. And I also have animation effects on these icons, guys. I think it's not working right now because I do not have one file in global CSS. So if I go to my global CSS, it's really simple, guys. And what I can do is I think it's cropped icon. And so I wanted to show you guys a very cool trick as well. And I did in this flare. So the only con is, yeah, you can't just play songs. That's the only con. But the information is changing dynamically. So if you guys don't want to have premium, just want to have like the Spotify, but still everything else is gonna work. Like even the search functionality is gonna work. And if you click here, you click here, all these songs are gonna change. The only con is the songs cannot be played. But if you want to play the songs, then you can just switch to the premium one here, and you can just comment this all up. Now, what I want to show you guys, the trick is basically, so if you guys look here, this thing here, guys, it's two icons, right? And they're actually overlapping each other. So what I basically did is, if I show you guys, um, if I basically go, so these are the two class names I want to get, player icon and pub icon, and I want to go into my global CSS. I want to actually paste it inside of here. And these are the two class names I'm using inside of my player. And as soon as I save that, and if I go back, you guys can see immediately it's all working. And we have this beautiful animation as well. And look at this, guys. What I did here, guys, is I did a very cool thing. Let me show you guys what I actually did here. So this is basically two icons, and I combined them into a one icon and cropped the one. And with a really cool trick, I'm gonna show you. So if I don't do margin negative, so I did a negative margin here. So if I actually don't do this, you can see this icon is half right now. But if I don't do crop icon, you can see these are two icons. And what I basically did is I went to global CSS, and whenever you want to crop something and crop an icon, and you can only crop an icon if it's an HVG icon. And since React icons are HVG icons, so what you can do is you can just do clip path and you can do inset. And I learned this trick. I didn't know about this trick before, so this is a really cool trick. And it always starts from top, right, bottom, left, right. So what I did is I clipped the right side 50%. I cropped it by 50%. What it means is the right side of this, I cropped it by 50%. Of course, I just need to apply the class name here. So I do crop icon. You can see I crop the right side by 50%. And if you want to crop the left side, you can just, of course, do it on the left side, which is top right, bottom left. So you can, if you do it here, it's going to be on the left side. So this is a really cool trick I learned. And what I did is basically, I cropped it by 50%. And I wanted to get exactly like the icon like Spotify. And then what I basically did is I just set negative margin left for the other icon, 2.5, and that exactly sits in like this. Yes. And it does not even look that it's two icons combined. It looks like a single icon like that. So that is really cool. So that's something I learned. And then there are these class names, player icon, which I've given, which are of course like player icon class names. You guys can see there's just class names for the player icons. All these player icons. We have beautiful like animation and hovering and scale effects on these icons. And the only con, yeah, of course, it's that it's not we are not able to play different songs here. But everything else is of course working, and the logo functionality is gonna work as well. And that's it, guys. That's it for this build. And according to your need, if you guys have a premium, just use the premium one. If you don't have and don't want to buy a premium one, just use the free version. So whichever you guys want to wish. Now the last thing I want to actually I want to fix is the loader. And again, for the loader, it's fairly simple, guys. I'm just gonna quickly like copy it and show you guys because it's really simple and don't wanna and it's been a really huge build and I wanna leave you guys as well. And you know, because I know you guys might be tired as well now. If you're still watching, I think we have been like here for like 6 hours or something or more than that. I don't know. So if you're still watching, I mean, you know, that's insane. It's pretty insane, guys. And yeah, so let's just finish this with a very beautiful loader. So I'm just gonna quickly copy this loader thing. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put this loader here. And of course, for the loader, I'm just gonna go to loader. And okay, so for the loader, what I'm actually using is I'm using something called Battery React Spin Kit. So if you don't know about that, and again, guys, this build was jam packed with a lot of stuff. Headless React, all these beautiful libraries, Tailwind components, and a lot of stuff was into this build, and it was an insane build in my opinion. You know, it was really an insane build. So what we gotta do is again, we're just gonna install the Battery React Spin Kit. I can just do yarn add battery extension like this. What this is basically, guys, it gives you a bunch of different loaders, and if you wanna actually look at it, just go to this link. And when you go to this link, you guys can see it gives you a bunch of different loaders. The one I'm using right now is actually this one. It's actually this one here, as you guys can see. It's actually called timing function one. This one, I don't know what it's actually called. Yeah, it's called this one. So it's actually called 3 bounds, the one which I'm using. But if you guys want to use a different loader, feel free to use a different one. Or maybe if you guys know about a better library, different loader, you want to create a custom loader, it's up to you guys. Whatever you want to do, you know, you guys can pretty much do it. But basically, for the loader, it's basically I just have an image of the Spotify, and then I have this 3 bounds loader with the size of 23, and the image is basically. So this time I'm doing it a bit differently. What I'm doing for the image is I'm doing layout fill, and I'm not giving the width and height property. So either you can give the width and height property for the image component, or you can do layout fill. And then whenever you do layout fill, you have to do relative for the parent component. And before it used to be a div, but now it changed. It's changed to a span tag. Now in the latest Next.js, it's basically changed, and you have to wrap it around the span tag. So wrap it around the span tag, make it relative, and you have to set the width and height. Remember always after doing relative. If you don't set the width and height, it's not gonna work. The image is not gonna be there at all. So you have to set the width and height, and then I'm changing the width on the larger screen and the height as well on the larger screen. And whenever, of course, you want to change the width and height on the responsively, you can just use this type of method if you want to still use the image component, which is really clean. And this is just the loader and the color of the loader. So if I just go back and of course, I just installed the loader and it's right now not working. Oh, so this error actually, so whenever you get this error, what you can do is you can, I basically Google search this error, and the solution I got is basically when there's a Stack Overflow, what you can do is you can just yarn install prop types. Basically, you can install these prop types, and it's gonna fix it for you. So if you go here, you can see if you yarn install prop types, sorry, yarn add and npm install. So if you yarn add prop types, it's gonna solve this error is gonna get solved for you. So whenever you get this error, just don't freak out. Just do yarn add prop types, and it's gonna fix for you. So now I think you can refresh, and let's try it again. Maybe just restart the server. Sometimes you do have to restart the server in order to make it work as well, and sometimes it doesn't kind of work like that. So sometimes you do have to restart the server, and we restart. And here we go. Look at this loading, and we did not actually see the logo for some reason, but we should be able to see the logo as well. Now you guys can see it's working. Everything's kind of working and it's in place. And I'll kind of remove the. I'll actually remove the free one here. I'll just comment it out maybe. I'll just comment it out. And the deployment, guys. So last thing is the deployment. I don't want to leave you guys like this. So let's just deploy this to ourselves very quickly, and then you guys can take this project with something really, and just let's actually do 45 there. So let me just see if it's actually working. Yeah, it's working as you guys can see. You guys can change songs. You guys can play here, and needs to change. So for some reason, this I have to click it twice to change it. No, I think it's sometimes it's kind of buggy the pair. I don't know, but because it's working here. I mean, whenever I play these songs, it's kind of working for these songs, but sometimes it's kind of buggy. Yeah, I mean it's okay right now. It's working, but sometimes it kind of gets buggy. And even if I do like this, it works like this as well. So you guys can see it works like this. So what I want to do now, guys, is I want to actually show you guys how to deploy this to yourself with your all your environment variables and basically do all the stuff. So deploying this to ourselves is the last step for us. Like that's almost the last step, and we are done. Like after that, deploying after deploying to ourselves. So let me just see one thing, guys, and then we can start the Vercel thing. So let's work on the Vercel now, guys. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna go to Vercel actually, since we're actually done with everything. And the loader thing, actually, sorry, I want to see the loader thing. So yeah, if I actually log out right now, let's just try to see the loader thing. So we see the loader, but we actually didn't see the logo, actual logo, right? Which is not good because we should have actually see the logo as well, right? But we didn't actually see the logo. So for the logo, what we can do is let me go to the loader and let me just check it out if the link is valid. First thing, uh, yeah. So the link is actually valid. I just want to see that if I'm seeing the logo. So if I actually sign in right now, and you guys can see it's because it's my other account, of course, so it's asking me for the scopes again. So I can say agree, and it's giving me error. And the reason it's giving me error is because the API keys are not the same. So, and it showed, as you guys saw, it showed the logo right now, and of course, it's giving me errors because it's different. The API keys for my account, I'm using a different account, with a different API key, so it's giving me an OAuth callback error. So you have to so whenever like you want to include this project in your portfolio or something, you guys can create a sample account with an admin account or something, and then you guys can provide the email and password for that account, and then you guys can basically um, show that to anyone you want to. And that's the easier step because it gives you an OAuth callback error when you try to use a different account because you need the keys for for those accounts as well. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go to my Spotify thing, and I'm actually gonna log out from this account. I'm actually gonna log out into my premium account, So I'm gonna actually log onto my premium account, and then if I try to log back in here, you guys can see beautiful logo and a loader and a loading animation you can see, and here we go. This is gonna work as well. So if you click here, this is gonna work, and yeah, this is looking really nice. Now let's go to Vercel. Now, before actually going to Vercel, what you need to do is you need to, if you have never used Vercel before, with Vercel, you basically need to create a GitHub account and you need to authorize your GitHub account to use, and then you can basically click on new project and then you can click import your Git repository, which is very easy, and I'm going to explain you guys step by step. So you can just go to GitHub, and what you guys can do is first of all create a repository. This one is gonna be Spotify redesign YouTube, and I'm just gonna make it public for you all. So I'm gonna create this repository, and what you guys wanna do is just copy this command right here, and then just go here and then just type this command. For me, there's one thing I'll have to do is because I'm using a different GitHub account here, so I just have to go to manage access and I just have to give my manage access. Uh, and you guys don't have to do this again. You guys don't have to do this, so don't worry about this step. For you guys, you don't have to. This is just for me. So I'm just going to add myself to the repository. So I can, because to be able to push to this repository, I need to add myself here first. I'm just going to quickly try to add myself and try to accept it. And what you guys can do is go back here. I'm just going to quickly accept my invitation here on my phone. And I have push access right now. So what you guys have to do, you guys don't have to do this step, forget about this. So what you guys have to do is just copy that command from code, which I showed you guys. Copy this command, git remote add, and just go here, and just paste this command in and just press enter. Then what you guys can do is you can do git add dot, which is gonna add all the files to the staging area. And if you've never used GitHub, I'm just trying to make it simple for beginners. And you can just do git commit m. And first of all, you can just try git status to see if you have committed all your files, and you can see all this is green. And this is green because these are in the staging area right now. So what you can do, these are the files to be committed. So you can do git m, and this is gonna be an initial commit for me. So I'm just gonna type initial commit. You can type any message here, it doesn't matter. And then you just have to say git push, and then you just copy this command here, and you just paste it, and there you go. And after you do this, it will be successful, and it gives you the link of the repository, or you guys can just refresh this here. And when you refresh, you guys can see all these things here. You guys can see we have all the code available here, right? Get all the code here, which is really nice. Now, what you can do is, since you have committed to GitHub, right? You can go to Vercel, log in with your GitHub, the same GitHub account you have created a repository with, authorize it, and as you can see, I've already authorized, so I already get this. When I clicked on new, I already get this import just now. So I can import this, and it's very easy to use Vercel, guys. It's very easy. What you have to do is you have to just skip this here, and don't change any of these things, guys. It just detects your framework automatically. You don't have to do anything. It's Next.js. We're already using Next.js. For the build and output settings, you don't have to change anything. What you do have to do, though, is you have to add the environment variables here, okay? And the environment variables are very easy. These are the three environment variables we need to add. Spotify client ID. So I'm just going to quickly add my client ID. And then I'm going to add my client secret, Spotify client secret, and then this is my Spotify client ID and my Spotify client secret, and then there's going to be our next authentication URL, which I don't want you guys to set it right now and wait for it, because this next URL is locally, and now we are not going to get the next URL unless we deploy to Vercel. So I want you guys to wait for it and first deploy the application, and then only add the next URL. So do not add it right now. just add these two variables, environment variables, and we need these environment variables, and Vercel handles it for these variables for us on the server. So it's really, really good. And then you just have to click on deploy. That's all. You don't have to change anything. Just click on deploy. So when you click on deploy, deployment will be started and it will be running. And if you go to your, I think even if you refresh this thing here, I think it will be, yeah, as you can see, it is yellow here, so which means it's actually running, and it's connected with Vercel basically. So it's running all the checks and stuff, and it's you can see it's building everything, and it's in beta version, so sometimes it actually crashes. So don't freak out if it crashes for you the first two times. You can see it's in beta version right now. So sometimes it crashes. It crashed for me before 2 3 times, but it's okay. If crashes for you, just redeploy. Don't freak out. Just redeploy, and it's gonna work for you. Trust me. And this yellow dot is gonna become green when it is successful, and even on GitHub it's gonna become green. This is my main branch on GitHub, so I can just go here and you see I get an error, right? And this happens on on the beta version sometimes. If this happens, you guys can just redeploy. What you can do is you guys can just go back here, and sometimes this error happens and it's still building, but there's an error right now. So what you can do is again you can go back here and you can go here on new project, and you have to do this again once again basically, but this sometimes happen, but you just have to be patient about it. I hope they fix it soon because this never happened before. It's just I think it's just of the beta version right now. There's some problems going on, but just be patient about it and just try to at these things, you know, and try to deploy it again. And it might I don't know, it shouldn't happen because of the next next URL in my opinion. uh, if it happens again, we can just try to maybe um, let's just maybe add the next URL as well, because I'm not sure if it happens because of that, but let's just maybe try to add this variable as localhost 3000. But I don't think it's going to affect anything because we need the domain, the updated domain for this. But let's try to deploy it again with the next authentication URL, because it happened for me 2 or 3 times, the deployment. But I've showed the deployment even in my last videos. It doesn't happen always. It's just because of the beta version, I guess. So don't worry about it. We have done everything correctly. Our code is not wrong or anything. It's not happening because of that. It's just that it's on the beta version, and I think that's the only issue. And if you refresh here, it's gonna be yellow right now because it's checking everything. And we go to details. Again, you can see it's basically creating an optimized production build. I hope it works this time. These are the problems you sometimes face when you're a developer. Like if someone's watching, they just started development or something, and it's a part of life, you know. Being it's a part of being a developer, and you just can't freak out or give up when these issues and errors come. And especially the Spotify build I've done, guys. Trust me, it's one of the, and I think it's working right now. It's assigning domains for me, and it is ready as well. So make sure, maybe I think maybe next.url was the problem. I don't know. Maybe try to make sure to add the next.url as localhost 3000 first, and after you get the domain, now make sure so you get a domain. I always like this kind of domain because when you click on visit, actually, it doesn't give you a really good domain. When you click on visit, it gives you a longer domain or something. You see, it gives you a very long domain. So I never like this domain. So I always like to use this domain, the first one here. I always copy this domain, and what I basically do, guys, is when you go here, it's not gonna work actually because you have to change the next URL variable. You see, it doesn't work. It's saying client side exception has occurred. So what you have to do, guys, is you just have to go to this build, go to the settings, go to the environment variables. Okay, all you have to do, guys, is just click here, edit it, and just change this to, and do not change it to this. By the way, this is wrong. Um, so when you actually click here, is this copy this whole thing, and then actually go back here and change this whole thing to this thing. And then you guys can save this. You guys can save this now. Next.url environment variable is saved for you. But remember, only to use that same link again. You can't use any other domain. If you want to use any other domain, then you have to change the next authentication URL as well. And that's really important, guys. That's really, really important. So what you guys can do is refresh this right now. It's showing internal server error for some reason right now. I think it's showing because you might have to deploy it again, maybe. So what you can do is you can deploy again, redeploy, and redeploy it once more, and then maybe you can try. You can try, and when it turns green, then try to refresh this, and I think that then it's gonna work. Maybe then it's gonna work. Yeah. So it's building again because you need the domain. You need the domain for the hosting, and that's how it's gonna work, guys. Trust me. It's been a really long build, guys, and I'm really sorry for taking this long. And if you're still watching, I'm I'm so thankful for you guys. Like, thank you for watching. If even if you're still watching right now, and yeah, I've worked really hard on this build, even though I haven't uploaded any video for 3 months. But I was learning a lot of new things and new stuff, and I always keep learning stuff. And I'll try my best to be more regular from now on. But again, I can't just make any promises, I would say. But yeah, the link is ready right now. And now maybe just refresh the same one. And here we go. Boom, guys. Look at that. You just had to redeploy, right? Look at that, guys. Now all we have to do is you have to test it, right? And this is like the localhost 3000 kind of thing. So if we go here, it actually, this is the beautiful loader we created. It switches, takes us, redirects us back to the sign-in page. And I click on the login page. It's an invalid redirect. Yeah, this is another thing I want you guys to know. So I know these things are really really it's a it's a pain in the ass, but you guys have to do it. So for this thing, it's really easy actually. What you guys have to do is just basically go to your this domain, copy this domain name. Just copy this domain name, and what you guys have to do is go to your dashboard here, okay, and edit your settings. Go to your dashboard, edit your settings, and keep this URL, okay, but just copy this one, okay. And what you have to do is instead of localhost 3000 here, what you have to add is you have to just add this one, and just go back to your dashboard and just add this one, just remove the slash, and just add this one, and you can save it here. And I think you can reload now, and I don't know if it actually saved. It should have been saved because I actually saved it, but oh, it didn't. Never mind. Sometimes it just you just have to refresh and you have to do it again. So it's okay. I can go here again. Just try to go to the dashboard again. Just try to change the localhost 3000 part to this one because we need to the redirect URL needs to be correct as well, right? That's why next.url is very important, and the redirect URL as well. And then you just save it basically, and you have these two redirect URLs. Of course, this is for development and this is for production. So you just save it and you just go back again and refresh right now and try to sign in right now, and it should be redirecting you to this actual Spotify. Here we go. It didn't even ask us for the scopes or anything because we're already logged in, and this is actually deployed now, guys. This is actually deployed. And if you want to test it again, and this is log out again, so you guys can just go to your the actual Spotify thing, just log out from your account. Just log out from your account. You want to test the redirection? Just go back here. Just go back here and just sign in right now. And if you try to sign in, you see it redirects you perfectly and with all the scopes and stuff. And then you can log in with your account. And here we go, guys. And let's test that the cover songs are working. Songs are working as well. And there you go, guys. This is the build. We have successfully completed the whole build, the huge build, and let's try to search for a song maybe. Even the search functionality is working, and oh my god, this is really good, guys. You can search for pretty much any song, like you can search for Hindi songs as well. I mean, like there are pretty much any song you can search for, like, of course, because it's Spotify, so yeah. This is brilliant. And when you click here, it's gonna play here. It's gonna play all these songs, which is really good, guys. This is amazing. I think this has been a huge build, guys, and it's been a huge build. Phenomenal build. Complete authentication with Next.js. Next authentication, Tailwind. Headless UI, Recoil. A lot of stuff, guys, and I don't even know. And Spotify API on top of that. It's dynamic. Everything's dynamic, and it's mobile responsive as well. I mean, make sure to check it out on your phone if you deploy it. But yeah, guys, and if you guys didn't understood anything, or you guys faced any difficulty in any of the areas, just try to reach me out on Instagram, or maybe just try to comment it out, and I'll try my best to help you guys. And until then, I will see you guys in the next one.